Welcome, my friends, to the King of the Hill stream. I hope you're all doing well. And yes, today we will find out who is the Troll King of the Hill. So we're also using the new YouTube streaming platform. So essentially YouTube had a beta version and an older version, which I had been using. And apparently notifications, and it just wasn't even appearing on my channel with the previous version. So there may be some technical issues as I do switch over to the new client, but hopefully it means that more people will be able to find the streams and all that sort of good stuff. So in our first match of the day, we have the Extreme Tryharder, aka Zardar Total War, facing off against Yumais, and it is King of the Hill. So King of the Hill, of course. The players in the first match, I generally just have the two players do gentleman's picks. So they both are like, I'm okay with this match, I'm okay with this matchup as well. They go, they play, and then from there we have like a more structured kind of pick and ban system. Those birds are going ham outside. So if you guys hear that, that is the glorious little birds in the background retaking the lands as humans are sent back to their primal dens by the coronavirus. But yeah, pretty crazy. I probably shouldn't even say that. I feel like I've heard about YouTube stuff being like, demonetized because people like talk about it. I don't know, kind of a weird thing. All right, loading into the first map, it is going to be the Altdorf Outskirts. Let me know how the stream quality is. It should be good. I lowered my bitrate settings a little bit, so it wouldn't struggle so much to keep up with my higher upload rates that I usually have, because the upload rates have gone down a little bit based on everyone being inside and internet service providers throttling people. So I lowered it a little bit, but it probably shouldn't be noticeable. But if it is, let me know, guys, and I'll try my best to amend that on the future streams. So just going to minimize here real quick. Everything looks good to me. Hey, thank you, Michael Buzzer. That's really kind of you to say, man. Yeah, honestly, I'm at 1080 right now, as far as I know. So I might have to adjust that for future streams if there are issues. But I mean, yeah, let me know, guys, if you see anything. I'll be checking the. I'll mostly be looking at chat in between games. So as far as the army goes here for the Extreme Tryharder, he does have Berserkers and wow, okay. So this is kind of cool. I've been seeing this almost like a frontline of Marauder Hunters. So these guys have really good AP values, 38 missile damage, great AP percentages there, 22 of the 38. And they also do have Shield Breaker, which is kind of cool. So if you have a little bit of additional missile fire coming in with these guys and some of your horsemen, you can break down things like Iron Breakers relatively quickly. So frontline is going to be Marauders and Hunters into the sunset. On the far flanks, we do have some Marauder Horsemen, I think. Just Berserkers, Hunters, and regular Marauders. And then 2 Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes to have some more mobile answers against Gyrocopters. And on top of that, here you can see the Extreme Tryharder Zardar Total War. Great content creator, by the way. Does indeed have 2 Feral Manticores, which is very exciting. Manticores and, Horsemen, a very good answer against Gyro play. And his opponent has brought Gyros. Oh, he's got Throg the Troll King. Hell yes. Coming in, trying to establish his dominance as the king here on the stream. We'll see if it works out. What does that sound? Oh my god, I heard some like weird faint sound, but it was actually the yelling of that Shaman Sorcerer. I literally thought Wookiee was making some weird sound. But it's a Shaman Sorcerer metal, and also he does have a Fireball Caster here as well. So that's pretty much it for the Norscan army. And for the army of the Dawi, he's got quad Gyros, which are going to be in a little bit of trouble. It's going to be super micro-intensive against the Manticores and the Horsemen and all the Hunters, but if used effectively and kind of kept behind your main lines, they should be able to potentially shoot down some of the threats like Throg and the Chariots. Yeah, but for the rest of the army, it's going to be Longbeards. It looks like he does also have a Rune Lord. Felix. Is it just Felix? No, it's Gotrek and Felix. A couple cannons as well. So 1, 2, and 3 cannons. Wow, that's pretty heavy duty. With a couple Dwarf Warriors defending those guys. Now, no Slayers in the army, but Slayers aren't going to be really good against too much here. Granted, I think having the Dragonback Slayers could be quite useful against the Chariots. And the single entity Chariots, that is. Excuse me. But again, we'll see how that goes. Start when ready. In Zardar, Total War, the apparently the first true Troll King of this stream is pretty hyped here. Giving away his lore pick, his opponent now knows that the mighty Throg is here. Throg is certainly a very good target here for the Gyrocopters. They do fire damage, they have anti-large, and Throg, of course, is the troll. He's weak to fire, that's their weakness, but we'll see if the Troll King can endure. Of course, the Gyrocopters are going to be getting chased pretty heavily by Feral Manticores, and I would imagine that the cannons will probably open up on the Manticores initially, try and get them to rampage into bad targets. The first volleys, of course, just shooting at whatever they can see, but from here, I would imagine he is going to go after the Feral Manticores, and with really good micro, like I'm talking like StarCraft 2 MLG Pro micro, if he's able to move those Gyrocopters kind of in a circle and have 2 Gyros on each Manticore and like split them as the Manticore chases the different targets, he should be able to outmaneuver and out kind of do the Manticores here, but again, we'll see. There's no missiles on the ground either. There's no like Thunders or Quarrelers or Bugman's Rangers or anything to really peel the Manticore. So it looks like the Manticores are just going to be going 1-to-1 right now. So 1 Manticore here, 1 here, and over here in the forest, it looks like the Shaman Sorcerer Metal, Throg, and the other Shaman Sorcerer are pretty much hiding behind these rocks, just trying to take a very safe approach. Yeah, and it looks like here we can see the dwarf player, Yumais, is going to be pretty much making a massive effort to try and take down the Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes. Just kind of popping at those guys and doing it to it. Yes, might be going for a bombing run here. Looks like he's getting a little bit danger close. Yeah, looks like he's going to be going for a run here, which is going to be strong. And, oh, don't tease us like that. Man, he could have totally dropped a bomb over those guys. That would have been really strong, but it looks like he is opting to ignore the throwing axes and go after the chariots, which is smart. And you can see the chariot here is certainly taking quite a bit of damage, but I think a couple bombing runs there could have been really, really nasty. So Master Rune of Wrath and Ruin has been activated here on the Shaman Sorcerer, and the gyros are 800. The Shaman Sorcerer is probably about the same, like 800 or 900. So if he can, get this guy down here like this with a little bit of cannon support as well. Yep, and the cannons are shooting from downtown. I think Zardar needs to really push in here, get his infantry going, because he does have the numbers advantage. Throwing axes going into the Longbeards, and of course they do have the shield breaker, so it will mitigate some of the block chance here. Gotrek and Felix are going to be a little bit tricky to take down, but of course chariots, single entity chariots are really good against those type of characters. But in this case here, you can see the gyrocopter is pushed off already. The Manticore is doing a really good job, and I think Yumais needs to be really, really careful. Pull back those gyros, because they're kind of getting worked down here by the horsemen, and he will really need those as the game does progress. Now the mainline fighting is underway. Dwarves have advanced in with some Dwarf warriors against Marauders, but they're going to lose that hard because the Marauder Hunters with throwing axes are getting really good arcs of fire, and you can see these filthy barbarians are certainly putting a bit of a hurting on the Dawi. Their shields aren't going to help them at all from these rear charges here. Potential bombing run coming in. Once again, no, it does not look like it. Gyrocopters are running. Definitely need to be split a little bit. Cannons are still shooting now. I think the cannons are going after the chariot units, and I'm pretty sure one of the chariots was taken out. Yeah, you can see here the Shaman Sorcerer Metal. Oh, and he rallies right before the edge of the map. That is not good for the Dawi. Could be something that comes back in the late game and is actually a pretty big threat. But nonetheless, still good for the Dwarves to work him down like that. Now the cannons are still operational, which is really good. The Marauder Hunters, of course, are being pressured where they can be by the Dwarf Warriors. But the cannons are, they're all still firing, which is quite good. I have a feeling the cannons now, I mean, they could also go after Throg, for example, but the Gyrocopters are really being outmaneuvered here. Definitely, I think pulling them back and being more conservative with them at this point would be the better play, but what are the cannons shooting? It's a little bit hard to tell. It looks like they're going after the Marauder Horsemen, which, is fair. It's free real estate, really. I mean, the Mancores can kind of juke a little bit, but the Marauder Horsemen are a very big choice target, and it does get rid of some of the pressure on your gyros, but I feel like that's not going to matter too soon. The Trolls are pouring in. Throg is coming in pretty hot. Balance of Power is a little bit Dawi favored, but that's simply because Throg and company just punts one dwarf. Look at that. He just punted one dwarf and fell over. What was that? Did you guys see that? He just punted one dwarf and stubbed his toe or something. Throg takes 45 minutes to get up here, and now the Berserkers are in the cannon, which is pretty bad, and this is kind of where it gets a little bit scary for the Dawi. Granted, Yumai still does have Gotrek and Felix, and I think the other character is a Rune Lord. But Gotrek and Felix, it's funny because I believe in the books they actually do fight Throg at some point. So this is actually a lore-friendly matchup here. So Gotrek and Felix are going to be going after Throg Daddy. He is afflicted with the Master Rune of Wrath and Ruin. And it's a little bit scary for Zardar because he is weak to fire, so he's taking fire damage from all these gyros here. And on top of that, he has one of the most angry slayers in the entire Warhammer Fantasy universe coming in hot here. And you can see Throg is in a bit of trouble, and the Troll King is going to be getting away. However, if he can get away and really mitigate the pressure he took there, then he'll regenerate and he'll probably be fine. Both Manticores are still good, I think. I think this one's pretty healthy. The other one may have been shot a little bit. Let's look. The Horsemen are coming back in. The Chariot's back as well. And where's that other Manticore? So here's one Manticore. The other one did chase some gyros off the battlefield. Okay. So yeah, Gotrek and Felix can be really strong. And if Throg isn't here to kind of help against them in the late game, he really needs to also maybe get the two Manticores. What I would recommend is get the two Manticores and go after Felix. Felix can go down really quickly. For example, Throg turns around, he attacks Felix. The Manticore punts him right here, knocks him towards Throg. And you could terror out Felix in a matter of 10 to 15 seconds with two Manticores beating on him. But nice little throw up there from Throg, able to throw up there on the Longbeards, getting some nice value here. And these two players very evenly matched. This appears to be a very, very fierce battle as Gotrek and Felix and the Rune Lord pretty much huddling together and forcing a bit of a last stand here. And should be able to work down those Berserkers. But as far as the rest of the Dwarven army goes, it's looking pretty grim bones for the Dawi over here. This cannon is taken out, the other cannon's taken out. So both cannons have been taken out. They're both shattered, as a matter of fact. And now it's really going to be the character Death Star here for the Dwarves. And I don't think there's any elite troops like Ironbreakers or anything like that. But for the most part, the Longbeard should be able to fall back and do some work here. So the Searing Doom going down, nice play. Able to bombard the cannon crew plus the remaining Dwarf Warriors. And now it's basically Yumai's just trying to survive with his elite troops and his characters. And, honestly, Rune Lord and Gotrek and Felix, if he's not able to snipe Felix, the Dwarves certainly still have a chance here. But I would say it's certainly Norscan favored at this point. There's still a lot of Marauder Hunters online, a fair amount of the Marauder Horsemen, two Manticores which can cycle charge Felix into the Shadow Realm. And that's why you often see, when Beastmen are playing, you see them bring a Gorbel against Dwarves, which might seem like a weird pick because it's kind of an anti-large AP beast. It still has AP, which is nice, but the Gorbel is really designed to knock Felix out of positions and get him away from Gotrek, at which point it's just like the books, like literally the exact same thing. And here you can see the Troll King is going in, the extreme tryharder Throg throwing up on the face of these two heroes. But I think he's pretty doomed here, unfortunately, as I think Gotrek and the Rune Lord and Felix with Karagul. I don't know if he has the activatable item in itself. Let's go ahead and double check here. It does give him fire damage. He does not. He just has Helping Hand. But yeah, basically, I don't know. These Dwarven heroes are healing here. I don't know. This is so tough because Norsca has a lot, but a lot of it is like just kind of, you know, these low ammo units here. And like, if those characters can heal, now I think if Norsca can get Felix away, maybe. But Throg just getting pounded here, man. Brutality. That definitely gives the Dwarves a fighting chance, but the Manticores haven't come back yet. The Manticores are really making sure to chase off the Gyrocopters, which I think is good. It takes away the bombing runs, because if they blob up on top of the Dwarven infantry, then the Gyrocopters are able to come in and drop some bombs. It could really just break the Berserkers and the Marauders very, very easily. Now, Throg is wavering, but he's back, and honestly, Throg has like a metric ton of room before his healing cap, so I think that if Zardar just pulls back and kind of chills in the trees and gives, you know, Throg enjoys a nice pina colada and just does his thing for a while, he'll be back up to like 4,000 HP, at which point he can come back in and make a difference. The Bounce Fire is still favoring the Norskins here, as all of the Marauder Hunters are still throwing in quite happily, and both Manticores are still online. And I forgot for a moment that the Manticores were still here, and that's why I was kind of like, oh, it looks good for the Dwarves. But yeah, with the Manticores being included, for some reason I thought one of them might have gotten pushed off or something. Gyrocopter is still running here. Looks like the Marauder Hunters should be able to deal with it, but the Berserker is coming in. This is very much a lore situation. Gotrek and Felix literally fighting. Oh my god, look at the throwing axes. Gotrek just gets like axes in his head and his back and his mohawk, and he's just like shaking it off. What a trooper. You know, but there's healing here. So the Dwarves just gonna be chilling here in this box. There are some miners here that can come back in and help, but the miners are like, screw this. Let's throw some blasting charges. Let's work down some of these Norskins if we can. Man, Felix is getting gooned by those throwing axes, and I think that's going to be the portent of doom here for the Dwarves. Felix getting worn down here, and it looks like Zardar is probably going to be the first victor here on this King of the Hill. The Troll King, it's only fitting, right, that the Troll King himself comes in and claims his crown. And now he's working his way back. He has about 1,000 HP now. The Manticores still haven't been used, but it looks like they're not really needed. As the throwing axes are doing some work, Felix is at negative 32. He's like, you know, Gotrek, you got this, man. I'm going to go back to Altdorf and write some stories about this lovely adventure. And yeah, good luck, man. So he's peacing out. Gotrek will, of course, have his plot armor, so he'll survive somehow. And Felix is actually going to get taken out pretty badly by all those throwing axes. And now we have Gotrek and the Rune Lord fighting, and the Manticores coming in as well. And that is 100% GG. I don't see there being any way for Gotrek and the Rune Lord to carry this. There's just far too much. Even just like in Melee, like all these Marauder Hunters could eventually wear them down since there's no more healing. Throg is here. There's 2 Manticores alive. This Gyrocopter with the Brimstone gun is going to get hunted for sure. And bread shall be buttered, my friends. The second Manticore is coming back in. Going to be going in to clear off the Ekron's miners, which is good. They're causing some problems, but Yumai's knows it's over at that point and is going to be bowing out to make sure we don't have to watch Gotrek basically slog it out for about 20 minutes because he's an absolute beast to kill. So very well played to the extreme try-harder and the Norskins. They've done it. It is time. Hey, and Eric Salvet, thank you so much for the very generous donation. I have no idea what that means, dude. What does that mean, Eric? I'm afraid to read it in case it's something offensive. Yeah. Is that like, it looks like it's like some sort of I don't even know what that is. Well, thank you for the 20 NOK, man. Really do appreciate that. And yeah, we're going strong. We're going strong. So next up, we have King of the Dead. King of the Dead, let's get you in there, bud. Alrighty. GG. Well played, you mice. That was a great dwarf game, man. The cannons were definitely more prepared for a mammoth rather than a super wide build like that. But that's all good. We'll do the Estalian Tomb. King of the Dead, let's go ahead and get you in here, buddy, if you're watching. And let's invite him to the lobby. Boom. He is invited. Welcome to the stream. Yes, Garland, we're surviving, man. We're surviving. We're in goodish health. We're in good health. We're in really good health, guys. All right, so now I can see chat. So if you guys have any questions, now is the time. It's one ring to rule them all. Oh, all right. Smudge says, Turin, your head-to-head campaign with Loremaster of Sotek was the only campaign I've ever watched. So funny yet competitive. You two are the perfect campaign combo. Yeah, we're very evenly matched because I probably have a little bit of an edge in terms of battles, but he has like way more campaign knowledge and he's still a really good battle player. So it ends up being a really good campaign. And yeah, if you guys missed that, go back and check it out. Our head-to-head with Sotek, we streamed yesterday, but notifications didn't go out. It was so much fun. Like, it was hilarious. And insane battles, just trolling. Oh, it was so good. We got a really good play. So I'm playing Clan Pestilence, and eventually we did the great, and he was playing the Cult of Sotek, and eventually I got the. I'm just in elf denial, so saying here, we got the what's it called? The plague. What's it called from Skrulk? It's whatever. It's like a not a stratagem. We're not playing 40k here, but the rites. And we sent a plague priest down. We spread like a haggard plague in his capital, and then we like had an undercity going on in his other base. Oh my god, it was so fun. And we got a donation coming in from KPS Polis. Thank you so much. May Gork and Mork kiss you gently on your forehead and carry us into this good night. Yes. All right. So, yep, they know the format. So Zardar Total War comes in High Elves, Norsca, and Tomb Kings. And King of the Dead is going to pick Tomb Kings himself, and he is going to ban... I wonder if he's going to ban Tomb Kings, or if we're going to be experiencing our first mirror match of the day. Oh, he's banning Tomb Kings, and he's going Tomb Kings. Okay, so it's either going to be Tomb Kings versus Norsca or Tomb Kings versus High Elves, it looks like. So the extreme tryharder, Zardar Total War, will continue on. And KPS Polis, thank you so much. Adam B, thank you for the 149 and that unicorn. What is that? Oh my god. Yeah. Von Anon, yeah. Sparty and I will do another head-to-head. I think Sparty came and I'll probably do one with him after Sotek. He said he would do it, though, for sure. Colin Burr in turn never asks, so I'll throw a plug for him. If you enjoy these streams and all his content, you should become a monthly subscriber and just donate $5 a month. It adds up quickly. Thank you, Colin. Hopefully you're enjoying the Mazda Mundi, the glorious Mazda you got there. Thank you so much, man. And Mackenzie, toss a coin to your turn, O Valley of Plenty. I do really appreciate it in these dire times, for sure. YouTube ad rates are pretty trolly right now. Thank you so much, man. And yeah, that was a really fun first game. I remember the time when Turin got to control Sirtha Ek. That was probably the most fun I've ever had in a head-to-head. Okay, so it's going to be High Elves versus Tomb Kings in this matchup on Estalian Tomb. High Elves have some good options, like Nobles on horseback with Techless can be really strong goon squads against Tomb Kings, and also you have the Sisters and a couple other pretty powerful tools with your dragons and stuff, so I actually like this matchup. I think it's fun. Yeah, the Sirtha Ek Sparty campaign was some of the most glory. As a matter of fact, I thought about... So here's what I'm thinking, guys. And let me know what you think of this format. I actually want to when I finish head-to-head campaigns, like, or campaigns in general, just like download the videos, the streams, and then like edit them together to have like an abridged 15 to 20 minute campaign. Hey, Spartacus, I was saying that you and I might do a head-to-head campaign after Sotek 2-1 if you're interested, of course, because you said you were on stream the other day. But that was some of the most fun I've ever had in a head-to-head was the Sirtha Ek one. It's just like controlling those weird AI armies is a really unorthodox, fun experience. But yeah, I thought about doing all the streams, of course, uploading them, but then doing an abridged campaign afterwards. That's like 10 to 20 minutes long. Yeah. Yeah, Ryan, you should check out the campaign with Sotek and I. It's really fun. It's really a good time. Hey, Garland, thank you so much. He says, not much due to the circumstances, but cannot break my tradition. Hey, thank you so much, man. And please be safe. Save your coins. Save them coins. Yeah, so on Thursday, we're having a 2v2 stream. Thursday's going to be 2v2. Tomorrow, I'm doing a head-to-head with Lore Master of Sotek to probably finish our campaign. I don't think it's going to go more than tomorrow's episode, so make sure to tune in for that, guys, if you're interested. It's like, because he's Cult of Sotek and I'm Clan Pestilence, we're both very close together, so it's a scrappy campaign. It's been really fun, though. I love... Skaven is my favorite campaign, like, hands down. Especially Skrulk Daddy, because using, like, the Haggard Plagues is so much fun. Oh, my god. Ikit Claw is kind of OP, too. Like, if you play Ikit in head-to-head, like, you just go to your opponent and use a nuke on their army, and you just win. It's like... And then if they want to counterplay the nuke, they have to, like, split their entire army up, and they basically are taking a punishment one way or the other. Alright, so let's minimize here real quick. Garland, man, thank you so much. And Adam V coming in with the hype. God, YouTube really needs to work on its emojis. They're just so haggard. Oh my god. So hold on, guys. Just gonna update this real quick. So Zardar is the current king, and then oh, it still has Bilbo from the last stream. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, perfect. All right, guys, so now we're loading into the next battle. In the front line, it is going to be Spearmen into the Sunset. Pretty standard stuff for the High Elves. In the back, it's going to be Quad Sister. Oh, man, look at this. 4 of these Sisters of Avalorn. So this is pretty much his whole army. These ladies are super expensive. Now for his cab, it's going to be Silver Helms. They're basically just a roadblock and a shot cab unit to work down like Tomb Guard and things like that, because Tomb Guard are essentially the counter to this army, right? In many ways. They're silver shielded, they beat spearmen, they can eat the fire from the Sisters and really kind of advance on you. But the Silver Helms shocking down the Tomb Guard, the Sisters killing the constructs, definitely a pretty good recipe for success. And I would imagine it's going to be techless. Anytime you're seeing this kind of a heavy investment in elite archers, having nets is like so good. And techless also has regrowth and a couple other really good abilities. So now for the forces of King of the Dead. Will he be the king, or will the extreme memer carry on his reign of meming? Although this army looks pretty good. He has Nehekar Horsemen, Necropolis Knights. It is going to be a combination of Tomb Guard, Kepra Guard, and over here, of course, a big old Tomb Guard and a Lich Priest, and some spears. And the Casket of Souls is an amazing pick here. This is a really good kind of safe answer against missile builds. Basically, if this thing just rains fire on the Sisters for like most of the battle, it's going to pay for itself twice over. It's really, really powerful. So yeah, pretty defensive army for sure. It's going to be forcing the High Elves to advance here as the Casket rains fire. The Sisters are going to make pretty quick work of the Kepra Guard, though. They should. Kepra Guard are actually weak to fire damage because they regenerate. You can see here they have the regeneration trait, 25% weakness to fire, and a relatively low armor. They'll get melted in like 1 or 2 volleys by those Sisters. So I would probably focus Kepra Guard, then net down the Tomb King, and trying to crew my value from there. See how it goes, though. High Elves are going to be advancing forward here. You can see Techless coming in. Casket of Souls is going to be unleashing its first torrent of fire. Here it comes. The Sisters of Avalorn losing 5 models right out of the gates. Nothing, not bad, really. Those guys are all good in the hood. And by the way, Italian Spartacus, if you are still watching, I did switch to the YouTube beta client, and it did send out notifications, and it was much more fluid in getting people into the stream and notifying people. So yeah, I would 100% recommend switching to it. It is a little bit clunky, so we can chat about it after the stream if you want. I'll talk you through it. So here you can see the High Elves are advancing. I would imagine Kepra Guard will be the first and most choice of targets. Although Zardar could get a little bit, crunk and try and go after the Tomb King, but I think King of the Dead is kind of expecting this. That's why the Tomb King is being rotated out. He needs to start shooting the Kepra Guard, though. That is like a free kill right there. But it looks like he's advancing and trying to get back to the Casket. Yeah, you can see he really wants to kill that Casket, which I understand the kind of desperation there in wanting to kill the Casket. Because, again, it's really wrecking his back line. So here you go, Casket of Souls taking a lot of damage. I would imagine a net may go down. Cetra is going to be charging on the flank, and the Silver Helms are probably going to be used to roadblock Cetra a little bit. Nice switch right there. So basically he charged in with the one that wasn't targeted by the Tomb King. Oh, that's not Cetra, it's the Tomb King. Okay. So in the back, though, here comes the Zerg, and I don't know if the Hiles are going to be able to hold this. Techless might have to use a net here on these Skeleton Horsemen. Yeah, you can see Techless charges. He does a really good job stopping almost every angle there, but you can see the Casket just falls back out of range, and now all the firepower from the Sisters is going to have to be switched on to the Tomb King, which could pay off here. Oh, this could be really big. This could be really big. Fiery Convocation does so much damage from Techless. Oh no, but it gets canceled somehow. It looks like he switched to a different ability, but nonetheless, the Tomb King is on the ropes here, getting worked down really hard by the Quad Sisters, but now the backline is somewhat compromised. Spearmen are back here, there's Kepra Guard back here, there's Skeleton Horsemen, and he's probably in guard mode, making sure to keep shooting here, but it looks like the Tomb King might be going down about 1,000 HP. Fiery Convocation going down, roasts those Tomb Guard, pretty much almost one-shots them. It's really, really nasty. And if he can kill the Tomb King, I mean, I think there's a chance, but as far as the rest of the battle goes, it's definitely going much better for King. Many of those Sisters are just shut down, and when they have to run into open field like this, it's a really bad situation, because now the Nehekar Horsemen, all these other dudes can just chase them down, and there's not going to be any reprieve. They're basically just going to get snaked. Now here you can see the Tomb King Lord probably going down, -42, -39, and now there's some spears kind of waiting their way in. But yeah, this is pretty much over at this point. I think King of the Dead has this. The Casket, I don't think was the correct first target. I think killing the Kepra Guard instantly could have been a better play. And then from there, just rotating onto the other mobile assets. But again, it was a hard because he had a lot to protect. And he did have 4 Silver Helms, but King had a very Zerging army for sure. And the Kepra Guard also broke through the front line really quickly, which meant that they were able to push into the Archer line. And your boy Techless is going to get crunked here. He is going to get crunked. That's like a combination of crump and crumped. It's pretty good. Well played to King of the Dead, a very fast sweep. Apparently, he wants to be the true king. It isn't his name. So King of the Dead will be taking over the King of the Hill spot. Well played. It was a really cool build from Zardar, but he wasn't able to protect that back line. Certainly, I think, had some elements that could have allowed him to win, but yeah, it is what it is. King. King of the Dead. And next up, we have Apostate. Let me go ahead and tag him in Discord. So Apostate, you are up if you're watching. Well played, King of the Dead. Zardar saying good luck to his good pal here. my current leader. Let's make this a little bit smaller. It's a little bit obtrusive there. And now we're going to hang out with you guys in chat for a minute. And Adam V, thank you again for the donation, man. Really do appreciate it. Yeah, that casket was brutal for sure. Yeah, a sister Daka line is really nasty, but it's hard to protect if you go. I think if you had maybe gone 3. Look at King of the Dead in chat. It's my goddamn hill. Yeah. Did you hear about Kislev being announced for the old world? Yeah, I'm so excited. Like, I was on a walk with Anna, and I was just like, Anna. And she's like, oh, what? She's like, what? And I'm like, I'm so excited for the Warhammer Fantasy to come back just totally out of the blue. Yeah, I'm really excited. I just really hope that they bring back the Vampire Coast. That's like what I really want. If they not bring back, or I hope they add the Vampire Coast as it is in Total War Warhammer. God, I would play that so hard. Just like a haggard zombie gun line, because I like painting like zombies and kind of like ghoul type units, like, you know, Poxwalkers and Plague Marines and stuff. So I'd really like to have like a Vampire Coast army to paint. Because the pallid skin tones I have a pretty good mastery over in terms of painting. It's really easy, right? Pallid, you use the Rakarth flesh, you wash it with some sort of a skin tone, then you just dry brush it to highlight. You just dry brush it with like Pallid Witchflesh afterwards, and it looks really good on like vampires and those type of dudes. All right, so picks. So King picks 3. So they're gonna do their thing. Oh, I should probably change the map for them. Put them on the dreaded Glacial Lake. I just like this map. It's fun to watch. It's easy to see everything. So let's see. Turin, did you ever try out the Adventures of Middle-earth? No, I haven't played the tabletop Middle-earth RPG. I would like to, though. Perhaps in this apocalypse, I'll order it or something if I still can. No, I haven't tried it, though, man. So the Tomb King was the only true Tomb King unit that died, yeah? King of the Dead truly living up to his name, indeed. Turin, have you ever considered streaming outside of YouTube on Twitch, for example? You know, I thought about it. But, you know, I love this YouTube community. I feel like the environment here is, and it would be a lot of starting over. And for me, my streams need to be, you know, I want them to be optimized for sure, because I can only stream so much with my GIMP hand. So yeah, I'll probably stay on YouTube for now. But if there's ever any big issues on YouTube in the future, that probably would be the plan. Yeah. And yeah, I will do more Warcraft 3 for sure. I don't know when, but it'll happen. Dennis says, work from home, they said. Turin won't stream, they said. There won't be any distractions, they said. Yeah, we're providing the distractions. King of the Dead says he left, so I won. Okay. I think his chat might be bugged because he wasn't typing anything. Yeah, that's what happens. Sometimes when you join lobbies, you just can't chat. So, so King of the Dead is going to pick TK, Norse, and Vampires for King. Okay, he typed it again. Yeah, Norsca and Vampires. And Glacial Lake. Pretty close quarters map, more or less. Yeah, I know. I've heard that, Kane, but I really like Vampire Coast. Yeah. Bubba's Big Blast. Thank you for the $5. He says Vampire Coast is basically fantasy Tau, so no surprises. Turin loves him. I actually really dislike Tau. Like, I really dislike Tau. But for me, like, the big thing about the armies I play is more about the aesthetic. Like, the playstyle I can adapt to and kind of get into, but I really don't like the way Tau look. Like, I'm not into the Gundam Wing thing that much. But Vampire Coast, like, I really like the zombie pirate thing. It is so fun and haggard. Like, it's right up my alley. And, like, you have to enjoy painting them and, like, yeah. I've never liked Tau. I mean, you know, I think the reason why I don't like Tau, though, in all honesty, is probably because one of the first times I played, so I was in my league, right? My tabletop league. And this was like way before the Marine buffs and all the things and the supplements. I was playing my Pure Death Guard. And I was like a new player. It was like my 4th game. And I had won my first 3 games pretty well with my Pure Death Guard. And I was very happy. And then I came in and played like some like Neck Beardimus Prime, like Tau army. Just like sitting in the corner with like 3 Riptides and just like the furthest corner of the board. And my army just got blasted off the table in like 2.5 turns. And I was like, oh, well, okay. But, you know, I didn't hide my units well. I had never played against such firepower. And, like, obviously I rolled relatively poorly and played poorly as well. And that kind of, like, for me, I always remember that. It's like this thing, like, oh, it's stupid Tau, just going to sit in the corner. So, yeah. Yeah, so you pick and ban 1 here. Yeah, but it was a pretty brutal lesson. But, you know, I didn't hide in the buildings. I was being stupid, so I deserved it. Yes. It was the glorious Neckbeard Tau army. And it's like, oh yes, the deployment phase, victory. It was pretty good. Hey, what's up, Falcon? Hope you're doing well, man. You guys like that Neckbeard to Miss Prime? I think that's pretty good. Yeah. I think the guy actually did have a neckbeard too. I can't quite remember. Yes. Oh yeah, Tau can be very cool for sure. Like Dennis, your army sounds like it's fun with the breachers and troop transports and, you know, a more diverse army. But this guy was like playing like 3 Riptides and like I think he had like Yavara or something and was just like corner camping. And I was like, oh, just end me, because I was newer and I had never faced such a thing. And it was the first crushing experience I'd ever had in tabletop. And I was like, oh, Death Guard have a pretty bad matchup versus Tau as is. Like, pretty bad. But, yeah, Death Guard are in a bad place right now. They're going to get buffed soon, though. I think their Psychic Awakening should be announced this weekend. Oh, I love Tyranids. I think Tyranids are a really cool army. As a matter of fact, Lady Tyranid has actually thought from time to time about playing Tyranids. Yeah. Vaughn says, I think my favorite 40k moment was playing my infantry-based Astra Militarum and having an enemy orc player roll so poorly I had 1 guardsman survive 2 attacks and kill a Gorkanaut. Yeah, the Gorkanauts are like... And orcs can really have that happen. Like, especially with orc boys, you have enough weight of dice that it doesn't matter. But with things like they're big machines, they're like often hitting on 5s and like they can really whiff like super hard. What are the best Skaven spells? The 2 summons as well as the Pestilent Breath. Blades is really good too, honestly. I think Skaven's Lore of Magic is one of the best lores in the entire game. It's really, really good. So it's going to be Tomb Kings versus Dark Elves. Yeah, this should be fun. So players are picking their armies and I'll just hang out with you guys. You know, but I found a way to beat Tau pretty bad. Like, since with my current army, I played against like really high level competitive Tau lists and I've just been able to crush them repeatedly. You can see it on the last battle report I had on the channel. But basically, yeah, you just use like really high toughness screens like Plague Burst Crawlers. And like Riptides are only strength 6. So like they have a lot of trouble killing them. And then you just like smite spam because they can use the drones, but smites are really effective at... Like, you can't intercept smites and direct target smiting spells that are going on the Riptide. Like, Thousand Suns, you could just go ham. Yeah. She would be the first female Nid player in the whole world. Yeah, Lady Turin, when they bring back Warhammer Fantasy, she's definitely going to play. She's more interested in the fantasy setting. So, yeah, no, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that held in UK, that Games Workshop kind of shut down shop for a while. Hopefully it's not too delayed, but... Yeah, Lady Turin's more interested in the fantasy setting. So when they add eventually, you know, she'd probably want to do a Dark Elf army, probably, I would imagine. She really likes Dark Elves and like Marathi and like the aesthetics of that. All right, one sec, guys. All right, everything looks good. Players are ready. Let's fire this bad boy up. It's kind of cool. One of my favorite parts about streaming actually is in between games getting to like hang out and chat with you guys. It's really fun. It's our social interaction dose for the day. Then I just go back to being a hermit. Working on painting up a bunch of Plague Marines right now. They're pretty bad as they are, but I'm hoping that Psychic Awakening will like have some sort of a Vectorum to give them like 2 wounds or something. Plague Marines would actually be really good if they had 2 wounds. They would actually be the toughest infantry in the game probably, which is what they should be for how much you're paying. Like intercessors, like a baseline intercessor with 2 wounds is actually statistically more durable than a Plague Marine, which is kind of stupid since they cost like the same amount of points and they have better shooting and everything. I'm really hoping to get some tweaks. Anyways, guys, for the armies of Apostate Prostate, will King of the Dead go on the dreaded 2-win streak? We'll see. Apostate Prostate does have shades with dual weapons, it looks like, or actually just shades and 1 dual weapon, a couple spears as well, and the mighty Charybdis! Yes! Trying to win the hearts of the people. The Charybdis, of course, can do some work against some of those constructs and things. He does also have a Supreme Sorceress of Fire with Burning Head, which is always good against Tomb Kings. Dread Spears and some Witch Elves in the back with a High Beastmaster up in the sky. Oh, yeah. The High Beastmaster. He does have Tormentor Sword and Whiplash. So what he's going to be trying to do is give the Whiplash to the Charybdis, making that beast nice and angry. Now for King of the Dead, it looks like in the front he's got Skeleton Horsemen into the Sunset. Yeah, pretty much a Skeleton Horseman to harass shades and missile pieces, bolt doors, you name it. King of the Dead really likes to play with like hounds and harass units, so it's no surprise to see those here. Frontline's going to be Tomb Guard. He does have a Tomb Prince plus Arc in the black. Pretty standard competitive stuff here. Plus the Casket of Souls once again to counterplay the Archers. Sneaky Snakes in the back, and King of the Dead is one of those Tomb Kings players that really likes to use the Sneaky Snakes. One sec, guys. Got to adjust. All right, and we're back in business. So yeah, King really likes to use those kind of harass units and also the cav units. Oftentimes you see Tomb King's players just rely on constructs and things like that. And the Shades, man, look at the Shades ripping some huge damage here into the Skeleton Horsemen. However, it does expose them. Now the Casket of Souls can shoot quite happily. And yeah, we'll see. So Shades are advancing. I would imagine they're not going to make the same mistake of trying to kill the Casket, because the Casket can simply fall back and range them. I think just kind of falling back and going back into stealth could be pretty strong here. He does also have a Scourge on her chariot, and you can see here the Skeleton Horsemen at King of the Dead are getting pounded pretty hard, and these horsemen basically know they're doomed, so they're just going to be charging into the Shades here, trying to do what little damage they can, although honestly, for how beat up they are, that was some really, really good damage. Goodness gracious. So the High Beastmaster is coming in here. Oh, Burning Head going down as well. A lot of resources being used very early, and the Cold One Knights do a frontal charge, which is a little bit risky. I don't know why he did that, but basically he just gives them up for free, and those Cold One Knights do just get wrecked by what appears to be, I think, a Fate of Buna, and they're going to be going into the can now. So now the Cryptus is coming in. Shades are a little bit compromised here. However, the Skeleton Horseman harass has been partially dealt with, but now the forces of the Dark Elves certainly need to get their hands dirty and start, crumping some of these guys, because they're taking quite a bit of work. Shades really do need to focus down the Sneaky Snakes if they can. The Cryptus should be able to put some hurt here on the Tomb Prince and Ark in the Black if it gets some buffs. Like the Whiplash. Fireball going in as well. Fireball does hit the Tomb Prince. Pretty nice catch right there. And you can see the High Beastmaster is 100% in the wrong place. The High Beastmaster needs to be over here helping out in this fight. Because really, this is one of the big deciding fights in the entire game. The Cryptus, of course. Oh, this is really good play here by Apostate. Getting the Witch Elves in here. If he can actually rampage the Tomb Prince or Ark in the Black and really kind of make them attack the wrong targets, that could be huge. Nonetheless, those Scourge Runners are still kind of pulling back and shooting against Necropolis Knights, which is a pretty choice target. Shades shooting it as well. Those Sneaky Snakes will be getting melted very, very quickly. And yeah, pretty much the fight is on here. You can see the Rampage is in effect here. It has Rampage the Skeleton Warriors and not the choicer of targets. Supreme Sorcerer's coming in once again. A Burning Head going down, which does hit the Tomb Guard and the Skeleton Spears, which is pretty good. And you can see here the Sneaky Snakes are about to crumble down. I would imagine one more volley from the Shades. Oh, but he has them on skirmish mode, so they're going to be running instead of shooting, which a little bit unfortunate there. But yeah, the Cryptus still doing its thing, but the High Beastmaster has kind of been diddling about over here. He really needs to get busy. Yeah, like sniping the Casket's a good play. Coming over here helping the Cryptus is a really good play, but the Cryptus is now broken, though it has done some decent damage to these two characters. If it had the Whiplash or the support from the High Beastmaster, it would have been a completely different story there. Arkin and his friend here would have gotten wrecked pretty hard. So the Shades are online, the Sneaky Snakes are pushed down, Apostate still in this game for sure. If the Shades are able to kind of form ranks and get some really good firepower here on the Necropolis Knights, and the Cryptus is able to come over and potentially finish off the Necropolis Knights, that could be a pretty big play for sure. I know, a little bit of a lag spike. Hopefully it's not on my end. Nope, looks like it's okay. I think it was just a player-based lag spike, which is fine. No biggie. It's the nature of Warhammer, unfortunately. We don't have those juicy dedicated servers that those single, very multiplayer games, focus games have. But yeah, you can see here, Cryptus going to be pulling back, or breaking back, but if that thing comes back, that could be pretty big. Oh, this is actually a little bit scary for King. How did Ark in the Black get caught in this situation? He's like amongst a bunch of spears, and now the High Beastmaster, who does have anti-large, not the best AP, but Arkin is 90 armor and 44% physical resist here. But that's a pretty scary situation. Honestly, this could get the Dark Elves back in this game here. Now, the Ushapti Summon is shutting down the Shades here, and I would imagine it can surge on and pressure some of the other Shades. Yeah, pretty much all the Shades are gone now, which is really big. These Shades are gone, these ones, all three units are compromised. It's really going to come down to the High Beastmaster. Is he going to be able to carry this? Is the Cryptus going to come back and make a big difference as well? The Cryptus does also have the juicy Whiplash, so like if Arkin wants to charge here against the Cryptus, oh, nice Spirit Leech. Spirit Leech going down, definitely very good. The Cryptus, unlike the Hydra, does not heal itself, so that's something else to kind of take into account. Scourge Runner Chariot's doing a pretty good job just riding through Tomb Guard, getting some good infantry value against those guys. And the High Beastmaster might be able to help win this engagement. He might be able to carry this game, honestly. Balance of Power is a little bit Tomb King favored here, but the Ushapti Summon is active, and when that wears off, of course, that will change the dynamics of this game. A really good play chasing down all the Shades. That was pretty important. Those Shades, of course, could have made a huge difference. So the Cryptus Beast here, 1700 HP. It's shaken, but the Ushapti Summon probably should have kept hammering it, to be honest, but it looks like he really wants to make sure those Shades don't come back. And the Cryptus is going to be making its way back towards the main battle. Ark in the Black taking a little bit of damage here from the High Beastmaster. The Witch Elves are finally broken. Now it's basically just Dread Spears and the Supreme Sorceress. And oh man, the High Beastmaster jumping all over Arkin there, doing some big damage. Arkin is down to 1300 HP. We'll see how it goes. 2.8k on the High Beastmaster. Ark in the Black with a very nice Skeleton Summon is going to help him kind of recover here, provide a little bit of a buffer. But now you have Guardian, you have Sneaky Snakes coming in, King of the Dead coming in for the counterpunch here. Oh, but the Tormentor Sword is activated. Beautiful stuff. That should allow the High Beastmaster to escape. And the Cryptus must go for the kill on Ark in the Black here. Just go for it. Spam click him with all your might. and make sure he's not attacking like skeletons or some of those other suboptimal targets. And it looks like the High Beastmaster wants to come back in. I think killing Archon here is of the utmost importance because as the battle goes on, more Spirit Leeches come, more Skeleton summons will be coming, and it gets a little bit crazy for sure. Now, some Shades have come back online, which is quite helpful. Even a couple Shade Volleys can make a big difference. And it looks like here the High Beastmaster and the Cryptus are trying to push through and go after Archon, but the Sneaky Snakes have Anti-Large and Poison. And when I say Sneaky Snakes, guys, I'm referring to Necropolis Knights because they're basically just snakes that are being rode by these Tomb Kings. So here, Archon the Black takes a pretty big beating from the High Beastmaster, but it looks like King of the Dead is going to barely edge this one out. This is a very close game. 87, Archon the Black does go down, but it's not going to be enough as the Tomb Prince and the Casket are still online, and the Cryptus went down. Now, a couple things. Apostate, I think, accidentally kind of threw away his Cold Blood Knights. That was a pretty big mistake for sure. And the High Beastmaster was not on the optimal fights until the late game. Now, I think had Apostate had his Cold Blood Knights in there, plus the High Beastmaster in the main fight, like in the beginning with the Cryptus, I think he could have won that game for sure. But just a couple small misplays, and that is going to be all she wrote. That is going to be all she wrote indeed. So King is going to go up to 2 here. Oh my god, are the bots here already? They're so fervent, these creatures. Yeah, he could have lost that game for sure. It was just a couple minor things. All right, guys, and we have a donation coming in that I did miss. My apologies, from Gallahan. So Gallahan donated $10. Thank you so much, Gallahan. He says you thought this was a tenner, but it was actually Sotek's Snake Summon. Oh my god, the Snake Summons on the head-to-head yesterday were just too much. The anxiety those snakes gave me. So now we got Stormrunner, you're up. Stormrunner, the runner of the storm. And right as I look, no problem. He says he has to postpone for 20 minutes. So we'll have Aneurysm Sauce come up. And Stormrunner will stay. Hopefully he's here. Very cool. Turin, would you want to play Tabletop Simulator to get battle reports? I don't know. Tabletop Simulator, it's like the whole thing for Tabletop for me is like seeing the models and like the battlefield. It's fun, but I don't know. Kassar Jake, if the quarantine goes on much longer, like a lot longer, I would definitely perhaps do that. Mr. Pig, what's cracking? It's Pumbaa. It's the Pumbaa. Yes. The snake summons yesterday were quite terrifying indeed. So next we have Aneurysm Sauce. We'll put him on the... I just want to put on like some ridiculous map like Golden Tributes or something. Oh my god. You know, I think what we'll do for the next King of the Hill we'll do a King of the Hill, but only with terrible maps. Like, the whole stream will be just, like, god-awful maps. I think that's how we're going to do it. So, let me see if Mr. Sauce is here. He might be AFK, thinking that he's further down the list. So, for now, we'll get Mobius, if... Gonna tag some of the lads. It was a close game, though, that last one. It was pretty good. Yeah, Dark Elves are really strong. They're really, really strong. They have so many tools. Man, so quarantine is extended in the Netherlands until June. Yeah, that's long. There's Sidamos, yes. you were born in the terrible maps, huh? You're bred in them. just the Pit of Thorns. Yeah, I can envision it. I almost want to do it now, but we've already started with the good map, so we'll continue on with this map structure here. All right, so all right, Guac, let's get you up if you're here. So Guac, I think you're in stream, so if you are, please join. A couple people seem to be AFK because they probably thought they weren't on until later since we are skipping a couple people. So yeah, so no problem. So Guac, you're up. Let's get the Guac in here. All right, invite to lobby. Come on, someone be ready to pick up the mantle. Kislev will most likely be in Warhammer 3. Yeah, I agree with that, Jason. I think so. King of the Worst Hill. Oh my god. Why not a meme stream? Who doesn't want to see Tretch versus Isabella? You know, Isabella von Karstein isn't bad, actually. Kazarak, Hellebron's decent. Kazarak's pretty bad. There's a couple options there for sure. Good, the Guac is here. So the Guac is going to be next. No worry, Mobius. We'll get you in soon. Just some slight alterations. Yeah, Guac's on his way. Cool. So we're good. We're all set. Let's hang out and chat. Enjoy ourselves. Hey, no worries, Guac. No worries. Yeah, a couple people were like AFK for a minute, so the line jumped to you. So yeah, no rush, man. No rush. Yeah, terrible map and autogen. I think that might be too much. Because like you need to kind of have your army be able to accommodate the map. That's really punishment. And it's really hard to enforce the autogen because if I'm in spectator mode, I can't see how many times they do it. So it's really hard to enforce autogen. Yeah. Unless they like autogen, like, yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think. I could autogen and send them screenshots of the army they have to play. When do you think we'll have a Warhammer 3 trailer? Oh, it'll probably be a ways off, especially now. Because I'm sure development is being set back by this apocalypse we're having. Yeah, what can you do? The Guac is here. The King of the Dead says, where's my opponent? I need more bodies for my undead army. So we're going to do Angui. Alright, so King is probably going to be staying on his undead factions. Don't blame him, that's for sure. Alright, cool guys. Yeah, I'm really excited for Game 3, but unfortunately, yeah, I think this is going to delay a lot of stuff, including probably the launch of Game 3. Because, like, you know, I think all the CA folks are having to work from home now, which is going to slow things down, or if at all. I don't really know what they're doing. Maybe I'll shoot Dogbird a message. Dogbeart. So, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, Game 3 is going to have to... It's going to have some diversity in factions. I agree. I think Chaos Ogres, Chaos Dwarfs, Kislev, they're going to be able to add in like sub-factions for Chaos too, which will be really neat. Yeah, I'm really excited. Will you play Bannerlord? Yes. When it comes out, I'll probably do a Bannerlord campaign and or multiplayer. Not really sure. We'll see what you guys want to do. I'll vote on it or put up a community poll and you guys can decide. King should do Vampire Coast with Queen Bess. He might. He often does. So he picks Tomb Kings, Norsca, and Vampires. So King is clearly out for blood today. And we'll see what the Guac picks. I think King of the Dead has a thumb for his picture. So he's banning Vampires. And it looks like Guac wants to pick Bretonnia. He's kind of sitting on it. He's giving a hint as to his plans. If you guys are playing in tournaments, it's actually a bit of a niche tip to, when you join the tournament lobby, pick a faction you actually don't want to play, because sometimes if you sit on a faction, your opponent can like guess that you like that and ban it. So usually you want to sit on someone you're not good at. So he's going to pick Bretonnia, and King is 100% going to go Tomb Kings here. Tomb Kings have a good matchup versus Bretts. Yeah, and he goes Tomb Kings. Yeah, that's pretty good. And Guac is surprised, but you know it's winnable. Yeah, with Gotrek now being added, it gives the Bretonnian some really good answers against the constructs. I don't think we'll get Araby. I don't think so. Patrick Gannon says, Scotch, ginger ale, and Turin streams. Apocalypse ain't too bad so far. Yeah. The saddest part about all of this is I mean, obviously, the people who have passed. That's super horrible. It's really dark, especially over in Italy. Man, I'm reading some of the news there. But also, like, the economic impact it's going to have on people, like losing their jobs and like, struggling to buy food. Like, it's just, it's really, really dark for sure. Anyways, on to brighter subjects. My dad actually lives in New York City, and he's saying it's pretty intense there, because that's kind of the epicenter in the United States. So we have Tomb Kings versus Bretonnia on Angui. The Bretonnians defending their land. We saw a really cool build from Shetland Apache a couple weeks back on one of our King of the Hills, in which he brought a Grail Guardian build to actually overwhelm a Tomb King force, and it was really awesome. You rarely see those kind of builds. And it worked. I was really surprised. I actually thought you wouldn't have enough AP, but somehow they just like grinded their way through the entire army. It was Really, really badass. So King of the Dead is ready. Guac making the final tweaks to his army. Not everyone has good matchups versus Bretonnia. Bretonnia has a couple decent matchups. Yeah. I think they do pretty well for themselves in some respects. All right, so Guac is ready. It's pretty fun. We have the 2v2 tournaments coming up soon. And Guac is on a team with Flying Taco. So we literally have the Flying Taco and the Guacamole. Just the dream, the match made in heaven with these two players. I forget what the name is. I forget what the name of the team is. It's pretty good, though. So how it's going to work for the 2v2 league is I'm going to basically announce a day when there's going to be a stream. And the first 4 teams to sign up and say they're both available will get the spot. And there'll be up to 4 spots per stream, probably. It'll be, obviously the 2v2s, it'll be 2 best of 3s and another best of 3 in the finals. And then once a set of teams have played, they're not going to be able to play again. And then we're going to have I'm thinking about making it a league, actually. Like a long form league. So we'll see. We'll see. Like a Swiss league or something. Yeah, I'll have it ironed out by Thursday, though. I have some ideas. So for the Bretonnians here, guys, they have Royal Hippogriff Knights, which of course have insane AP values. A little bit, they've gotten some defensive buffs, but only 34 melee defense, so they can take a little bit of a beating. Certainly a very choice target for Shop-to Great Bows and things, but they can really wreck things if they can catch them. Oh, look at this. We have the Shetland build. We have some Grail Knights. Now, 1 Grail Knight, Questing Knights, Companions, and Knights Errant. Now, for the front line, it's going to be Peasant Mobs and Spearmen at Arms. Obviously, not a lot of quality. And for the Heroic Core, I believe I did see the Fey Enchantress with Gotrek, which is pretty standard. Fey Enchantress can deal with infantry blobs, and Gotrek kills constructs. It's very, very strong. So now for the forces of the Tomb Kings and King of the Dead, he does indeed have Skeleton Spearmen, Tomb Guard in the front, in the back. It's a very similar build, honestly. His playstyle really, he really likes to use these Necropolis Knights. He does have 1 Ushopti Great Bow, the Arrow Titan as well, Arc in the Black, and an Necrotech to heal up the big constructs, and that's pretty much it. 2 Horsemen as well to harass Peasant Archers, but for the most part, this is a very defensive build that is going to be trying to sit and endure. Good luck, have fun. Good luck, guys. Let's get this show on the road. Do it to it. Man, I have to tell you guys though, I have a pretty big itch right now to play the head-to-head campaign. I just I had so much fun in that head-to-head campaign. Like, I love campaign, but the one thing that kind of keeps me from, or I lose interest is the challenge. Like, because eventually, once you learn to game the system, you can just, it's the same every time more or less, right? Like, it's not an evolving opponent. But when you add the player into that and the battles actually become really hard, it's like, it feels like a grind and a struggle for a long time, which is, I love it. It's so much fun. You know, because most players that have decent battle experience and are pretty good on the battlefield can play enough campaign and eventually they'll be able to beat Legendary every single time, more or less. But having the evolving opponent is pretty cool for sure. Arc in the Black lurks. He's got Spirit Leech and Buna. Buna will probably 100% be used on the companions, and then I would imagine Spirit Leeches will be spammed on the Royal Hippogriff Knights from there. We'll see how it goes. The battle's underway. Ushopti Great Bow are surging forward. Arc in the Black as well. Perhaps could drop some Skeleton Summons, but usually the Skeleton Summons from Arcan, you want to save those. You want to wait for the cab to charge in. So when the Questing Knights or the Companions come in, you basically block their charge with the Skeleton Summon, and then countercharge them with the Necropolis Knights, poison them, and that's where you get your value. So here the Ushopti Great Bows going to be using some ammo here on the Spearmen at Arms. Definitely want to take them off fire at will here and save their ammo for the choice targets. But clearly the Bretonnians are going to send Gotrek in with a horde of peasants first, before they bring in the more valuable assets. Here we do have some cat fighting in the tree, so Grail Guardians here, plus some Questing Knights. And on the far side here, we do also have some Royal Hippo Knights, Fey Enchantress lurking with the Chalice of Potions. Chalice of Potions pretty good against Blobbed Up Tomb Guard as well. And the Great Bows are shooting Gotrek, which is not a bad choice. Getting him to his healing cap is certainly not bad. Fey will be wanting to heal him, but you can see here Guac is going to be taking a little bit of fire on Gotrek, but for the most part, it's merely a flesh wound, which is, Gotrek can literally have his head bludgeoned with a giant chaos mace in the lore, and he shakes it off 10 minutes later in the books. I'm good. I'll just be in a coma for 10 minutes, and then I'll be back to full fighting strength. Yeah, Gotrek, he's such a cool character though in the books. It's just so fun. Just really encapsulates the dwarfs. Although he's pretty different from regular dwarves in many ways. Well, I guess Slayers are in general. So here, Spearmen at Arms are going to be potentially taking a charge. We'll see if the Guac is going to brace. King of the Dead kind of testing the waters here. Nice brace by Guac. I don't know if he quite got it. It looked really close. Also, some of the peasants are going to be taking frontal charges. Might as well get free value where you can. So King certainly off to a pretty good start here. But the Bretonnians, the vice grips of the Bretonnian army clamps down on this defensive Tomb King's position. The hordes of filthy, unwashed peasants fighting for what little farmlands they have here in Engui. And we'll see how that goes. Fae Enchantress charging in very aggressively, though. You got to be careful here. The Titan could come in, Archon can come in. Things could get pretty scary for sure. So I think Fae needs to pull back. I don't know if Guac is doing this on purpose. I think he realizes now, he's like, oh, nope, he's noping out of here. Now Archon will get a couple blows. However, he might take some beatings himself. He's pretty danger close to Gotrek, and Gotrek does get a big old blow there. Grail Guardians, oh man, the Skeleton Summon was a little bit late, and the Grail Guardians do get in there. Those guys are designed for grinding out in combat. So Archon the Black is really getting worked on, though, by Gotrek. Look at that, man. So now we have the Iroh Titan fighting against Gotrek, and the Fae Enchantress also needs to get in combat as well to make sure that her Mortis Engine effect will start draining down all of these troops. In the back here, we have Knights Errant engaging against Nehekar Horsemen. We have Questing Knights and Peasant Mobs trying to work down the Skeleton Spears, and they should be able to do that pretty easily. And of course, we have the Royal Hippo Knights, who are probably going to be charging into Tomb Guard, just trying to get some freebies here, I would imagine. Fate Abuna was used here on the Grail Guardians, which is a good choice. But yeah, they're durable. Those guys are quite tanky, and the Companions are coming in now. So there's going to be a bit of a 1-2 punch here. So I really like this frontal position from the Bretonnians. There's no spears, really. I think it's just Tomb Guard. So the Cav units with the Fae Enchantress draining should be able to win that engagement eventually. On the flanks, the Bretonnian Cav have pulled back. Archon the Black and these Nehekar Horsemen attempting to screen them out. But looks like the Knights Errant might be taking another balls deep charge here. Really risky, especially against King Nikesh's Scorpion Legion. These Questing Knights going to be charging into the back of these Skeleton Spearmen, trying to wear them down. And the Fae Enchantress and Gotrek and company still fighting pretty well here. And I think that Guac needs to just kind of keep poking and prodding until he can get these Royal Hippo Knights and eventually get on top of the Ushopti Great Bows. That is just like, they get cut down so quickly by the Royal Hippos. It's pretty solid for sure. Now, as far as the balance of power goes, it's pretty even. Bretonnians taking some casualties on the Knights Errant here, but aside from that, I think they're in pretty good position. Tomb Guard here in the front are broken down, or actually I think those were the Skeleton Summons. And now the Royal Hippo Knights are going to be going for the kill here on the Sneaky Snakes, and they're going to be losing models for sure. Necropolis Knights are pretty tanky themselves, but Royal Hippos hit very, very hard, and they're still pretty much in full health. Now, a couple Sneaky Snakes I think are dragged down. Let's see, yeah, he lost 2 models there. And now we have another big blob fight. So it's going to be Nehekar Horsemen coming in, Sneaky Snakes countercharging. Guac really needs to make sure to get these Spearmen at Arms up in this fight. Having the buffering for his Cav would be very, very helpful. And the Grail Guardians still very beat up, but those are some of the more durable units in the game. And in the back, we do get Questing Knights engaging against the Necropolis Knights. The Questing Knights actually probably might win that. They have really good AP values against the 110 armor here on the Necropolis Knights, and of course they're just more numerous and healthier. Although Necropolis Knights are kind of like a monstrous unit like Demis, and they still have a lot of models, so they could put up a good fight here. Chalice of Potions is dodged here by the Tomb Guard. Gotrek needs to get in this fight as well. I think he's kind of off in the Shadow Realm somewhere. I'm not sure what he's doing, but Gotrek needs to come back. Perhaps there's a grudge with one skeleton there. I don't really know the story, but let's not ask questions. Now here, Grail Guardians still fighting. Royal Hippo Knights in pretty good shape, 6 of 6 models. We have Fae Enchantress and Archon going fisticuffs, and Necropolis Knights are very beat up back here, but it looks like they are able to stabilize with the support here of some of the Nehekar Horsemen who came in. Otherwise, I think the Sneaky Snakes might have lost that fight. Oh, this is dangerous for Archon. He's overextending, but I don't think Guac saw this. If, for example, the big birds came in and just pounded Archon right now like a rear charge, that would probably be his death for sure. Gotrek is able to finish off some of the infantry on the far side. Fae Enchantress still battling here, and Questing Knights are coming in. Archon better be careful. This is not a good situation for him. I don't think Guac has noticed yet because his charge order was over here, and the Ushopti Summon has been used by King of the Dead, which is going to be very strong. It's going to pin in a lot of those elite Cav units, those Royal Hippo Knights, and now the Fae Enchantress, her drain is in effect, and it should be hitting all of these units here. Now, as far as the infantry goes, it's pretty good for Tomb Kings. They got 2 Tomb Guard here. We got a bunch of spears. King Nikesh's Scorpion Legion are pretty much in perfect shape, which definitely is not a good thing for the Bretonnians here. And a nice Skeleton Summon blocking the charge, and I think a lot of the really good Bretonnian units here are kind of blocked down. The Royal Hippo Knights are having a big problem getting away. I think some of them are blocked in for sure. So we'll see if Guac can get those guys out. Archon the Black is really beat up, though, as well. And if the Bretonnians can weather the summons here, as well as the Ushopti Summon, and just kind of play a game of attrition, I think they could honestly do pretty well here. Because Gotrek, if I'm not mistaken, should be able to solo the Titan from here, especially with Fae Enchantress healing in the favor of the Fae. The Royal Hippo Knights really need to get back, though, before they start losing models. You can see here, yeah, he's probably trying his hardest, like clicking super aggressively. They are getting pulled back in. It looks like we have 4 of the 6 models. I think one of the birds is like trapped in there by the Titan, yeah. So he's going to have to pretty much yield to those units, and hopefully for him, he'll be able to get a couple back. At least 3, maybe. We'll see. Ushopti Summon is active. Balance of Power is in the favor here of the Tomb Kings, as the Bretonnians not quite able to hammer into those positions. King of the Dead doing a really good job keeping those Necropolis Knights alive, but honestly, this has been a pretty even game, really, in many respects. Fae Enchantress draining here on the Nehekar Horsemen. Gotrek still karate chopping, and a nice Shem's Burning Gaze going down. It does not finish off the Hippo Knights, but might keep them running for quite some time. And over here we have Grail Guardians still active. We have some Questing Knights fighting in the front who need to be pulled back ASAP. Chalice of Potions going down, but it's really tough to catch someone like King of the Dead in that Chalice. Fey Enchantress winning that duel though. Her Unicorn is quite a ferocious beast, but it's going to be pulling back now. Gotrek and company awaiting their oncoming foes, and we'll see if the Titan is able to stomp down the Fey Enchantress. Definitely the time for the Bretonnia to push back. If these units here can win this fight, kill this Necrotect here, and really, push Arkan in a bit of a dangerous situation. This is really good for Bretonnia, actually, this whole engagement. The Grail Guardians are coming. The Tomb Guard and Spears are really out of position. This is like where Bretonnia comes back, 100%. So Gotrek, I would imagine, going to go after the Necrotect. He's a pretty choice target. Nehekar Horsemen are going to be going down. So are the Sneaky Snakes, I think. They have 10 models still, though, which is pretty crazy. 10 of 18, but that should be changing here with the rear charge coming in from the Grail Guardians. Not like crazy burst damage, but it's still enough to kind of pin down those very beleaguered models. You can see here the peasant mobs and these other troops, and a lot of Bretonnian peasants are making their way back in, which really helps the Fey and the Mortis Engine department. And really, it's more dealing with the big monsters here, because the Fey Enchantress, with any sort of support, can usually drain down big hordes of Tomb Guard, like no problem. The Necrotect is being beaten on for sure, but so is Gotrek. Gotrek takes a couple whomps on the head there. Nice charge from the Royal Hippos into the back here of the Titan, which is actually really beat up right now. Oh man, this is actually a pretty dicey game here. Arkan the Black coming in as well. I would imagine he'll have at least a Spirit Leech left, which he'll probably use on the Royal Hippos. Questing Knights charging into the back here of the Tomb Guard with some peasants. And here comes the Spirit Leech for sure. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Probably will finish off one Royal Hippo to say the least. And now Gotrek is pretty much tanking here. Fey Enchantress able to get a nice attack, and the Royal Hippos are coming in for a frontal charge. As far as the HP on the big Titan goes, it does have 5.2. I think using the Hippos to kind of clean up chaff elsewhere would be a little bit safer. Like go here, kill these Tomb Guard, maybe rear charge these guys into oblivion with a little bit of a Spearman support. I think the Royal Hippos fighting in the main blob is a little bit dicey right now. Nonetheless, Grail Guardians charging in once again. You can see here the big Iroh Titan is fighting Gotrek, but Gotrek is being hit in the back here by the Necrotect as well. So Fey Enchantress, hopefully for her sake, does have a regrowth to heal Gotrek. That would be incredibly powerful at this point. Arkan the Black is in okay shape, I guess. He's got 900 HP, okay for this state in the game. He's got at least 1,000 HP, so he's going to take a couple big blows to really put him down. And I think that was an Earthblood going down there, which will, of course, heal Gotrek. But Gotrek's taking a lot of damage now. The Slayer only has so much plot armor. And what is he going after? He is going after the Titan, it looks like, instead of the Necrotect. And here, of course, we have Spears, we have Peasants coming back in. The Fey Enchantress going for a Gooning attempt on Arkan, but Arkan gets a big Skeleton Summon off before, which is really, really powerful here. And the Mortis Engine effect is draining down the Tomb Guard. You can see they're starting to get a little bit low from that perpetual draining. Really ensures you're getting pretty good damage. Arkan's also a little bit danger close to Gotrek here. Gotrek could get up and go after him. As far as the Titan goes, the Titan's still fighting pretty strong. It's got its big Pimp Cane and is dropping some bows here on Gotrek, who's... What is his HP? Probably like 600 at this point. Yeah, 361. He's really close to his healing cap, so even if he gets his heal, I don't think it's going to save him. And Gotrek is slain by the Necrotech plus the Iroh Titan. Now, Fey Enchantress here might be able to finish off Arkan. He's pretty damn low, 652. A little bit of Grail Knight support, but I think that's going to be it with Gotrek getting trapped there. That was a really unfortunate situation. And from here, I think the Titan is going to be too much. And it seems like the Titan is actually become a pretty powerful unit in the meta. It's like a really annoying piece to actually finish, especially in a defensive army that isn't very wide. Like if your army doesn't have a lot you need to protect, having a big Titan just kind of looming around the formation is something, right? So here we have the Fey Enchantress pretty much making her last stand with the glorious Peasant Legion. The skeletons of Arkan will be disappearing in about 10 to 15 seconds. This was honestly a really close game. I think had Guac been able to get those good isolating charges on Arkan when he overextended, or maybe using the Hippos a little bit differently and not getting them trapped in that big blob, he could have won the game. It was a really close game, honestly. Both players played very well, and a true showcase that Bretonnia still does have some teeth. So King of the Dead up to 3. Reigning supreme here on the stream. We have a new sponsor, Patrick Gannon. Thank you so much for becoming a member here on the channel. Do appreciate it, brother. And there you go. Yeah, Gotrek did his thing. He did his thing for sure. So now let's get Stormrunner up. Stormrunner, if you're back, let's go ahead and double check here. It's been 20 minutes. And he said it would be 20 minutes, so we'll see if he's here. If he's not, then we'll pull in the next person and just kind of push him back for a game. Nobody's safe from the bots. Yeah, they raid all streams, basically. The peasants tried their best. They tried so hard and got so far. The dude abides. I'm not sure if this is Stormrunner. Oh, this is Mobius. That's fine. Yeah, we can have Mobius. And then if Stormrunner's not here. we'll get him back. So if you are watching, Mobius, go ahead and join back in, brother. We'll get you going. There you go. All right. We'll put him on the Alpine Rage. So Storm Runner will be pushed to the next one until he returns. Chosen one. All right, so King of the Dead doing the same thing, going with his power factions here. All right, so the Dude Abides bans the Tomb Kings, a wise decision. We'll see what he picks. And he picks Dwarves, I think. Dwarves are good, decent against Norsca, and pretty good against Vampire Coast, so I'd say that's a good pick. I haven't seen the Great Mobius play, though, so, well, I think he's actually been on a previous stream, but I don't quite remember. Oh my god, the bots are relentless today, Jesus. Like, looking at those things, they're just, like, flying all over the place. Tomb Kings are really strong, yeah, they're insanely good. The bots are commenting on the bots, commenting on themselves. I know, it's like Inception. It's like Pimp My Inception in here. I think we're going to see a dwarf pick, though. You should post Warlord... Oh, Warlord Trevor's Vermich. Yeah, I probably will get that. King of the Dead says, I was doing so good with him, JK Fair. So King of the Dead's going to go Vampires, and you know, honestly, I think Empire has a good matchup here. I think Empire Huntsmen are just so good in this matchup. Like, the Vampire Coast kind of has to, like, use really good Scurvy Dog play. Yeah. King of the Dead's going to go the Drowned. Oh my god. He loves this. This is like his signature, and King of the Dead has 3 wins now, so, you know, it's hard to top. Sandra, I'm doing good. Yeah, I'm doing good. I don't know, Daniel, if it does. I haven't played... Sotek and I are playing on Veteran. Richard Word says it's Skynet. It is Skynet, dude. God, I love the Terminator franchise. Granted, the new one... I didn't like the new movies that much, but the old, like, Terminator 1 and 2, like, even the haggard 90s ones I enjoyed, but yeah, it's something. We'll know we're in trouble when the bots start asking about John Connor. I know. I'm surprised someone hasn't made, like, a profile that is like Arnold's face. Just coming in asking about John Connor. Called triple... Yeah, basically, Vampire Coast often uses Immortars to try and deal with them. But even still, Huntsmen have, like, loose formation, so it's kind of, like, hard to do that. I mean, it still is probably one of the best ways to deal with it. Honestly, though, I'm starting to think about, like, Vampire Coast rushes in this matchup. Just going for, like, a bum rush. And just, like, getting in there. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what to think. Maybe, like, a Morngul, like, 4 Mornguls, like, a bunch of zombies, like 4 Scurvy Dogs, like, Fell Bats. Just, like, charge with all your might and just hope for the best. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like a hard matchup. Yeah, Terminator 2 is so good. I actually like Terminator 1, though, too. Yeah, Terminator 1 and 2 are good. Yeah, they're really good. They're looking for John Connor. Oh, God. I think Total War Warhammer 40k will come eventually. Like, it's going to happen. How could it not? It's been so lucrative and good for both Games Workshop and Creative Assembly. Like, why would they not do that? Do you know how many people will go buy 40k armies in tabletop? Like, after playing Total Warhammer 40k? Like, I'm sure tons of people, including myself, have gotten into tabletop because of Total War Warhammer. I did. I didn't play tabletop before I started playing this game. And then I played this and I got into tabletop. Like, and I've spent, I don't even know how much money. Well, not too much. My Death Guard stuff's pretty cheap, actually. Because most of it I got off eBay, like, dirt cheap. Yeah. Because, like, a lot of the Death Guard stuff came in starter boxes, which, like, people sell, like, if they don't want the Death Guard half, they sell, like, very cheap. Like, you could get, when it first happened, you were able to get, like, Fetid Bloat Drones, which are a $60 model from Games Workshop for, like, $11 on eBay, you know? Like, you could get, like, a squad of 7 Plague Marines for, like, I don't know, probably, like, $10 to $15 on eBay back then. As opposed to $55, $60, right? So, like, it depends on the army you play. Like, if it has a good starting box, like, you can usually do pretty well for yourself. Yeah. Yeah, Shetland, I'm sure they'll figure it out, though. It's going to happen, I think. I would be really surprised if it didn't. So the Dude Abides is here. The Big Lebowski. And he's going to be facing off against King of the Dead, coming in with the Drowned. I wonder if we'll see a Temple off Luminarch to blast those ghosts. I don't know. The Dude Abides, I'm sure, has some schemes. Sure he does. Oh my god. Holy shit, Richard. That's very generous. Let's hear it. Give a round of applause for the big old donation from Richard Wirtz. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Just popped in for a few. Keep on staying healthy as you can. Oh, please, man. Just, yeah. Don't worry about it. Thank you so much, dude. Praise be to Richard. Keeping us going in these times. Keeping the Wookiee fed. That is a fat stack indeed. Mr. Wirtz, thank you so much. Hopefully you're enjoying the head-to-head campaign between myself and Sotek. Check it out if you haven't. It's really fun. Thank you, man. Praise be to the mighty Richard. All hail the Richard, donating from the deep. I have to think of the rest of the song, but that was a good start. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. And yeah, stream will be uploaded later for you. Making it rain indeed. The Drowned brings out the best in people. I have a Goblin army for Warhammer Fantasy that's just over 400 models. Oh my god. All right, so he's ready. Richard, again, thank you so much, man. Hopefully you and your family are doing well. Make sure to hide your lizard trinkets in the, in the box Anna sent you a while back. And yeah, we'll do it, man. Yeah, as always, man, can't thank you enough. That's very generous. Hopefully this Drowned game will live up to your expectations. That money is going straight into savings. In these times, man, you gotta be careful. Although, you know, the thing is the bills don't stop in these times either. It's like, I wonder how, like, other countries are handling it, you know? Like, I'm curious how, like, a country like Canada has a very different system than us is handling this. Like, I haven't done any research. I know nothing about it, but I'm just curious. Like, I have so many friends who've, like, lost their jobs, and even my dad lost his job. My stepdad lost his job that he's had for, like, you know, 20 years, and it's, like, a high-paying, good job, right? Yeah, it's like, nuts. Like, restaurant owners, bar owners, they're just, like... There's no relief for them. They're just like, it's horrible. I don't know how people are surviving. It's nuts. So we load in, my friends. Here we go. And again, Richard, one last thank you, man. As we load in, this battle shall be in your honor. The Drowned Legion, King of the Dead, shall do you proud with the haggard, damned paladins, I'm sure. You know, the damned paladin here isn't terrible, right? He's like anti-large. He can fight Bretonnia knights. He causes terror. I mean, I would imagine it might bait out a Deathcaster from the Empire, but the Deathcaster pick isn't bad anyways. And Spirit Leech is always good, just about. Just going to minimize here for a sec, guys. I'm in California. Yeah, Rain, I agree, man. I don't know. All right, guys. Back to business. The blood runs cold. It does indeed. I was pretty cold this morning, actually. And now we load in to the Alpine Ridge, where the Sons of Sigmar shall make a valiant effort to defeat the dreaded Vampire Coast King. Or the Drowned, so Celastra. Celastra's so ridiculous. It's a pretty fun character, though. I actually have like been wanting to make Celastra into more builds. She's really good against archer lines, because you can actually summon the Damned Knights Errant like behind the infantry line and just like bro charge the archers, and it can be pretty scary. So yeah, this is like the King of the Dead build. This is like his usual Drowned build. He's got Fellbats to disrupt archers, 3 Scurvy Dogs. You have to disrupt the Empire missile line or else you just lose. Oh, animated Hulks coming in hot for King of the Dead. These things look like they're out of John Carpenter's The Thing. You guys remember that movie? Oh, it's so good. If you haven't seen it, check it out. It's probably my favorite horror movie of all time. On top of that, we have Celastra Deer Fawn. She has her damned paladin hiding behind her. A bunch of deckhand mobs with polearms, 2 depth guard, animated Hulks, and zombies. So it's very much a rush build. No Sirens, though. Usually you do see Sirens in his Drowned build, but good to be going for the Hulk smash. And now for the forces here of the Dude. The Dude has Karl Franz on horseback. That's wild. A Jade Wizard. Looks like he does have some Spearmen and Swordsmen in the front. Grenade launchers aren't bad here, but again, a little bit susceptible to being chased down by hounds. I think Pistoliers are a little bit better. He has 2 Outriders as well, so really banking on dealing with large threats. But my concern for his army is I don't know if he's going to have enough to defend all this. He does have mortars, which is interesting. I usually feel like Huntsmen are exponentially more effective, because mortars, you know, huntsmen are mobile. They can kill the large threats very easily. They can shoot into the zombies. But the mortars, like, what are they going to be good against? Maybe like gunnery mobs, things like that. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. We'll see if the Jude does imbibe. Grenade launchers and outriders going to be very, very tough to protect against King's 3 Fellbats and 3 Hounds. He does also have the Royal Altar of Gryphites, so these guys are going to have their hands full for sure. And there's enough room between him and the White Lion. White Lion camping. That's good. I dig it. He does also have the Silver Bullets, or still Intervention in the back. Yeah, it's going to be tough for this Empire army to hold, I think. We'll see how it goes, though. We'll see if the Dude can make King of the Dead abide. Perhaps he can, perhaps not. We shall wish him the best in this endeavor. The Scurvy Doggos await in the shadows atop a throne of skulls. Looks like a Vanguard deployment here. I have to, as far as like competitive players goes, King of the Dead is very, very good. But one of his big strengths is managing these harassed units. Like his Hounds and his Bats, he's so annoying with those units when you play him. If you're playing like a missile build, yeah, he does really, really good work for those bad boys. So we'll see. That's really the kind of the recipe I've had. Whenever I play King, it's like the game comes down to, can I effectively counter his harass? And if I do, I usually do pretty well. But if not, it's just like, oh god, the Hounds, they're everywhere. I just imagine King in his home just sitting there silently whispering, release the Hounds. The damn Paladin back here will be useful at fighting Karl Franz. Franz will have trouble fighting back against it because he, again, doesn't do magic damage. There isn't really any magic damage, I think, here on the roster. Is the Jade Wizard. Yeah, it's going to be tricky. As far as Celostra goes, she'll also be tough to kill. The only thing that's really good against Celostra are the Gryphites plus Franz. And we'll see if the Dude can hold the Valiant Sons of Sigmar. But this is very different than usually what you see. Usually you see very much like a Huntsman build with like Flagellants, Sigmar Sons in the front, like an Unbreakable Core. And then there's a number of Lord choices. Marcus can be okay here. For his nets, you can go with Franz, you can go with Boris, Volkmar. Like there's so many good choices. Volkmar is actually really good. The magic damage can counter Sirens, and he's like really durable. Like he could just roadblock things. Volkmar is just one of the more powerful lords in my opinion. He's really cool. Oh yes. Battle is underway, my friends. Tremble in despair as the Sons of Sigmar are horribly caught here by these Hounds. Their souls shall be condemned to Mor, the god of death, lest they fall victim to the Chaos Gods. Here you can see the Outriders trying to lend some support to their beleaguered friends, but this is going to be a very rough day here for the Sons of Sigmar. In the back, we do have some more Vanguard here from King. Oh, God. This is such a King of the Dead play. And this will be a good lesson for the Dude here, for sure. You gotta really defend these back lines, because these doggos are going to be feasting on the mortars, for sure. This is going to be a very quick game. He hasn't responded yet either. I think he's really focused on microing the Outriders and trying to get those guys away, and now he sees it. The Sterling's Revenge will be turning. The Spears are coming in. If he can maybe stabilize this mortar, that could be a good situation. But the Hounds are all over it. Like these dogs, and they're not Chaos Warhounds. They're way better because they don't break. So they can sit and nibble on the target until the very last moment. Now Franz and the Jade Wizard will come in and chase those guys off, but it's too late. Like that's brutal. And King hasn't even brought his main army in yet. I think they're waddling over the hill. And the Sterling's Revenge will probably be killed by the damn Knights Errant. And the Scurvy Dogs do get away. The Mortar Crews are pushed off. The Fellbats were able to chase down the Outriders. And suddenly the Empire is in a very defensive position here in the forest. And they do have the Hammer of the Witches here, which honestly could be quite good against Celostra. It looks like it's shooting at Fellbats right now because there's no other targets. But now that Celostra is over the hill, I definitely think shooting at Celostra would be the right choice. She is not weak to fire, though, I don't think. Is she? I can't remember. I don't think she is. Hammer of the Witches, of course, just great AP in general and does magic damage. So shooting the damn Paladin would be really strong. It looks like Earthblood is going to be going down, and the Empire's doing its best to try and secure this back line. Granted, the Fellbats are coming in, and King is basically flying the Fellbats over. Some of you guys might be wondering. He's just trying to make sure the Mortar Crew doesn't come back and just like, kind of poke it and try and get it closer to the edge of the map, at which point it'll run off. Well, now the Vampire Coast coming in with its full erect form. Granted, on the bright side of things, the Empire has kind of stopped some of the harass, but King still has 2 Fellbats and 2 dogs that are both in perfect health, more or less. And these ones are a little bit beat up, so there's still going to be a lot of pressure. Nice little grenade salvo there. They're coming in from the grenade launchers. Fellbats are going to be descending on those guys and certainly chipping them down. And I would imagine the Hounds, he's going to be trying to bait out the Gryphites probably with 1 Hound, and then the other one should go up and around and try and shut down the Hammer of the Witches. Scurvy Dogs charging into Spearmen. I think maybe a bit of a bait or distraction, but the Gryphites, a nice ambush here. This should be quite good by the Dude. The Dude getting a good ambush. Nice play there. The Gryphites should be able to peel off these Hounds. Granted, if even this many of them get onto the cannon, Probably having the Griffites on top or right behind the cannon could have blocked the mass, but now I think the Hammer of the Witches may be going down here. And Slaughter, oh, the Tide Call! Look at the Tide Call going in, splashing those Sigmar Suns with some bathwater there. You can see Slaughter's coming in. Damned Knights Errant shall be dropped soon, I would imagine. He'll probably drop it right here and just shut down this entire firing core. And here you have the animated Hulks just being haggard and glorious, as always. And King of the Dead dropping some Rotting Prometheans back here. Certainly quite good. The zombies a little bit slow, but they're taking a lot of firepower on the approach. Ooh, Death Guard getting worn down, you know, despite many bad situations for the dude. He's abiding and he's doing some decent damage against some of these valued assets here. The Griffites, of course, able to finish off the Hounds, it looks like, in the Fellbats, but the damn Paladin's coming for him, and Celestra will be there as well. The Song of Enthrallment going down, which will lower their speed and melee attack. Certainly not bad by any stretch of the imagination. And now the Jade Wizard tries to hold. Franz holding as well, fighting back against the Crabs. One mortar still online, and the Hammer of the Witches is still somehow, I think, still here. Well, looks like it might have gotten pushed off. Yeah, Hammer of the Witches is gone. And Celestra is crab slapping pretty much everything she can get her big crab claws on. Franz needs to come over here and start laying a bit of a beating here on Celestra. He's on horseback. He still has 470 weapon strength with really good AP values. Damned Knights Errant are going to be used here on top of the Griffites to try and target them, and Celestra should take some damage from Franz. Granted, he is going to be afflicted with some sort of witchcraft. Shield of Thorns going down here. And is the Empire kind of stabilizing here in the center a little bit? The Depth Guard are very low, but it looks like this flank will collapse as the rest of the zombies get in. And here we have the Franz, the man, the myth, the legend, battling shoulder to shoulder with the Sigmar Suns. But it looks like the Royal Outsource Griffites will get pushed off, probably. They're shaken. They do cause terror themselves, so they are immune to being terrified. So that means the ghostly units aren't going to spook them. They'll be able to stay and fight. And if they can endure maybe like through the duration of the summon, they can maybe finish off the damn Paladin. I don't know. They're very, very beat up, though. Celestra has taken a bit of a hammering, though, but there are Depth Guard nearby. Depth Guard are a pretty good DPS unit. They certainly hit hard. Not too much against armor, though. Depth Guard do lack AP, relatively speaking. But they're quite angry indeed. Now, the Scurvy Dog's going to be screaming in as well. I would imagine King might try and kind of weave the hole right here and try and get back here and get on the mortars. Depth Guard are piling in, and this is pretty much the end of the Empire. As the Depth Guard have gotten back here, they've shut down the Outriders. The mortar's going to be going down. Like, now there's going to be rear charges on all these Spearmen as well, which means this whole formation is going to probably go. And yeah, Franz is making a valiant effort to beat down Celestra here, so well played in that respect. But Celestra is going to be able to fall back on top of her infantry, and Franz doesn't have enough mass to really bully her. Plus, you can see here the Royal Outsource Griffites are being chased off. They're going to be going off the battlefield here. There's still a damned Paladin to help kill Franz. And the dude Abide knows it's over with his backline collapsing and will be withdrawing. Well played. Well played for sure. Well played indeed. But yeah, really the backline defense. Also, I think there was some suboptimal issues with his build. The mortars aren't terribly effective. Yeah, maybe like the Hammer of the Witches isn't bad for sure, but on that map, I guess he probably brought the mortars based on the map. But yeah, I think a couple things. And also the Outriders should be changed to Pistoliers in this matchup to be able to kite and fight back against Scurvy Dogs. Yeah. All right. Hey, the dude put up a great fight though. So now we have Stormrunner. If you're back, you're up. Making pretty good progress. Now, as far as the rest of the list goes, we have Aneurysm Sauce, Chosen One, Ice Power, Zimmerich, Swarv, and Undertaker to close things out. And we have a pretty ample reserve list as well. So we'll see how that goes. We will see how it goes. Thank you all for joining, by the way. And yes, please do avoid the discussion of politics. Of course, you may state, you know, how things are going in your country and whatnot, but we try and keep it focused on the Warhammer stuff. Oh, God. Etiquette, I'm too weak. Here we go. King of the Dead basically focuses on undead factions, yes. That's his. Although he's a very good Norscan player as well. That's one of his other ones that he's very, very good at. We'll put him on the Northern Oakenhammer. Let's see Oakenhammer. It's going to be the Oakenham. The dude did put up a good fight. Yeah, it's a hard matchup, you know. It's a hard matchup indeed. You guys talk about the politics of Warhammer Fantasy. There you go. No, I'm not playing, Mr. Kranz. I'm actually just commentating. I will be playing tomorrow, though. I'll be playing the head-to-head with Loremaster of Sithtek. So, Stormrunner bans Norsca and picks High Elves, so it seems like he's confident in his High Elf pick against both Tomb Kings and against Vampires. I think High Elves have a decent matchup against Vampires, actually. And we'll see. We'll see how this goes on the mighty Oakenhammer. I actually had a really good game against Lotus Moon the other day on ladder with my Vampires. It was really close. And guys, do drop a like on the stream. I always hate to ask for it, but YouTube cares about these things. So do drop a like if you guys are enjoying it. And yeah, we'll keep going. We'll keep going. I'll keep entertaining. We'll share in these good times together. And everything looks good on the stream. And King of the Dead currently on a 4-win streak here, which is going to be very tough to topple for sure. We know how these King of the Hills are fickle, and the heavy is the head that wears the crown. Thanks, guys, for dropping likes. I see him going up. Do appreciate that. Skaven conspiracies. Oh, God. Skaven are probably my favorite campaign. Like, it's such a fun campaign. Like, all the trolling you can do with Undercities and, like, oh, my. And, like, playing factions, it's just, they're so fun. I really like them. And being able to summon clan rats, like, in battles is super Skaven. You know, just, like, appearing under people's bases and stuff. Yeah. In my head-to-head with Sotek, I really want to create the Great Plague Cauldron under one of his cities. But it takes forever, and it's so expensive. So I don't know. Maybe we'll do that. We'll see. So it's going to be Tomb Kings vs. Isles. We did see this earlier. Oh, the Quad Sisters. But we'll see if it works this time. Rain Roth says, my real world is a bike ride with a full face mask and gloves through a deserted city in the morning and afternoon. Yeah. Any clue what faction we will see in the head-to-head? So the head-to-head is already posted on my channel. We're playing Clan Pestilence against the Cult of Sotek. Yeah, but for the next one, I think we're going to do Bretonnia versus Tomb Kings. I'll probably play Bretonnia. And Aligar, thank you so much for the $2. Kislev confirmed in Warhammer 3. I'm ready for 4 Bear Knights. Dude, I don't know if they're confirmed, but it's usually, it's probably pretty likely if Games Workshop's doing it. Yeah. So yeah, there's certainly some fierce competitors. Stormrunner's a very good player, for sure. So we'll see how he does here against the King of the Dead. Clan DBD coming in hot against Clan AIMA. A clan war of sorts. So players pick their armies, and we move forward. Doing pretty good on time here on the stream, too. Making some good progress. Someone must try and topple the king. Well, it's certainly not going to be easy, guys. And again, if you guys are interested in the head-to-head campaign, it will be going on tomorrow. And tomorrow's episode is going to be great. There's going to be a big old climax to all of our battles. Playing as Tretchen campaign makes you feel like an accidental genius with all the breaking of alliances and ambushes. And yeah, you know, I really like Skrulk's campaign. Skrulk has a really hard starting spot, actually. Aetherian. So yeah, in the new, like, when you have Lord Skrulk, the first battle you fight, you have like 3 Plague Monks and a Censor Bear and a bunch of slaves, and like a catapult, and you're fighting like a Saurus stack with like 2 Coldwind Riders and like really powerful. It's actually really hard to win against good players. Dario, I'm glad you are a legend in real life. That's good to hear, man. Yeah, our next campaign will probably be Rapunce versus Arkan. Not Arkan, Rapunce versus Cetra, sorry. Because they both start in that kind of same area. Yeah. So we'll see. All right, players are ready. Let's do it to it. It's going to be Stormrunner versus King of the Dead. King currently on a 4-win streak. Certainly not taking any prisoners today. I'm sure he's enjoying passing the time here with smiting his foes with the Tomb Kings in this quarantine of sorts. The Oakenhammer. You know, on the bright side, though, I've certainly saved a bit of money by not going out. Like, Ann and I just eat at home now, and like we've saved quite a bit doing that since this has started. All right, battle's underway. Let's see how this build differs from the one we saw earlier. So, he does have 2 sisters. He also has 3 groups of Lothern Seaguard with shields to make them a little bit more durable against counterfire, perhaps. Spearmen for the infantry, a couple of groups of Illyrian Reavers, Sun Dragon, Noble on a Bird, as well as Teclis. So, basically, is he going to be able to deal with King's harass? We'll see. Because King, of course, is probably going to go for a wild bum rush, yes. So King has 2 skeleton chariots, 2 groups of Nehekar horsemen in the back, a boner giant here with a couple of groups of Tomb Guard as well, Arkan the Black and the Tomb Prince. So it's a very similar version to the build we saw earlier. And for anyone who doesn't know, King of the Dead does not use control groups. So pretty much almost every professional or high-level RTS player in the world, and every RTS, more or less, uses control groups. King of the Dead manages his whole army independently. It is just like... It's funny because I have a brother in New York City, my brother out there, and him and I used to play League of Legends together. And I found out, like, after we had been playing for a couple weeks, that he was a really good, right? Like a really good mid laner. He was playing on a trackpad on his laptop, and he was like playing Zed and just like, oh man, it was crazy. Some people, man, what they can do, it's just, it's wild. That's pretty much it, guys. It's going to be a King of the Dead rush with chariots. I don't know if the High Elves have enough mass to stop those chariots. They do have Teclis, they have a dragon, they have a bird here, a noble and a bird. So they certainly, I guess, can stop them, but like stopping the chariots means that the back line is going to be pressured by the Nehekar horsemen, and skeleton horsemen too. Okay, so he not only has the 2 Nehekars, but he does also have 2 skeleton horsemen in the corners of the map, which the first thing I do when I play him is look in the corners, like every time. You got to do it, man. You got to do it, ladies and gentlemen. The battle's here. Tomb Kings are not going to advance because they have the Bone Giant. So the Bone Giant will be, I would imagine, dropping its fat shaft into the face of the Sun Dragon, or perhaps into Teclis, trying to snipe him out. Typically, when you're playing against players, you want to switch targets with these type of units, like Queen Bess or the Bone Giant. You want to switch targets like every couple volleys, or almost every volley if you can, because otherwise high-level players will get used to that, and they'll start juking if you shoot the same target. Whereas if you switch, it kind of makes it a little bit less predictable, and they have to switch to a different unit and be very quick on the control groups and all that stuff. So, oh, I thought the battle had started, but no, it hasn't. So, well, have fun. We'll see if Stormrunner can overcome the King of the Dead here. He does have the mighty Sun Dragon, that of course does fire damage, which is helpful against some of these dudes. And the Bone Giant going to be dropping its fat shaft. King switching it. I think he was initially shooting the Noble, but now he's going to be switching on to Teclis maybe? Here comes the shaft. Let's follow it. Oh yeah, here it comes. Unfortunately into Spearmen, which is not the choicest of targets, but it does take out a couple models, so it's not a complete waste. But ammunition is valuable here. You're going to want to start shooting the Sisters if you can, the single entities, some of these different units here. And where will that second shaft be going? And yep, coming into Lothern Seaguard, that's good, killing the archers. And immediately Stormrunner sees this. He sees the Skeleton Horseman, King of the Dead, trapped in the corner here. Reavers are much faster, so he should be able to clean those up. So I think Stormrunner is a little bit more privy to King style, and he's aware that there's some schemes in the shadows. And here you can see the Sisters are coming up here, the Lothern Seaguard as well. But now that so many of the resources and high mass units are dedicated to harassing the back line, there is going to be a big influx of pressure from the front line. However, Teclis with the net could certainly halt the advance here of these skeleton chariots. And you can see the Lothern Seaguard are as well. So these skeleton horsemen in the back completely crumped off. The other one's hiding in the shadows. And the Bone Giant is now shooting into the Star Dragon. So we'll see. Maybe a Teclis net. I wonder what he's going to net down first. Maybe the chariots. The chariots are now screaming in, and there isn't much mass to stop them here. Teclis could overcast a net right here, which would be very, very strong, but I don't think it's going to happen. Lothern Seaguard do have charge defense, which makes them quite durable here. The Bone Giant shooting in as well, and yeah, honestly, it's not going to do too much damage against the Lothern Seaguard, but the Sisters are certainly a little bit more susceptible. Now we have Nehekar Horsemen getting a full frontal charge here into the Sisters of Avalorn, and the chariots are actually forced back. The Lothern Seaguard took a lot of damage, though, in the end, so I was a little bit wrong about that, but yeah, perhaps the Bone Giant is lending its aid. On top of that, the Sun Dragon is fighting amongst some of these Horsemen units, taking the Bone Giant shafts, and it looks like Teclis and company are basically just trying their best to secure these positions. And that's the thing, you know, the Reavers are committed back here, and there's not enough mass to really stop these guys. And here comes the Reaver Archers, or the Reaver Cav, and the Noble, the Great Eagle. Definitely need to try and shut down these chariots, because right now they're running kind of amok amongst these high elf lines. The Dragon is going to be getting a regrowth, I would imagine, pulling back into the sky as the Tomb Prince comes in, and he continues to take fat shafts to the face. Over here, though, the Elves are able to stabilize to an extent. The Archers are online, but a really nasty summon by Ark in the Black is going to be able to drop here. Fate of Buna going down here on the Sisters of Avalorn in the back, and here comes the dreaded Skeleton Horsemen. So these Skeleton Horsemen are going to be slamming into the Sisters and honestly probably finishing them off. I mean, they're so beat up at this point, plus there's chariots coming in the flank. It's going to be scary. Now, a good attempt here by Stormrunner, going for a bit of an all-in, netting down Ark in the Black, using the fire damage on the Sun Dragon, but it's taking the shafts, it's taking Spirit Leeches. It might actually break here, even though it's at like half health. Pretty poor leadership from that big old flying lizard. Noble's coming back in, though, going to be trying to peel off the chariots, and some of the archers are back online as well. Nice little breath attack there on Arkin, does some decent damage, but it looks like the Bone Giant really threatening him quite a bit. Now, where will this dragon go? It looks like it's going to opt to go into combat and try and finish off the chariots. The Reavers have come back in now. This actually looks decent for the High Elves, because if they're able to win this engagement here and kill the chariots, kill the horsemen, free up some of the archers, that can be quite impactful. So the Noble's actually going to be going here, trying to finish off these horsemen. And I think King pretty much has sent in everything at this point, so he's really committed to this fight. Arkin is also quite beat up, so if he slips up and, you know, this Sun Dragon is able to jump on him, that could be very, very punishing for sure. And you can see here that the Illyrian Reavers and the Lothern Seaguard and pretty much the entire High Elf pocket is broken here, which is going to kind of slowly ebb the bounce of power into the favor here. Oh, but Arkin the Black just gets pounded by that dragon. He's at 1,000 HP. That dragon just giving him the business right there. But Spirit Leech is active. Flaming Sword of Ruin is also on him. Man, he's got to make sure he's clicking on Archon. Like, when you're attacking with single entities, you have to spam click. I'm pretty sure he is, but if you don't, you know, the dragon might not be able to get him. But that was a really good play for sure. Now, a lot of the High Elf archers will rally in the distance, and if the Tomb King mobility can be shut down, the archers might be able to have a second shot at life here. These Reavers definitely need to finish off the Skeleton Horsemen. The mobile elements of the Tomb King's army need to be slain here. Oh man, but the Tomb Prince coming in with his halberd here and is able to finish off the Sun Dragon, which is a really unfortunate blow here to the High Elves. And Teclis is also isolated. He's fighting Archon. Really, really desperate stuff for sure. He probably has Potion of Croy in the back pocket, but I don't know. Teclis might get broken here, and that might seal the deal for this game. This was certainly a closer game in regards to the matchup, but still, King had enough of a rush that he was able to get in. It almost makes me think, like, when I play High Elves I don't play High Elves often, but the build I really like is using double Flamespire Phoenix and then like a very heavy cav build. So you don't have like any archers really. You just like go in for aggressive builds. And I feel like today a lot of the archer builds have been punished by the Tomb King's aggression very hard. Simply because they just don't have enough stuff to stop it, you know? So King is up to 5 whopping wins. He's doing it. So next we have Aneurysm Sauce. If he's back, we'll see. And if he's not here, then we'll have a Chosen One. Chosen One. Alrighty. On the road again. I just can't wait to be on the road again. Yeah, we forgot about the Bone Giant too. The Bone Giant is quite a fearsome foe. It's kind of like a Walmart Giant. So we're going to get Chosen One. Aneurysm Sauce did not respond unless he's already in the lobby waiting. Let's check. Yep, so we'll get Chosen One. You're up. So Chosen One is going to go up. I will invite him to the lobby. And we'll see how this goes. Chosen One, of course, a very active tournament player. This should be quite a fierce battle. Will the King of the Dead be finally brought down? It's quite fitting, isn't it? Hey, what's up, Falcon? How's it going? King of the Dead is, he's like, gosh darn right. Falcon, kick his ass, Seabass. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Dumpling. He's a great player. He's doing very, very good today, I must say. And thank you guys all so much for joining. Yeah, there's been, I mean, obviously there's been some really close games today. But for the most part, you know, many of the players, there's a lot of new players playing as well, like in these King of the Hills, because it's open to everyone. So some people who are kind of intermediate are playing against advanced players, and it's really good practice for sure, but you got to take that into account as well. The people demand Queen Bess, King. Are you going to disappoint them? So it is ODM Chosen One. Chosen One. He's here. If anybody doesn't know the reference, it's from Kung Pao. The Enter the Fist, maybe from like 2000 or 2001. Go. Good luck, have fun. We trained him wrong, as a joke. Falcon says, I'm too weak, I can't beat the list. Yeah, the list is pretty long for sure. Oh yeah, Dov is an amazing player for sure. So next we have Aneurysm Sauce, Chosen One, Ice Power, Zimmerix, Swarve, Undertaker. And then in reserve we have Flying Taco, Pugnabone, Random Nix, Hadries. For sure, a lot of good players in the wings. Undead gets banned, King sweating. I know. That would be a funny meme to make. So King picks the exact same 3 factions again. Those are his 3 best factions, so it's... Most like tournament players are usually pretty good at 3 factions, like really good at them. That's what most people I would say recommend. Like you want to master 3 factions if you want to play in best of 3s. I mean, obviously being better at more is good if you can, but like being really good at 3 is like for me it's Skaven, Vampire Coast, and I don't know, it kind of fluctuates between like Greenskins and Dwarves and things like that. So he's gonna go. He's picking Dwarves and he's banning Norsca. Chosen One coming in to settle the grudge. So yeah, he's honestly, yeah. Because dwarves are really good against Tomb Kings. I think dwarves have an advantage in this matchup. So yeah, King is going to pick Tomb Kings though, quite persistent. So hopefully you guys are fans of the Bony Boys. Have you ever seen Kung Fury? Yes, I have. I have indeed. Kung Pao is so good. It's so haggard. Oh my god. One of my favorite parts in Kung Pao is when they're talking about Wimp Lo, who's like the guy who always gets his butt kicked. They're like, we trained him wrong as a joke, and he's just like in these like ridiculous kung fu stances and stuff. Oh my god. It's so good. So we got Dwarves versus Tomb Kings here. I would imagine we're going to see Thunders and Trollhammer Torpedoes and all sorts of good stuff. Maybe a wild cannon here and there. Chosen One is certainly a very solid player. I don't know where he's from. I forget. I think he was Czech Republic or something. Can't quite remember where Chosen One's from. I have to ask King where he's from every time we speak. The old man memory. King probably had a build saved for this. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Now, up on our list next, we have... Yeah, we'll keep it rolling, man. Keep it rolling indeed. Alrighty, everything is looking good. Looks good to me. But yeah, that was one of the... I had a couple movies when I was a kid. Like when I was quite a young lad that I watched on repeat like every week. I would go to Blockbuster and rent them. All my friends would just be like, can we please not watch this movie again? I'm like, we're watching it. It was Joe Dirt, Little Nicky, and with Adam Sandler. And then Kung Pao was another one that I've seen that movie like probably over 50 times, if not more. Yeah. And I used to love the Happy Gilmore and Billy Madison and those like 90s kind of Adam Sandler movies. They were so good, but yeah. It was pretty good. Those were the days, man. Going to Blockbuster was such like a magical experience. That it's something that this generation will never like experience, you know. But I mean, every generation says that. They're like, oh, you remember when you used to be able to go to the drive-in theaters or you know the burger joints that would like roller skate out and serve you the burgers, like right? There's something like that. Yeah. Shaolin Soccer, yeah, I've seen that. It's fun. But Blockbuster was so fun. Like getting your friends, like a crew of your friends, and just going to Blockbuster and just like browsing. And it was like a treasure hunt, right? Because like all your friends would bring back a movie, and you're like everyone would kind of debate which one to get or which ones to get, and then just going back and feasting on some pizza and popcorn. And just oh man, those were the 90s and early 2000s, man. Those were the days. We are currently a little less than 2 hours into the stream. Tropic Thunder is a great movie. Yeah, I love Tropic. Survive! Yeah, Tropic Thunder is like a movie you could like, which is not even that old, but like you just couldn't release it today. It just wouldn't like fly. People would be outraged, with some of the subject matter. Yeah, but Tropic Thunder is really funny. Oh my god. Yeah. I do miss the Blockbuster days. It was just magical. It was magical, man. It makes me a little depressed talking about it. I'm just like, never again will you have that feeling. Yeah. Joe Dirt is so good. I love Joe Dirt. Yeah, that was back when Netflix used to send movies in the mail. So basically you would go to Netflix and you would like order and they would send you a DVD and then you had to like send it back. But even before Blockbuster, we had in my hometown where I grew up, Ojai, California, we had a local video store, like Ojai Video is what it was called. It was very, and they were great, man. But the Blockbuster put them out of business, and then they basically got Blockbuster. Then eventually faded into antiquity as well. God, it makes me depressed thinking about that. It's like, what a time, yeah, what a time. Pillar of Bone is the map. Here we go, my friends. All hands on deck as the Dawi come to finally attempt to dethrone the King of the Dead, who is just on his inexorable march with his spooky legion. We'll see how this goes. So for King's forces, let's take a look. He's got 3 carrion to disrupt gyros and harass gun lines, 2 skeleton chariots as well to pound into the back line, and oh man, a lot of horsemen as well. Skeleton horsemen for harass. Front line's going to be Nehekar warriors mixed with skeleton warriors. We have a Necrotect and Cetra the Imperishable on the Chariot of the Gods. Does he serve? We'll find out here on this episode as he comes in hot on that AP Chariot. As of course the magic damage, which the dwarves have an innate resistance to, but not the worst thing in the world. So for Chosen One, let's see what he's got in artillery. He does have bolt throwers, which is a very interesting pick. I'm not a huge fan of bolt throwers, but he's got, I mean, in some matchups, but not in this one. He does have Dragonback Slayers here and Giant Slayers, so going pretty heavy on the backline protect here. 2 Trollhammers, 2 Thunders, and basically a combination of Longbeards, Dwarf Warriors, and Miners. Runesmith plus Gromby for slows. It's a good army. It's a good army for sure. It's got ample protection. It does have a pretty powerful gun line for sure. See, like I feel like cutting the bolt throwers and just like having this as your gun line would be enough, and then just using the Slayers to protect them, because the Slayers can only be so many places at once. So guys, just gonna minimize real quick so the screen will freeze for a quick moment. Yeah, but Joe Dirt was one of the ones we used to get quite a bit. Little Nicky. What else did we get? Yeah, I'm trying to think of the 90s. Yeah, Kung Pao was one that like my friend and I, my good friend Mac, we used to binge that like just all day when we were kids. It was wild. It was wild indeed. Grom Brindle, the White Dwarf, does of course have Flash Bomb, which can slow down a lot of these advances if he's able to get those good engagements. Cetra's going to be certainly tough, but if Cetra does eat the Trollhammer torpedoes to the face, he will not be ruling anymore. Now the Bat King does have the Skeleton Horseman. I think Chosen One is very privy to this and knows that King is going to be trying to Zerg him, so he forms a pretty, not a box per se, but like a hexagon or some sort of a shape. This side's a little bit open though. He's got to be careful here. You can see he's trying to like rotate over, but all it takes for the King of the Dead is one opening for him to slide the knife into the back, get into that back line. So we'll see. We will see indeed, my friends. Gromby waiting, staring angrily into the distance, awaiting the Tomb King advance. This dwarf is quite literally too angry to die. Lived many lifetimes. The White Dwarf is such a cool character. Like when he appears in the books, it's such a cool moment. It's this epic, badass, like old dwarf just appearing and just saving his fellow Dawi in times of need. Anyways, battle's underway here, guys. Bolt throwers, what are they going to target? I would imagine chariots, but King is going to be using the hill here. So all of these units are going to be line of sighting the chariots, and you can see here that Chosen One basically just going to be shooting at the skirmishers, going after the carrion and these other annoying units where he can. And certainly is going to do a lot of damage. They are going to take a bit of a pounding. Now, the Skeleton Horsemen might be committing, but there are Giant Slayers. Giant Slayers will cut them down very quickly. So King's still committing, though. It looks like he might pull back at the last second. And he does. Yeah, so he pulls back. So for the most part, the Dwarf's still in good shape. The gun line's really just pounding into the skirmishing. So Chosen One doing an excellent job defending against King's harass. You can see these Skeleton Horsemen are going to be pulling back so far, but it's only the first wave. Basically, King is just going to be waiting for his chariots to get in position, for Cetra, and for all those other units to be ready to party. So the gun's still shooting in to the Skeleton Horsemen, who are down to 43 models. So they've only lost 2 models. And now some of the carrion are being committed as well, which might open up a gap right here, because you can see King is moving, some of these, not King, but Chosen One, is moving some troops back to deal with the carrion. Well, yeah, I mean, Dwarf missile units are very durable, so you can let Carrion and Horsemen kind of beat on them. The one thing he doesn't want to let happen is have his bolt throwers be compromised, because they are relatively low model count and would go down quickly, whereas some of the other units aren't as much of a pressing matter. When you're playing Dwarves, it's kind of like a triage situation where you have to decide what to let take a beating and what to go rescue, because some things, of course, are very durable. If you look at Thunders, they have 80 armor, pretty good melee defense, so if it's like a Carrion hitting on them, you can let it happen for a period of time. So some of the horsemen here are getting pushed. King is just really tethering here, just like going back and forth and back and forth. Now comes Cetra, though, and his chariot goon squad surging in, but the Trollhammers are in guard mode, and they're still shooting, ripping shots here into these guys, and a flash bomb is most certainly going to be coming down here as the chariot's coming in. And yeah, that initial volley that the Trollhammers unleashed did some brutal, brutal damage. And in the back, the horsemen are offline, and one of the bolt throwers might finally get taken out here. It looks like the Skeleton Horsemen will get on top of it, but still, even the bolt thrower crew has decent defensive stats as far as those type of units go. So one of the chariots getting crumped once again. Cetra the Imperishable kind of mucked up by Dragonback Slayers. And in the front line, Longbeards are just holding, all day. That's their gig. They're going to be able to hold for a long time. Runesmith is being sent after these Skeleton Warriors. Not going to be able to slow them, though. And King might be able to kind of close in and start to cause some problems here in this formation. Some of the Trollhammer torpedoes are put offline, temporarily, of course. And the other Trollhammer torpedoes are still in good shape. And Cetra's in a dangerous situation. There's a bunch of angry Slayers. Gromby is here. There's Trollhammer torpedoes that could turn and shoot. And his speed right now is currently 8. Flash Bomb plus the power of the Dragonback, that's 2 slowing effects. That really is going to put Cetra in the danger zone, but he's able to get away, so well played there. Now the Tomb King's harass is still being worn down. If you look here, you can see the Skeleton Horsemen are offline. Chariots are taking a lot of damage as well. But King is still doing a really good job with Cetra, working down the Iron Drakes. You can see these Iron Drakes are being taken out quite aggressively here by the Skeleton Chariots. But, this is a big problem here for King. There's a healthy group of Thunders here. The Trollhammer torpedoes on this side still have 20 of their 21 models. And if they're able to rip any shots into like Cetra or the Chariots or anything like that, it's going to be bad. And also another thing is the Dwarf Infantry will probably win most of these engagements, or at least do well, and then you still have to deal with 57 Giant Slayers. So King really needs to make sure he keeps some of his Nehekar warriors and some of those other units alive to deal with those threats. Now, as far as the balance of power goes, it's really even. King has done a really good job harassing here, but Chosen One has also done a good job fending off their harass. It's currently a very, very even battle. Gromby here chopping onto the Nehekar warriors, or it looks like he's kind of just standing there right now. Gromby definitely needs to be given an order, and there he goes, going to be going after the chariots. And Cetra and his chariot goon squad doing a really good job riding through the chariots. The Trollhammer torpedoes need to get into a stance and just start ripping some shots in guard mode, but man, just King all over the place here with the mighty War Sphinx. This Thunder unit is online. I wonder what they're going to shoot at. Probably go after the big Sphinx, I would imagine. No, actually shooting into the backs of the horsemen, trying to stabilize the Bolt Thrower crew, which is still here. And the other Bolt Thrower crew, I think, got pushed off. I'm not sure. Haven't seen those lads in quite some time. Here, of course, we have Longbeard still fighting, and the Trollhammer torpedoes are able to get a couple cursory shots into the face of the approaching skeleton chariots, but for the most part, the back line of the Dwarves is really taking a bit of a hammering. Dragonback Slayer standing idle once again. Those guys need to be constantly chasing to kind of keep pace here. And here in the back, you can see the Thunders still doing great work. Oh, that's a really good flash bomb right there. It slowed the entire chariot corps plus Cetra, allowing the Slayers to really jump. And both Bolt Thrower crews are still here. That's pretty impactful for sure. And the Giant Slayers need to be attacking. You see, the thing is, I think without the Bolt Throwers, had the money been spent on other elements to kind of protect, I think it could have been a little bit of a tighter build. It's hard to say, though, because I feel like 2 Thunders and 2 Trollhammers is enough to kill the Constructs, especially with Giant Slayers and Dragonback Slayers. So here you can see the Khemrian War Sphinx taking a little bit of Slayer damage. Cetra is slowed by the Master Rune of Wrath and Ruin. Longbeards are holding on many fronts, and there are Thunders that have stabilized in the distance, and the Bolt Thrower crew is also back online. So we'll see if he can finish off the chariots here. So blasting charges coming into Cetra's face from the Miners, and the Iron Drakes with the Trollhammer torpedoes are pulling back and might be able to rip a volley here, which would be very punishing. I mean, even 9 of these guys, that's a lot of damage. So here they come, shooting in. Boom. One shot misses. The rest should be able to make contact here, doing, almost 1,000 damage instantly. Gromby comes in as well. Gromby, of course, will get knocked over. But we'll see if those Trollhammers can keep firing. Now, this Bolt Thrower crew is back as well, and there are some Trollhammers back. I mean, 3 of them, and of course, that could be enough to finish off these Skeleton Chariots, which are crumbling. And the Dwarves still have a lot of Giant Slayers, which is a bit of a precarious situation. Like, if you're forced to fight these Giant Slayers, and all that King has left are single entities and no infantry, he is going to be forced to fight them eventually, which will be a scary situation for him. Dragonback Slayers are very low, though. Giant Slayers can only be so many places at once. They're better suited to defend a position than to just chase and chase. Like defending a Bolt Thrower, for example, is a really good choice. And the Thunders are able to come back up in the high ground and finish off that chariot crew. Now, Cetra is certainly going to be the next target for these Dwarves. He has about 3,000 HP, but every shot, of course, does add up. And you can see there a couple hundred damage taking into him. And the Slayers are now going to be fighting Nehekar warriors. That is something the Slayers want to avoid at all costs. Basically, if there's any Dwarf infantry left, like Miners or Longbeards, you want to be able to finish them off and let the Giant Slayers be used explicitly to try and finish off the big threats. Balance fire is pretty even, though. King doing a really good job. I've always felt this is a hard matchup for the Tomb Kings, but it's still winnable for sure, but it's difficult. It's difficult. So the Dragonback Slayers are once again caught by the Nehekar warriors, and it looks like the Thunders here running. The Trollhammer torpedoes are back online, and the Thunders up on the high ground could be the key to victory here. The fact that they're still here, Cetra really has to extend to go get them. And yeah, he's taking a lot of damage from those, and that could honestly be something that could lose them the game. Granted, the Nehekar warriors here proven to be a pretty solid addition, as Gromby goes for the throat here on the Necrotect, getting a flash bomb, and it looks like a Rune of Wrath and Ruin is used as well. But oh man, the big Sphinx coming in for the save. Nice! The Sphinx is able to knock over Gromby and the Runesmith, and now the Runesmith is going to be going 2.4 on this bad boy. We'll see if Gromby can chop him down, kind of take him down a peg. Cetra is now riding after the gun line up on the top. It has lost about 800 HP since we last looked, and there are Giant Slayers coming for him. Giant Slayers will be pretty good here, but we'll see if Cetra on his chariot is able to finish off these gun units. I would imagine he should commit really heavily and try and do that. So now the Nehekar warriors are here. Dwarf warriors have re-engaged. I think finishing off the Nehekar warriors actually would not be a bad idea. It would kind of force the Slayers. It would allow the Slayers to be much more effective, because here you can see the Nehekar warriors are buffering against the Giant Slayers. They're taking a ton of damage, and you need them to be dealing with the big threats here. So Dwarven guns are not shooting yet. It looks like they're moving. Necrotech should be able to take those guys down. Let's look around here. We do have some missile units on the back, mostly Longbeards actually. And Cetra is slowed once again. Trollhammer torpedoes are ripping some shots into him. There's only 4, but those things hit really hard. Each shot is 87 missile damage with a bonus for large, but yeah, that should be the end of those guys. So Gromby is going to be certainly the last bastion of hope here, but cycle charging from Cetra is going to be really nasty, because obviously the Nehekar warriors and those other units can do their thing, but if all he has left are single entities, he will have to stay in combat here. And up on the high ground, of course, what do we have? We have some Dwarves. yeah, keeping these Nahakar Warriors alive is actually really important. So like chasing the Slayers nonstop would be a really good play because it allows you to cycle charge basically with everything else. Bolt Thrower's back, was shooting up the big boy there. We do have Dwarf Warriors and Miners. I think there's only 2 Dragonback Slayers left, or 3. And the Giant Slayers are still on the run. I mean, I guess at this point, maybe just turn and fight and like at least try and finish those guys off to force them to fight Gromby. Narrow's Incantation used. And also the Wrath of Petra, which does temporarily stagger Grombrindle, kind of holding him in place here. But the Bounce Pyre is getting more and more Tomb King favored. There are some Trollhammers online. There's 3 there. Are there any other missiles for the Dawi? Does not look like it. Yeah, looking a little bit Grimbones in that respect. Here, of course, after the Imperishable riding through the Giant Slayers, they're down to 20 models. And the Nahakar Warriors are almost gone, though. Gromby and his little Goon Squad are coming in. The Runesmith is probably just going to get taken out, but a nice Flash Bomb right there does slow them. So Gromby could potentially chop down Setcher here. Oh, he's going for blood. And the Rune of Wrath and Ruin, 1300. And he gets it 967, the first shot. Another shot from Gromby could certainly put him down to the point of crumbling. 613, this slow being huge. But the Sphinx coming in to protect its master, which is really smart because one more hit might have actually led Setcher to crumbling there. I think he was at like 200 HP or something. But that was a really good play by both players, but I don't think the Dwarves are going to have the steam. Oh man, and King didn't even use his Ushapti summon. He had the Ushapti summon in the back pocket. He just used it to finish off those Trollhammers. That's a really good play. Dragonback Slayers are coming in, Runesmith coming in. But I don't think Gromby can fight this Cameroon War Sphinx that easily. It's going to be a hard fight for him. Giant Slayer is still running from the Nahakar Warriors, which is quite a sight to see. Some Miners with Blasting Charges are going to be leading in to try and finish them off if they can, as are some of the Dwarf Warriors. Now the Giant Slayers could try and pile in now that they're not going to be the focal point. Ushapti Summon will be disappearing in about 20 or 30 seconds. It just finished its first tier, and now it's in its second tier of Expiration, which starts taking perpetual HP damage and also will degenerate. But I don't think the Dwarfs can win this. Man, what a clinic by King here. That was a great game. Now, the Dwarf build was good. I think slightly suboptimal with the Bolt Throwers, but still I think it was good. It was like good enough to win that. And honestly, it just came down to targeting and precision and a lot of micro on both players' parts. GG. Guess never playing Dawi won't help in a good matchup. Oh, so Chosen One said he doesn't play Dwarves a lot. Okay. That makes sense. But he still played well. But King of the Dead. Setcher's ruling, boys. He's ruling hard. And we have a donation coming in from Skills3SS. Finally caught a live stream. Hey, man. Glad to have you here. And welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, brother. Nope, that's 6. That is quite a run we have going here, guys. Yeah, Dwarves have a good matchup there. I've beaten plenty of Tomb King mains using my Dwarf builds, for sure. It's just a matter of, like, you know, getting used to them and whatnot. All right, so King is on his reign here. And here's him saying he fell asleep on his couch. No problem, man. He fell asleep watching the stream. I can't tell you, streams like put me to sleep. It's like, it's insane. All right. King of the Dead is Nagash. Yeah, so for example, if the Nahakar Warriors had died, in accordance with the rules in which we play King of the Hills and our tournaments, the Chariots would have had to sit in combat with Grombrindle as well as the Giant Slayers. And that could have been like, you know, game for the Dwarves, for sure. But yeah, it was a wild game. Menace Below would be really strong in multiplayer. Yeah. Yeah, 6. We had a Random Nix, I think, had 6 wins as well a couple weeks back. So how it works as far as King of the Hill goes. Look at it. Aneurysm Sauce changed his name. Oh, I love that name. It's so good. So you neckbeardism sauce. Oh my god. Neckbeardism is a philosophy in life. I love it. What a hero. Neckbeardism sauce. You guys like that? I certainly do. It's quite hilarious. All right, all right. Yeah, when I watch like certain streams, so the streams I watch a lot are Back to Warcraft. It's a Warcraft 3 channel. It's run by two German content creators. I believe Remo is one of them. Remo, and the other one is God. What's the other guy's name? His last name is TJARKS, I think. Yeah, but those guys are like great. I watch Back to Warcraft like every day. I watch like tabletop channels a lot, like tabletop tactics. I really enjoy, and like Grubby. Obviously, I watch Grubby quite a bit. And those guys, like when I watch them and just like lay in bed, dude, I'm done, bro. Just put me down, put me out of my misery. King of the Dead says. So King of the Dead says, got to keep this Tomb King streak going. And Neckbeardism Saw says, I can't let you do that. And then Neckbeardism Saw says, $50 and I drop right now. So he's banning his Tomb Kings. Oh, I love it. That's so funny. So Dario Hernandez says, Turin, I've forgotten I was in the Turin live stream and in chat during the day. So then I fell asleep watching the same live stream again. Woke up to the TV saying... Well, Dario, you were scared because it woke you up. That's really funny. Oh, man. Yeah, Remo and Neo. Yes, Neo. Yeah. Giannis is his name. Yeah. Sorry, I totally forgot. Those guys are great, man. I love their channel. They're like their co-casting is really good and like fun and calm and like it's just yeah, they put out so much content too. Yeah, those guys are great. I really enjoy their channel. If you guys are looking for it, I don't know, yeah, feel free to drop a link to them, but they're great guys. Well, so how it works in King of the Hill. So basically, I have a list of players that are on the primary list. Now, let's say the last player beats King of the Dead or beats whoever the current king is. Then, like, normally it's like they would have no chance, right, of winning or beating his score, which I think is kind of stupid. So how we do it is the last player will play until they lose. They play reserve players who are like kind of the usurpers trying to just take them down. So they still have a chance to become the King of the Hill, the true king with the record. Little Raven. I stepped away for 2 hours and King is still the king. Yeah, he is. He's been having a nasty run today. So King is going... Oh, we have Chaos versus Tomb Kings. I thought he was going to ban Tomb Kings and force King to play like something else, but... All right, more Tomb Kings it is. This is like a Tomb King specialty stream, which is cool. Tomb Kings are a beloved faction by most people, so that's a good sign. Quad bloat. I don't think we're going to get quad bloat on Raksha. I don't think it's going to happen. As much as we hope and pray to the bloat gods, I don't think we're going to get quad bloat here. Yeah, Skaven has a decent matchup versus Chaos. You bring Ikit Claw on his Doom Wheel, you bring a Plague Priest on a Furnace, and like those two guys alone with Skaven saves can usually defeat any Chaos infantry line. A couple of Jezzails, a Warp Grinder, some Ogres to stop charges, and like you're good. My favorite unit in Total War? Oh, I don't know. That's too hard to choose, man. My favorite unit to use? I don't know. I couldn't answer that, man. There's too many. It would have to be like circumstantially. Like if you asked me on each faction, I could probably answer. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It could be a long stream, but that's the nature of the beast. I'm here. I'm in it for the long haul, guys. We're only 2 hours in, and we're making good progress. And there's some really good players on the reserve list. We have Flying Taco as the first opponent there, who's like, you know, one of the best players in the community. Pugnabone, Random Nicks, Hadries, like Zyphos is down there. Like tons of good players. So they're like the balance of nature to keep things in check. If the streams go too long, the Taco emerges from the heavens to smite with his Beastmen. All right, so King of the Dead is going to be Tomb Kings. Neckbeardism Sauce is going to be Chaos. Austin, you deserve it, man. You deserve it, Austin Collins. They keep wheeling him out, and he keeps knocking him over for free. All the neck. I had a neckbeard like 2 days ago, and then I looked at. So I was in my bedroom, and we have like a big mirror like on the bathroom door that is attached to our bedroom. And I walked past, and I did like a sideways glance, and I saw like my neck beard growing down my neck, and like I just immediately went to the bathroom and shaved it. So now it's like just a normal beard, but man, yeah, you got to be careful. The neck beard, especially in these quarantine times, really can creep up on you, and it's a grim fate to suffer. Because like a neck beard never looks good. Like it never looks good. There's no way to make it look good. It just, yeah, I don't know. And there's a lot of people too who, I mean, unfortunately are stuck with it because like if you try and grow a beard, they don't grow on the chin or like anywhere up there. They just grow like under the chin, like on the neck is the only place they grow hair. And those are the people, you know, I was that guy for many years. Like up until my early 30s, I grew only neck beards and I just never had one. I was always like clean shaven, but Now I can actually grow a little something something on the face, which is nice. We're trying, guys. Schwarzhofen is the map. It's a good one. It's a classic. But yeah, the next King of the Hill stream will probably be, I don't know when. Tomorrow's head-to-head. Thursday we'll do a 2v2. And then Friday we'll, I don't know what we'll do Friday. Something different. Maybe the head-to-head if we don't finish it on the next stream. And then on Saturday, guys, a little bit of an announcement here. Saturday, we're going to be having our Faction War tournament. So the Faction War for the month of, well, this month, yeah, will be on Saturday. So stay tuned for that, guys. All right, so for the Chaos Army, we have Kolek, pretty good anti-construct beast he is. And also a bit of a character who's been making a big splash on the scene here, the Exalted Hero. So if he he doesn't have Mark of Corn, though. That's too bad. Mark of Corn makes him very scary, but he's got decent weapon strength. He does also have the Hellfire Sword to do fire damage, so he can really burn down Tomb King's Lords. We have a Flaming Sword of Ruin Burning Head Caster. And in the back, Marauder Horseman with Throwing Axes, a second Dragon Ogre Shaggoth. Yeah, really just a beatdown army. Just a big monster beatdown force. So we'll see if the foul forces of the Chaos Gods can emerge victorious here. For the forces of King of the Dead, we have Skeleton Horseman Carrion to chase down the Marauder Horseman with Throwing Axes. That's most certainly going to be his plan here. In the front line, he's got Tomb Guard, so pretty good troop quality, actually. 2 groups of Sneaky Snakes, a Casket of Souls to kill the Mirror Guard, Archon, and a Tomb Prince. So very similar playstyle. King clearly really likes to use his Sneaky Snakes. So and you see, like a lot of Tomb King's players, like mains even, don't like to use them. They'll use other things, but he really does pretty well with them. When I play Tomb Kings here, I like to use Ushapi Great Bows to just like kill the monsters with like Archon, Spirit Leeching and stuff. It's really strong. But yeah, I mean, these guys have pretty good mass, though. They can definitely protect your flanks well, and they have poison. Oh, but look at this. King did not bring the Halberds. He actually brought the regular Necropolis Knights. So these are the AP variant. They both have AP, but they are not dependent on their bonus versus large. Their stats are a little bit better in general. But of course, they're not as good against large units. So like against like Chaos Marauders, Infantry, things like that. But it's honestly not that big of a difference. Yeah, they can do some serious work. So, the battle is underway, my friends. We advance quietly into this good night. Necropolis Knights will surge forward. Maybe. Although he has the casket, so there's not really any point for King to go out there. He's probably just going to casket down the Mirror Guard, because his Tomb Guard can defeat all the Chaos Marauders, so if he just kills the Mirror Guard, it gets rid of like the one threat to his front line, really, which, is kind of scary. If the Tomb Guard are able to endure, they're a very grindy, durable unit for the most part. Granted, Chaos does have Burning Heads, so a couple of good Burning Heads should be able to deal with a lot of the Tomb Guard line, but you can see how King's deployed. You notice how his line's in like a staggered kind of Mighty Ducks V-shape formation. Basically, that's to counter Burning Head. Otherwise, like if you're in a straight spaghetti line, Burning Head can do some really, really big damage to you. Over here, you can see the dreaded Mirror Guard are taking a bit of a pounding there from the casket. They've lost a fair amount of models. Looks like 9 models have been lost. The casket will keep shooting. Archon may actually Fate Immune them too. Honestly, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Just Mirror Guard them, or casket them, and then Fate Immune them, and they'll pretty much be done. Like they'll just be down for the count. And then that's 1,000 gold of your opponent's army that's gone. And then from there, you just Buna once and then Spirit Leech everything else into Kolek and the Shaggoth. And then call it a day. The one thing that's a little bit scary for King's army, he's going to be very dependent on the Necropolis Knights to kill the large threats. And if they are buffered, it can be quite scary. Skeleton Horsemen chasing down these Marauder Horsemen here. And the Marauder Horsemen should be able to kite them amply and throw their axes. You can see here that Neckbeardism Sauce is going to be sending his Marauder Horsemen to go try and deal with them, as the Carrion are also harassing as well, taking some throwing axes to their undead beaks as they approach. Mirror Guard getting torn to shreds, yeah. And the casket is a really strong pick now. Like a while back, I put out a list video on the worst units, and the casket was on there before the buffs. And and everyone now comments on that video just like, you're so wrong, the casket's so good. Here comes a Burning Head. Oh, that was a good one right there. Look at that. Taking those Tomb Guard to Pound Town. I wonder if that was overcasted. I feel like it was. But nonetheless, pretty good value here. But now the Sneaky Snakes are going to charge in. These Marauders are going to get just wrecked so hard. Like, the Snakes are going to poison them. The Tomb Guard will follow up and cut them to shreds. So many aspects of the battle are going to be quite hard for Chaos. The Sneaky Snakes are quite good against infantry. But now comes the Shaggoth, as well as the Exalted Neckbeard hero. You know this Exalted hero is a huge neckbeard. a lot of Chaos neckbeards. Marauder Horsemen just kiting the birds, which is really good for the Carrion. That's like great, because now those Horsemen are not dealing with the constructs. And Kolek is coming into Pound Town, so both players committing heavily to this fight, which certainly isn't a bad idea. So some of the troops actually for Chaos were Chaos Warriors, which will be very, very strong here. Unfortunately, though, for Neckbeardism Sauce, his Dragon Ogre Shaggoth is a bit surrounded. Arc in the Black dropping a Skeleton Summon to try and help. But if the Shaggoth goes down quickly here to the Sneaky Snakes without like a little bit of support, like I don't know where Kolek's going. I feel like trying to save this Dragon Ogre Shaggoth is really, really important here. But nonetheless, the Dragon Ogre Shaggoth is going to be able to get away, hopefully, for him. We'll see. There's no Chaos support nearby. The Mirror Guard are nearby, I suppose, and could help to intercept here. But now Kolek is isolated in the back line. He does have some Chaos Marauders coming around to help him, which certainly would be very good. And here you can see the Exalted Hero is going to be jumping back here to go after the Casket of Souls, which I feel like the Casket isn't the main threat right now. I think killing the Necropolis Knights and like having big focus-fired efforts to take them down is the more prudent play. The Dragon Ogre Shaggoth going to be jumping over after the Tomb Guard. But again, I would just like, you have Burning Heads for that. And yeah, the Exalted Hero just getting wrecked here. The Sneaky Snake's just giving him the business. Like, it just shows that you don't always need like bonus versus large to be good against large thing. They have like good mass, good AP values. And yeah, the Exalted Hero is going down. And honestly, I think King's coming ahead in this game very, very quickly here. Even though it's like early on, Kolek's still healthy, the Shaggoth's still in decent shape. Like, so many of the engagements have gone very well for the Tomb Kings. And in the back pocket, they still, of course, have the juicy Ushapti summon. So the Exalted Hero is going to be trying to get away, bringing his Neckbeard over here to fight these Tomb Guard. So right now, Chaos basically just going for the safe engagements. You know, maybe in the late game, if Neckbeardism Sauce can bring back the Marauder Horsemen and get them back in the picture, like, they're a hard counter against Necropolis Knights. Like, they're really good against Heavy Cav at kiting them, picking them apart. And this isn't bad for the Tomb Kings here, or excuse me, for the Warriors of Chaos. You know, crumbling down these elite troops, these Tomb Guard heroes, is great. There's 2 of them. But now the Casket's back online. That Casket is going to be raining some sweet, sweet fire here. Mirror Guarder here, but the Marauder Horsemen are coming back in, which could be nice. Ushapti summon again, still in that back pocket though, as the Warriors of Chaos and the Chaos Warriors here, yeah, pretty much just broken. They wash upon the wall of Armored Construct. So now the Sneaky Snakes come. I think Kolek and his Shaggoth friend are going to have to get some really good engagements against the Sneaky Snakes. Mirror Guard will hold for some time. They're immune to Psychology, but they're very low right now. 700 HP, only a handful of models. Those guys aren't long for this earth. Spirit Leech going down from Ark in the Black. King Nikesh, the Scorpion Legion coming in. Definitely a very choice target for a Burning Head if he can get it. And the Marauder Horsemen are like using all their ammo to kill the Carrion, and like that's so cost ineffective for Chaos, but he doesn't have much of a choice really. So this blob fight is going to be the deciding factor for the game, I think. If the Firecaster is able to get some really, really big Burning Heads here. Oh, but it looks like a Piercing Bolts might be coming down. Does King know this is coming? Oh man, this could be really big. Here it comes. Oh, just bombing on the Sneaky Snakes, doing some pretty good damage. It looks like it hit a couple of them down. Yeah, that was a really, really good Piercing Bolts. But like, it seems like the Tomb Prince and the King Nikesh's Scorpion Legion is also applying poison to all of these monsters, which is just so powerful because, like, proportionally speaking, poisoning a big, powerful single entity, they lose so much of their stats. And yeah, the Horseman here, just like getting Ushapti summoned on top of him, the other one's still kiting. Like, he needs them to be throwing their axes into these targets right now. The Exalted Hero is going down. The Shaggoth is holding on. Its Neckbeard shaking in the wind as it continues to fight here. But yeah, the Chaos Sorcerer of Fire as well is shaken. You know, shaken and stirred. And the Casket of Souls just brutalizing here these Marauder Horsemen as a couple of very beleaguered Chaos Marauders come in to try and shut it down. But I don't think it's going to matter. And it looks like that's going to be another victory for the Tomb Kings, the King of the Dead, on his reign of terror here today. We'll see if he can win the whole stream without a defeat. If he does, if he beats the last opponent on the stream without a loss, then he just straight up wins, which would be quite an accomplishment. I don't know if we've seen that in quite some time. And now Kolek is running for the hills. Yeah, I mean, the build for Chaos was not bad at all, but the Marauder Horseman just being outvalued and chased by Carrion is like brutal. And on top of that, a couple of the engagements were a little bit suboptimal for Chaos, but not that he played badly, but King of the Dead forced those situations. And his Sneaky Snakes are just so persistent. Like, look at them. They're just these poison asps just coming in and locking down Kolek. Spirit Leech is going to do it. He's poisoned. His weapon strength is 432 now after the poison. Like, come on. That is really big. And the Sorcerer's done for. Necrotect probably should be able to, or Tomb Prince should be able to push him off. And now the Tomb Prince is going to be coming for rear charge here and should be able to polish off the Shaggoth, no problem. Kolek, though, clubbing, he's dropping some base. That Piercing Bolts was a really cool attempt here, but yeah, you can see the Marauder Horseman. Poor guy's just running for the hills nonstop. And Chaos shall crumble before the might of Ark in the Black. And here comes the Tomb Prince charging into the back of the Dragon Ogre Shaggoth. I would imagine King must be getting tired now. We'll see if the fatigue becomes a factor as we go into the late stages. I think that maybe a Piercing Bolt here could be something that could make a difference, like a really big overcasted one that just nukes everything, but that's pretty much it. Barring that, I don't think there's any way. Spirit Leech coming down once again. And down goes the mighty Sun Eater. Negative 20. He's going to be breaking for sure with all those Sneaky Snakes. There's no getting away. It poisons him, slows him. Might as well turn around and fight. Shaggoth coming back in as well. Marauder Horsemen finally able to get some throws, but at this point they're out of ammo. You can see the 2 Marauder Horsemen just in the Shadow Realm over there, just in the warp. Might as well be. Perhaps they're in Age of Sigmar. Rest their souls. The Chaos Sorcerer of Fire going to be dropping some bows here. Looks like a Piercing Bolts maybe coming down ahead. Again? No? Is that a Flaming Sword of Ruin? I think so. And that is going to be another victory for King of the Dead. He's doing it. The Neckbeard Chaos Army was not able to stop him. And there you have it, my friends. Boom! Next up on our list, guys, we have Ice Power. All right. It's go time. So Ice Power, you are up. The king is undead. He does not suffer fatigue. Fair point. But he does crumble, and his binding to the realm certainly does get diminished. Neckbeardism Sauce says, Necropolis Knights give me nightmares. That's pretty funny. All right, so let's see if Ice Power is here. And he is good. Hey, Ice Power had a pretty good run in the last stream. He won 3 in a row and was able to defeat some very good players. So, picks and bans, go. King just doing the same thing every time. Just no mercy. No mercy, no quarter is shown here. Stop the Necromancer. So we got a donation from Lich109. Sorry I missed that during the game, brother. He says, you think you can upload a 40K game against yourself on April 1st? Yes, I could actually do that. Yeah, I'll do that, Lich. Playing against myself on April 1st? Sure. That sounds like fun, actually. It's like, I think this guy has some really good tactics, very solid movement phase, and he's also extremely good looking on top of all that. So he's going to ban Norsca, pick Dark Elves, and then, yeah, it's going to be Dark Elves versus Tomb Kings, which Dark Elves have a good matchup here, I think. So we'll see if Ice Power, who is the Dark Elf main, is going to be able to finally slay the King of the Dead, who's on a 7-game streak right now. I'm pretty sure Aerocrastic and Falcon have both gotten 9 before. Yeah. So I think 9 might be. Although I don't know. Since we've started doing King of the Hills again with our new format, I don't know. I think this might be the record, but as far as like all time. Queen Bessie coming in. I'll play against myself. It's desperate times, dude. That would be easy to film too. You know, they would be really fast to record and upload. I could even pretend like there's an opponent. I'll just have Anna off camera, like rolling the dice, like, oh yes. Yeah, no, but you know, honestly, playing against myself would be fun. Like it still would be a game, a contested game of like a battle and everything. And the decisions would be made very quickly. I have done some Tabletop Simulator, but it's very clunky. I don't know, I don't enjoy it as much. I know, if I were playing, I would pick Queen Bess for you, but in this case, we're probably going to see some Scourge Runners, some Cold One Knights, perhaps some Malekith Soul Stealing. You know the picture. And again, guys, thank you all so much for joining today. It has been an absolute blast streaming with you all. Do something Wookiee. Yes. Yes, indeed. In all artillery vampire ghost build, it could work. Okay, so Falcon says, my record is 13 Lizardmen only in Warlock and the Prophet DLC on my son Herbert Walker's stream. That's pretty good, Falcon. That's no joke. But see, the thing is, though, like every stream has different rules. So like on my stream, it's like pretty much impossible to get past like 10 or 12. Because like once I cap at 12 usually. So you can only get up to 12 wins on my stream. So like, you know, it's kind of like comparing them. It's all, unless it's the exact same format, it's a tricky thing to compare. But I'm pretty convinced that if Falcon went like try hard, he could just like rain terror as well. If he didn't show any mercy. But he likes the meme as well. And still wins. No surprise. The Ice Power to double Hydra. You know, it wouldn't be terrible. Zardar says they're all going to lose unless somebody brings Throg. You know, Throg's not bad against Tomb Kings. He can beat on constructs, and Frostbite is never a bad mechanic to have. So we'll see. We'll see what Ice Power brings. Ice Power had some really nice victories in the previous King of the Hill. We'll see if he's going to be able to replicate that success here in this match and take down the King of the Dead, who is currently the King of the Hill, and it's going to be a tough one to stop. Because if one of the last couple players is able to beat him, they're going to have to play like Flying Taco and Hadries and a couple folks who could probably usurp them. So basically, thematically speaking, the players on the reserve list are the assassins of the current King of the Hill at the end. So just think of it like that. You know, King of the Dead sending his assassins to take out the attempted usurper. Yeah, so we're loading in River Amazon as a map. It's a great map. Classic one. Classic one indeed. Tomb Kings are top tier. I don't know if they need too many nerfs. I think just bringing some of the other factions in line with them. But there's many factions that can beat Tomb Kings. Trust me. Like, it's just, you know, he probably has good matchups. He's obviously extremely good at them, and also the people he's playing against, he may be more experienced than. There's many variables in King of the Hill, guys. There are many variables indeed. But yes, I shall play myself. All right, perfect. Perfect indeed. So now, my friends, we rise from the ashes. The forces of the undead sally forth with 2 screaming meme catapults to try and counter some archer play, perhaps. DJ Kotep on the Casket of Souls. He has the Tomb Prince, and it looks like the rest of the front line is going to be Tomb Guard, some Spears, and 2 Skeleton Archers, a couple Nagakar Horsemen, and 2 Chariots as well. So very much a build to try and pound out archer builds, like Shades, things like that. Doesn't have too much in the way of dealing with single entities. He does have Kotep, King Nikesh's, and of course the Tomb Prince is going to be the real saving grace in that respect. This Tomb Prince is going to have his work cut out for him for sure. He is going to have to take down some of those big choice targets, but we'll see how that goes. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's a lot to defend for King. And let's see what the Dark Elves have. So for the Dark Elves, it looks like we have Dark Riders hidden in the tree line here. Going to be looking to shut down those catapults and archers. 2 Harpies, also a good choice. Can deal with carrion and also jump on the archers and artillery pieces. For the main line, it's going to be Blackheart Corsairs, a couple Spears as well. 2 groups of the Blackguard, which, oh man, the Blackguard are a dicey choice here because the Blackguard will get annihilated by caskets and the Screaming Beam Catapult. He's got Marathi, a Death Hag, as well as a Master. So this is the debuff build. So basically what you do is you get Marathi, you get the Heartrender and the Dark Sword, Enchanting Beauty, that's negative 18 melee attack. You get the Witch Elf here, which lowers melee attack by number 5, so it's going to be 23 in total. And of course, this bad boy buffs up your own stuff. So basically, you lower the melee attack of nearby units by 23, and their melee defense with Marathi as well, which is very powerful, and you just grind them out. But King seems to be somewhat privy to this. Maybe a little bit prophetic, this man is. He has the Blessed Legion and a lot of archers to deal with this box and the Screaming Meme Catapults. Now, he may struggle to deal with the characters based on his army composition. But again, Tomb Guard can grind them down, potentially. But I don't know. It's going to be... like, I feel like King will do very well against the Black Guard and the elite troops. But these 3 characters... he doesn't have much, like, if he had 1 anti-infantry character in his army, but I guess the Skeleton Chariots with ample cycle charging and their bonus versus infantry will be up to the task. So we'll see. So currently the Dark Elves are completely hidden in the tree line, so King probably knows this. He's going to be rotating his army to kind of adapt to this. And the Dark Riders just kind of hiding up on the edge of the map. You can see why people do this, because if you put them up against the edge, even when I look on the mini-map up in the top left there, like where my mouse is, you can't really see them like too easily. It's really, really tricky. So now King is going to go scouting. He's going to go forward here with his Nahakar horsemen and discover the Dark Elf force probably in a moment. And then from there, the casket, sorry about that, guys. The casket and the Grand Hierophant will be able to drop some serious bows on those guys. And yeah, it'll be quite punishing. So here come the Druchi, the Dork Elves, as some people call them. The Dark Elves coming in. Depends on where you stand and how you like Dark Elves. But the casket will be shooting now, and the Screaming Meme Catapults will be, I would imagine, unleashing their salvos of fire here into the Black Guard. Casket, not the most accurate casket shot right there. Kotep needs to tune up his DJ beats, because that was definitely very disappointing. In the back of the Dark Elves are emerging. You can see the Horsemen, the Dark Riders, as well as the not Carrion, the Harpy Carrions, the Harpies, the Crows of Cain and the Harpies. They're coming in. And wow, is he actually going to be diving here? Yeah, it looks like he's going to be sending in the Harpies in combat. Very aggressive play. I think he knows that his main line, like, if he takes a beating on his Black Guard, like, early, he's going to be in trouble. So I think he's just very heavily committing. That is a balls-deep commitment for sure. I mean, he's pretty much sacrificing here. What, like 600 gold here is gone, 400 here. These guys are gone. So, I mean, he's basically instantly lost, like, 1,500, 2,000 gold. Like, just right out of the gates, which... I don't know if that was worth it. I mean, yeah, it shuts down some of the damage on the approaching troops, but, like, I don't know. I just really feel like that wasn't worth it. Like, maybe just waiting for the frontline engagement, just taking the beating like a champ. Because that's a lot of, like, harassing elements he just lost. And King basically got them for free. So now comes the casket and the Screaming Skull Catapults, making some good impact here. The Blackguard are a little bit beat up, and you can see the bounce of power for the Dark Elves is looking pretty grim bones for sure. He is in dire straits. So here comes the Skeleton Chariots, going to be screaming into the front line, halting the advance of this Death Star, but Death Stars are pretty heavily dealt with by builds like this. Like the artillery pulling them apart, not having a centralized force. Like if King had like a construct build with, let's say like, you know, Tomb Guard or whatever, and just like a very melee focused build, he would get crumped pretty bad by this. But oh, the DJ Kotep beats! Oh, the humanity! Just going right through that whole army. This feels like a campaign situation. Oh man, and this like Tomb King's army is just taking him apart. This like Dark Elf force is just getting crumped so badly. Oh man. Ice Power says outpicked. Yeah, definitely, man. Yeah, you had very little chances for sure. However, I think you could have maybe won it if you had been more conservative with your other elements and just like kind of harassed and poked and prodded and tried to find an opening. And also that big blob there at the end, you needed to kind of spread out a little bit because that just kind of played into it. So now it's basically Marathi and the Death Hag just holding for like 45 minutes. I don't know, they'll be able to hold for some time, but when the Chariots kind of start to cycle charge them and the Tomb Prince does as well, they'll start to go down. But, you know, Soul Stealer there is quite strong. I don't know, though. You never know. I mean, any given Sunday, right? You can see here the Tomb Guard are getting worn down. Soul Stealer very punishing, hurting the Chariots. King needs to make sure he doesn't lose those Chariots, honestly, because even though the Dark Elves did get pounded pretty bad there, like, nothing in this army is good against, like, what's here for the Dark Elves. If you really think about it. Like, those three characters are really obnoxious. If you look here, you can see the Tomb Guard have 9 melee attack now. They're like peasant mobs because of all the stacking debuffs. Like, if you had, like, Spirit Leech, Arc in the Black, like, Cetra on a Sphinx or a Tomb Scorpion, you'd be able to dig them out pretty well, but, like, nothing in this army is, like, that effective here. And the Dark Elves are clawing their way back towards the battle here. You can see there's a bit of a resurgence. But see, like, had the front line taken that beating and then he appeared with all these units into King's back line, like, he might have been able to pull something out because Marathi is not taking the shit sitting down. She is surrounded, but taking almost no damage. Archers will hurt her pretty badly. Of course, the Blessed Legion. And honestly, for the Tomb Kings, maybe scattering to the wind might be the right choice. Like scattering and just shooting them with artillery and missiles and all that sort of stuff. Kotep took a little bit of damage from the Wand of Crydon, it looks like. And in the back, the last of the Dark Riders are taken out here by the Nahakara Horsemen. And the Druchi come back for a second battle. You know, if they can actually kill this Tomb Prince too, that'd be pretty crazy. Stranger things have happened. I played against this build before and like completely decimated my opponent's army, and then they just still win because of like Marathi and the stacking debuffs. Yeah, and the Tomb Prince is like forced back instantly. The Master does have anti-large as well. King, of course, needs to clean up everything else. So just make sure the halberds don't get back in there, the spears don't get back in there. Another Soul Stealer going down, and oh my god, the Dark Elves are chasing this Tomb Prince. And the Casket's friendly firing its units. Oh man, this Tomb Prince better watch out. He's very, very danger low. And this is like so foul, this Death Star. Look at it. It's just all the debuffs. Like most things around it are gonna have like, oh my god, a Kotep might not be able to get away from this. Is Ice Power gonna pull this out? Outpicked, it would seem. Goes both ways. Now, if Marathi or these units can get isolated, I don't know. Because like King doesn't have anything to kill the characters here, really. Arkin would be really good with Spirit Leeches. Caskets, I mean, friendly fire from the Screaming Skull catapults, obviously a thing. Kotep's like running for his life here. Look at him. Just the Haggard Tomb King Legion just like trying to like drag down these characters with their 0 melee attack. They literally have the minimum chance to hit. And here you can see the Wand of Crydon's going to be dropping on Kotep's head here. 600 damage, oof. Look at the bounce, guys. So the Tomb Prince is going to keep cycle charging. Now, if something here gets broken, let's say all the Dark Elf units get exhausted, they get tired, their leadership starts to waver. If you could break something, then that would certainly be a way to get this. To like push off the Master, but suddenly we're in a kind of a scary situation, to be frank here. Incantation of Desiccation is really good here because it puts their melee defense down to a manageable amount for the very debuffed units. Chariots for King, just kind of cleaning up shop here, going after the... You guys see that one Corsair who's just like swinging his like swords like randomly for no reason? But yeah, those guys should be broken off. The Screaming Skulls, yeah. I mean, it still should be won by Tomb Kings, but it just shows like how powerful that combination can be. Another Soul Stealer here could be really nasty. I think that's actually what's about to happen. You can see King might be pulling back some of the troops. A little bit of lag, but that's nature of the beast. Let me minimize, make sure it's not me. Nope, it's not on my end. Soul Stealer going down. It does slap the base on all these Skeleton Spears and the Nahakara Horsemen. Certainly going to do a lot of damage there. Catapults are shooting in. Kotep needs to just like run across the map right now and create some separation from the army. Because he could still shoot his Casket from downtown if the formations do break. But the Soul Stealer doing some really nasty work. Tomb Prince is going to be coming in for a cycle charge, and Rampage is good here. You can see the Master is wavering, and as the Master goes, and the Ushabti here are really big. Getting that bonus versus infantry against all these infantry foot characters is going to be really powerful, especially the Armored Master. But the Master might just break here, although the Tomb Prince is danger low as well, guys. Oh man, he's in the danger zone. You better watch out, bud. 483 on this Tomb Prince, as the Master gives him a nice shiv, puts him down to negative leadership for a moment, but he's going to be pulling back now before he takes too much damage, or any damage at all, that is. And the Screaming Skull catapults just shooting at shattered units should probably save their ammo if they can, but I don't think that's King's focus right now, as dealing with this disgusting Death Star is really the focus. So Ice Power said he was expecting a Scorpion build, and his build would have just wrecked a Scorpion build, for sure. But I think King has probably been playing against people with this build. The Ushabti Summon is wearing them down. If Marathi has another Soul Stealer, honestly, this could be a little bit problematic here for the Tomb Kings. A little bit of player lag here. I don't know. I don't think it's King, because King hasn't been lagging all day, and it might be the Ice Power. But again, it's everybody's having some lag issues right now, unfortunately, with all the ISPs throttling around the world and overloading the intranet. Tomb Prince here, 172. Oh man, the Tomb Prince is going. Oh my god, and another Soul Stealer. That's going to do so much damage to this whole blob, and it's just keeping Marathi nice and fat and healthy here. There's no more Dark Elves to be seen around the map, but the Soul Stealer is very, very powerful. The Death Hag's still going, 76 kills. The Master has, let's go ahead and double check here. Master has 31, Marathi has 122, of course, from the Soul Stealers. And guys, the Ushabti Summon's about to wear off here. It looks like this Tomb King formation might break, actually, to this. They almost had the Master broken. But in this case, it looks like he's going strong. Marathi, just look at the melee attack. The Ushabti have 0 melee attack. The Nehakar Horsemen here have 6 melee attack. The Tomb Guard have 9. Oh my god, that is so foul. So the Ushabti Summon is gone. And basically at this point, King's just like, alright, I'm just going to set up my army over here. Like reset up. So look, he's like moving his artillery over here to like start shooting. You might as well just start blasting him with artillery, honestly. Even though it's like a little bit of friendly fire. I don't know. Because like, it would potentially tank the leadership of that Master. I can only imagine the thoughts. Now, he still has Katep. Katep is going to have to drop some sick beats too. But I think once his pocket of stuff breaks for King, he's going to unleash a salvo of fire. And the archers will hurt really bad. The archers should be able to kill like one of these guys on the approach. Like honestly, maybe just pulling the Tomb Guard and like horsemen back this way and like freeing up the lines of fire would be the right play. Instead of trying to grind it here, because Marathi's like not even getting hit. Let's watch her HP for a second. 2166. She still hasn't been hit. Catapults are shooting in. This is the right play, I think, yeah. You can see that did like what, 200 damage to her? Now the caskets are shooting in. Just collateral damage. Scorched Earth! And the archers should be shooting in a second as well. And that's really going to be pretty punishing. Going after the Master. And the Master taking a bit of work. Catapult shooting in as well. Oh my god, this meme star. This is so haggard. Oh my god, look at this. And here you can see the Death Hag is approaching. Look at that. Ice Power is juking, but the Master is taking a pounding. If one of these guys breaks, the game's basically over. King will win. I'm pretty sure King's going to win no matter what, but this is just ridiculous. Oh my god. Oh, they're getting in! Oh no! This is where they want to be. The chariots are like trying to push them back. You see, that's the play. Look at this. King uses the chariots to keep pushing them away. Like, get away! Get away! As the caskets and all the units rain some hot fire here. This is such a meme battle. Oh my god. Wasn't intended to be one, but it's turned into one. The Master is broken. So King needs to chase that guy down. Like 100%. And then the Death Hag needs to be next. Army losses should be coming soon, but you never know. Yeah, just Scorched Earth. Scorched Earth! Get them! See, when the Master gets taken out here by the chariots, inevitably, that will probably lead to army losses. Katep's, in a dangerous place. The Death Hag is wading through the ranks, and look at that. The catapults are falling back. See, these Tomb Kings have watched Game of Thrones and learned to not put their catapults in the front. Oh my god, that was, man, the last Game of Thrones season was so disappointing. It, like, just such a tarnishing season. Anyways, Death Hag here does have Witch's Brew. She's out of control now. And it looks like a Melkos going down as well on the Blessed Legion. Sorry about the lag here, guys. It should, I think Ice Power may be having some lag. And Skeleton Chariots charging in. So the Death Hag shaken to army losses. Oh my god, that's going to be the game. What a freaking battle. Like, Ice Power's entire army just got nuked in the first, like, 15 seconds of battle. And then he still clawed with that Death Star. Man. That is insane. Alright, so let's go ahead and update Kings to 8. Next up, we have Zimmerick's. You're up. All right. So there you go. That was such a ridiculous game. Like using the chariots to like try and push them away. Falcon, I would happily cast that game. Hopefully King is saving some of these. That was just so absurd. Oh my god. Well played to Ice Power though. He scrapped hard. He scrapped hard. Go to Prague for the next map. So Zimmerix is up. Thanks again for everyone for joining. It's been fun. We're still going. Yeah, The Kingdom on Netflix is a good show. I watched season 1 when it first came out. I really enjoyed it. So here we have Zimmerix and we have Swarv and we have Undertaker, or the last. So there's only 3 players left. Will King have an undefeated King of the Hill stream? Yeah, man. This is wild. The King of the Hill is like there's a list of players and the winner stays and keeps playing and the individual who loses is eliminated basically, yeah. Dark Elves are top tier for sure. Hadri says just take heroes and leave everything else at home. Yeah. It's a nasty Death Star, man. Alright, so here we are. Zimmerix is here. We'll see how this goes. For him, it's going to be Prague. So he's banning 2 kings and picking Chaos. Ah, man, I don't know. Chaos against Norsca. Chaos against Vampires is kind of hard too. I don't know. I guess Chaos can do well against him. The Tomb Kings have been banned. King is just going to throw a tantrum here. I haven't gotten all the players arranged for the faction war yet, so I can't give you the list. But sec here, guys. Just got to change some setting here. All right. Very cool. Great. Yeah, everything's good here. Yeah, it's going to be a really good faction war, though. There's some serious competition for sure. I can give you guys a little bit of a teaser. So King is going to go the Drowned against Zimmerix's Chaos. Oh my god, the Drowned. Once again, he's just trying to entertain you guys here. He's going the Drowned. It's happening. It's happening. King of the Dead Rage Quit incoming. So currently for the faction war, we have Shetland Apache on the Dwarves, Zyphos on the High Elves, Falcon on the Dark Elves, my son Herbert Walker on the Greenskins, Aerocrastic on Chaos, Vampire Coast is Random Nicks, Adob Plays is playing Vampire Counts. We have Hadri is playing Skaven, Hyali Nali on Lizards, Lotus Moon is playing Wood Elves, and Tlax on Soothsayer and Empire so far. So yeah, I'm just working on it, guys. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be a fierce one. You know, you could get a Queen Bess pick here from King. It's I don't know if I love it against Chaos, but it's not terrible. So if there is going to be a time for it, it's now. But you're probably going to get Celastra and Damned Paladins. It's his new Haggard signature. It's his treat to the world. So the players are just picking and we're hanging out. Giving King a counter pick on a silver platter. I know. But maybe he's a Chaos main, you know, Arrow. That's just how it goes. The Drowned are coming. Yeah. Yeah, Arrow, Aristo, it's going to be fun, man. So, yeah, all the elf factions are filled at the moment. It's a very stacked lineup, yeah. It's going to be a really fierce tournament for sure. So just got to fill a couple more, and then we're good to go here. And guys, thanks for sticking around, by the way. You like Prague because it's the name of the city you live in? Or it's inspired by You know, Sirens against Chaos aren't bad, really. Like, what does Chaos have? Like, they can imbue Flaming Sword, but you can only do that so much. And, like, really good Coast players, as soon as they see Flaming Sword, they'll just run with the Sirens until it wears off. Sirens are really fast, so it's like... Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Chaos will struggle against that. And you can bring a Deathcaster, I guess. You could, like, Buna and Spirit Leech. Oh, yeah, Chaos has some options. Colex, Lord of the Storm, can do some work. Archeon, you know, can give some magic damage. They're not without tools, but I feel like Chaos is kind of a I feel like they're on the lower end of the faction spectrum. They're not bad, like terrible, but they're not like great either. Oh, Michael Buzza, I have no idea. I mean, the Vampire Coast, if I was a vampire, would be pretty cool to be a part of. Actually, honestly, I'd probably rather be a dwarf. Just like live in some dwarven hold and just enjoy and create like machines and things like that. Falcon's playing Dark Elves in the faction war, yeah. Wood Elves is Lotus Moon. My favorite RTS, obviously, is Total War Warhammer. My favorite non-RTS. Oh, goodness. I don't know. So back in the day, I played a ton of World of Warcraft. I loved the Baldur's Gate and Neverwinter Nights. I loved those games like a hardcore. I've always been like a really heavy RTS guy. I really like Civilization 5. Civ 5 was like one of my favorite games. Let's see. What else did I play a lot? League of Legends. I was pretty big in that for a long time. I played the original Mount & Blade a lot. Like a lot. Yeah, I don't know. All kinds of games. StarCraft. But RTSs have always been my favorite. So I was like diehard Warcraft 3, Warcraft 2 Tides of Darkness, StarCraft, Brood War, StarCraft 2. Like I put a ton of hours into all those games. Aerocrastix has a really good point. He says, Sigvald is your best lord here. That's how miserable of a matchup it is. You see, the thing is, Chris, that takes like a long time to do that, and I like to keep it in one like package stream. Yeah. Adri says I wouldn't want to be short and angry all the time. Oh, man. But dwarves are like, how cool, all right, how cool would it be to be like a master engineer dwarf? You just get to hang out with your dudes and just drink the Bugman's brew all day. And then you're like, you just get to fly a gyrocopter around like the mountains and like, oh, there's so much cool stuff the dwarves can do. Granted, all right, let's be fair. Being a magic user would be pretty sweet, you know? I don't know. But dwarves also get to live long enough to really enjoy everything the world has to offer. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, Mr. Picat, how you doing, man? Vampire Counts is played by Dov. And Vampire Coast is played by Random Nix in the upcoming faction war. Yeah. And I did get a lot of feedback on the King of the Hill format because there's a lot of people who want to play in it and we only have so many spots and so much time. So I'm going to try and come up with a system. I don't know what. I might do like a sign-up system and you can only sign up for like one a week or something. So maybe I'll run like 3 King of the Hills or 2 and you can only sign up like once. I'll think of something. But yeah, I certainly think that's very good feedback for sure. Because I want to get everyone involved. You can pick your day, basically. Like I would just have like a Google sign-up sheet or something, and you know, the first 12 to sign up for each sheet would be it. All right, guys. Will somebody finally slay the King of the Dead? Will it happen on this stream? Now for the forces of Zimmerix, he's got the Warp Chicken. I guess that's not bad. Warp Chicken has good missile resist, I suppose. I think it's like, what? 50 and then, yeah, 25% magic. So the Warp Chicken can certainly dance about. And what's really cool about Warp Chicken against Drowned is he does do magic damage. So he can get his KFC drumstick and dunk on some hoes for sure. Up in the sky, we have an Exalted Hero with a Mark of Corn, Hellfire Sword as well, a Dragon Ogre Shaggoth, a couple Marauders, and the Mirror Guard. Now for the back here, we've seen this happen before. He does have his own Marauder Horseman with throwing axes, which I'm sure King will be chasing with something. Although King actually has a very defensive build. Not really, no hounds, no harass really from King. This is very unorthodox. All right, so for King's army, he's got Silastra, Deerfawn, 2 Damned Paladins, Lore of the Deep coming in with Tide Call, Crab Summon, and Fog of the Damned. 2 groups of Deck Gunners, one of which is going to be Shade Wraith, Depth Guard with Polearms, the Bloody Reaver Depth Guard. What planet are we on? Look at these things. You never see them. It's such a shame, too, because they're so cool looking. And that's it. So King with like a very defensive build. I think he's like switching up his playstyle so people don't adapt to what he's doing. Oh my god. This is a build. Double Damned Paladin. Damned Paladins will do well against Shaggoths for sure. But the Warp Chicken can certainly drumstick them. Like if King isn't careful and he gets both Damned Paladins caught in Final Transmutation, he could just straight up lose the game. And you can see the first thing King does right as I say that, and of course there is a delay so he can't hear me, is that he switches the both Paladins. He's like, nope, I am not going to get caught in that. So the Shade Wraith Gunners, what are they going to target? Maybe some of the infantry. Chaos Warriors, Mirror Guard are all decent targets. Yeah, probably going to go after Mirror Guard, I would imagine. Some of the Gunners here are going to be going after the Exalted Hero. Nope, going after the Mark of Corn hero up in the sky. Nice juking there by Zimmerix. He's able to go back and forth and avoid most of those shots. So I would probably put one shade or one of the gunners on something else. And yeah, you can see it. That's what I was telling you guys earlier. Switching targets is really good because it forces your opponent to micro a lot. They can lapse in other areas. It's really, really good. So now I would imagine King's just going to keep switching targets. Where is he going now? Looks like he's aiming downtown somewhere. Probably going to be going after the Shaggoth as he gets closer. And yeah, now he's back to the Exalted Hero, which you can see a slight lapse in micro there for a quick moment. And he takes a couple shots. But not too much damage on the approach, to be honest. Celestra will be tough to deal with. She can certainly beat down Big Bird. So the Shaggoth and the Exalted Hero really have to carry hard because Celestra is thick and she's proud. And she's going to be very, very tough to bring down. So now King of the Dead getting a taste of his own medicine as some Warhounds come in the back here. I would imagine Celestra is going to just crab slap these guys in a quick moment here as the Deck Gunners continue to shoot in. The Chaos Warriors will also be very durable in the front line, and now Celestra comes in. So she will probably summon some crabs on top of these guys, I would imagine. The Bloody Reaver Depth Guard are getting in there, and they actually have really good AP. Only 42 weapon strength, but yeah, the Mirror Guard will be taken care of. So now in the back, Zimmerix with some nice micro. He gets some Chaos Warhounds back here and does go after the Shade Wraith Gunners. The other Deck Gunners are still online for the most part. But now the frontline engagements are here, and this is where it gets a little bit scary for Coast, because Chaos Warriors are very cost effective. They're going to be able to beat down these troops pretty effectively. But the Bloody Reaver Depth Guard are cutting into the Mirror Guard. Of course, doing quite well with their AP values. We do also have the Enrage. And it looks like here we have a Transmutation of Lead going down. So, the Warp Chicken and the Shaggoth going for the sweet 2-for-1 here. But Song of Enthrallment goes down. A Crab Summon is used by Celestra here to block out the Marauder Horseman. And what King needs to do now, he's kind of getting triple pounded here. The Shaggoth and the Exalted Hero with the Hellfire Sword, that is a lot of damage coming in on her Royal Thickness. He needs to get the Bloody Reaver Depth Guard over here to help him because Celestra is just getting straight up just pounded here. And the damn Paladins also need to come over, but I think King is a little bit afraid to do that because of the threat of the final Transmutation. But yeah, nonetheless, he just used his Winds of Magic on the Transmutation of Lead. Celestra is able to get away, which is quite nice for her. And it seems like the Bloody Reaver Depth Guard have been able to put a dent in the front line, but yeah, it's still a scary situation. Honestly, I would say that the Warriors of Chaos are a little bit ahead here. Piercing Bolts going down to clear out those damned Knights Errant. And the Shade Wraith Gunners are also being compromised by some Hounds, but it looks like they are pushed off by the Halberds there. So, very dicey fight. So, Celestra is still in the run. The Warp Chicken is pressing pretty hard. There's also Throwing Axes by Zimmerix. He's done a really good job getting them in position here. And the damn Paladins are just kind of watching. King, get those guys in there. The damn Paladins need to push in and start attacking something. Yeah, so now they're going to go after the Chicken, and they do magic damage. The Chicken, of course, has pretty good magical resist, or decent at least, so he will be pretty durable against that. Celestra is basically just going to have to run and kind of kite and cackle right now because she is in the danger zone, and he's playing with the Drowned and with Lore of the Deep, so he doesn't have any healing with Lore of Vampires. Now, the Deck Hunters are back online. Both of them are shooting in quite happily against that Dragon Ogre Shaggoth, and now you can see the Chaos Warhounds with Poison are able to jump on the Shade Wraith Gunners, but they should get terrified here by Celestra in a quick moment. They're confident right now, but a rear charge coming in plus Celestra will immediately lead to those Hounds being broken off. Now, back in this fight, we have the two damn Paladins. It looks like they're able to trap up that Exalted Hero, and the Exalted Hero is getting shanked by the damn Paladins. Plus, the Deckhand mobs and the Crab Summons have been very strong, and it looks like another Transmutation of Lead. Now, that means that there is not going to be any final Transmutation. It's not going to happen. Rather, it's just going to be, the Crab fighting the Bird here in Mortal Kombat. The Bloody Reaver Depth Guard, are they still around? I think they are. There's 37 models, and they're still in decent shape, 37 to 45. And now the two Paladins are coming in. This Chicken's in a little bit of a dangerous situation. Oh, how the tables have turned, Warp Chicken. And you can see we have two Paladins. Celestra, of course, hits like a truck as well on her Crab. But the Dragon Ogre Shaggy's coming in as well. But the damn Paladins intercept here, and Song of Enthrallment is down, so the melee attack is going to be significantly lowered for all these troops. Now, Celestra may fall here. She's at -6. She's crumbling. The Shaggoth is putting a huge hurt on her. But also the Dragon Ogre Shaggoth is taking quite a bit himself. But the damn Paladins still going, and they do cause terror, so they can probably push off the Hounds. Celestra is going to be falling here. She's not thick enough to endure this. And the Bloody Reaver Depth Guard are now here. But the problem for Chaos is these anti-large halberds. The Dragon Ogre Shaggoth is down for the count. He's at 20 HP. That boy is not going to be coming back. And the Terror Outs are going to be going down. Like, the Exalted Hero is going to go. The two damn Paladins are just going to be raid bosses. However, Chaos has done a pretty good job clearing up everything else. If you look around, it's just the Depth Guard, a bunch of halberds. And yeah, those Depth Guard are really going to have to try and hold here because it is going to be scary. So now come the damn Paladins, going to be trying to hunt down the Big Bird. He's at 2.6, certainly taking some heavy damage. But the Vampire Coast doesn't have too much left in the way of actual stopping power. The Bloody Reaver Depth Guard, of course, do have the Hunger, so they can heal themselves. But yeah, the Warp Chicken's going to be dunking on him. I think there's some halberds back here for King. But yeah, it's a close fight for sure. The Shaggoth and the Exalted Hero are going to be allowed to come back, but they're both like on death's bed. So even if they come back, a single halberd stroke will probably break them. So yeah, you can see the Shaggoth breaks there. But, you know, honestly, what could be really scary for the forces of Chaos is that Chaos Warriors are not immune to psychology. So if the Paladins are able to get terror outs on these guys, that is going to be really, really punishing for sure. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. A couple halberds here for the coast. Definitely needs to start working those guys back up towards the battlefield. He's going to need that anchor. And the Bloody Reaver Depth Guard are getting very low. The King probably is going to want to pull these guys back, to be honest, get his zombies and like try and get them in a better fight. Granted, he's getting really good terror outs, and King might still be able to pull this out. This has been a great battle. Zimrix has been playing very, very well here. Chaos Marauders in the back, probably going to get terror routed off as well. They're shaken. And yeah, these scary, spooky ghost boys good to be going back and forth. Certainly hungering for that chicken. And you can see here the damn Paladin going to be going for a nice charge. 2.4k, standard die activated, and he does take the charge. The damn Paladins have a charge bonus of 70, so on the charge they hurt really, really bad. And the Mirror Guard are now going to be coming over. And yeah, he does magic damage, which is really big here. But the bird taking not too much into his initial charge. Seems like he's enduring really well, and the Warp Chicken might be able to unseat him here, which would be quite impressive. So Sartorial, the Ever Bird, going to be falling back. Damn Paladins definitely need to go save those halberds over there, because they are single entities, so if all King has left are the damn Paladins, he will have to stay in combat. And the Bloody Reaver Depth Guard are down for the count. A wild pick. They're widely considered to be a terrible unit, I think justifiably so. They're very overpriced for what they do, but nonetheless, you know, King obviously brought a bit of a meme build. But the damn Paladin, going to be charging once again, going after the Dragon Ogre Shaggoth. The halberds are still fighting in combat there, and the Dragon Ogre Shaggoth, the Foul Beast, is slain by the undead Bretonnian. Now it's time for the bird to make Mortal Kombat here with the damn Paladin, which is crumbling down. The bird is at 1500. I think that the Warriors of Chaos got this. I think that the King of the Dead is finally going to be unseated here by the Agent of Tzeentch. Perhaps Tzeentch let him go on the streak just so he could come in and end him. Tzeentch, ever the duplicitous, treacherous chaos deity. Sartorial's in trouble. That's going to be GG. Well played. Zimrix, with his Warp Chicken, is able to emerge victorious against the Drowned. The Deck Gunners certainly didn't pay for themselves, I don't think. King says, no, my reign. Just, no. Don't worry, King. I think you're still in good shape. So now, my friends, we have Zimrix facing off against Undertaker. So Undertaker, Chesh to my friend. Yakshemash, hope you're doing well. Come join. You are up. And that is a battle. So heavy is the head that wears the crown. The current leader, though, is King of the Dead with 8 wins. Good luck passing that today. And now we have Zimrix. I'm just going to put Zim for short. Someone in chat's like, finally no more undead. Well played to King, though, man. Great run, dude. That was very impressive. Yeah, and Aerocrastic raises a great point. Look at how close this is despite this total joke of a build, says Arrow. I love that. Rich P, I'm very excited for Kislev to return. I'm just excited for the old world in general, man. Well played. It's like that when Arthas, when King Menethil is talking to Arthas, he's like, you know, all reigns must come to an end, or I forget the exact quote. Was it a great one? King, your reign is over. You must make room for the Grom Brindle. I don't know if he's typing here. I think he's in chat, so we're just gonna move. I think he was in stream. Well played, King. You absolute beast today, dude. Memeing it and still winning all those games. Yeah, the Warp Chicken was a good choice. King of the Dead says, joke of a build, Aerocrastic, thank you. Oh my god. Yes. That was some really good work, King. No shame, dude. You even brought a pretty ridiculous build for sure. All right, Gromby, you're up. Undertaker, I see you putting on your war paint in the stream here. Oh, did I miss someone? Oh, I did. Oh, okay. My bad. Swarv is up. Undertaker is after that, yes. So Swarv, let's tag you. All right, let's see if the Swarv Man is here. He is. Perfect. Zimrix ending the reign of the king. No mercy was shown. The Warp Chicken feasted well that day on the ghostly paladins. Yeah, the Warp Chicken's a great counter against those paladins. Magic damage, final transmutation threat, like it's scary. But really, Zimrix's Goon Squad on Solastro is what won the game. Now the king just needs to win 9 games in a row, correct? So Swarv is banning Chaos because he probably just saw his opponent play Chaos, and he's going to pick Norsca. So Zimrix will probably, honestly, what's his pick? Because like he bans Norsca. No, he picks Norsca. So Vampire Counts and Skaven are available here. Both of which I think are decent here. I mean, Counts can be a little bit tricky, but you know, the Burning Heads and the Sea Fangs and all that can really wreck the blobs. But yeah, we'll see what Zimrix picks. Zimrix with a very good performance for sure. Now the man, the myth, the legend. Aneurysm Sauce says, I should have gone double Shaggoth Dragon Ogre. I considered it, but I was afraid to get shot to pieces, says Aneurysm Sauce, regarding his matchup earlier. So we have Swarv, and then we have Undertaker. And then after that, the current King of the Hill at that point will play until they lose to try and surpass King of the Dead. Hadrius is like, now the king just needs to win 9 in a row. I know. Romulan with some great analysis saying that not enough bloated corpses. True, that could have been a big game changer. Imagine them just all, the fat gelatinous forms, just slamming into the hide of the Warp Chicken. That would have been quite epic indeed. You know, I wouldn't mind seeing Vampire Counts, though. We will see. So the players just negotiating their picks and bans here. Please no, we're dead. King's like, sorry. No, King, you did a great job, dude. That was a really entertaining set of games you played. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time, my dude. We're getting through this quarantine together, guys. Hopefully we can spend at least 3 or 4 hours here together, and that'll be the day. So it's going to be Zimrix on the Vampire Counts against Swarv on the Norskins. So there are more undead, but you haven't seen these ones yet today. These are of a different breed. Yes. One of my favorite replays, Hadrius, was the one where you were playing against the Tomb Kings, and like you had the balance of power like fully in your favor, and like the 2 Scar veterans just couldn't crumble like Tomb Guard, and they just like died and ran off the map. Oh man, there is hope. Yeah, like these, if someone else goes on a run, they can try and surpass King. It's going to be hard. Warhammer needs a new faction called the Fat Bloats. Yeah, well, it's a fair point. So Vampire Counts versus Norsca. Historically, this was like a monster fight. You'd see the cycle charging gooses and breath attacks and all that fun stuff. Granted, there are a couple new ways to play Vampire Counts. Some people use Cryptor heavy armies with Footlords and things like that. That's relatively efficient. Blood Knights here, of course, very good. I would recommend maybe just one. One Blood Knight can really be impactful. It can wreck Skin Wolves. It can counter a number of units on the Norscan roster. The shock damage is really good too, so they're able to ride down Berserkers, Marauders, things like that pretty efficiently. I would just recommend one Blood Knight, though. I feel like going too much is like allows the rest of your army to be a little bit weak. Yeah. Offer a beer to us folks in chat, Sean. Yeah. What if I could, man? What if I could? Trap and nuke the mammoths. Yeah, breath attacks. You can bring Manfred for spirit leeches. Oftentimes you see Helm of Discord, though, on the Blood Dragon Lord to just kind of lower their stats significantly, and then from there you just kind of come in and go for the throat. Hadri says nothing is impossible if you take the Sunmaker. That's true. That's very true. We have a nice replay of that coming up, Hadrius. And Hadrius, by the way, did you see the replay I posted yesterday of our glorious Chaos Dwarf game? People enjoyed that one. It was a good battle. All right. A wild mammoth pick. Yeah, still picking right now. Sword of Torgold is a map, so neither faction really cares about this map. They're just like, we're just gonna go fight each other. I think we'll probably see Wolfric on the mammoth. It's pretty common. Yeah, he's pretty good. You could use like Marauder Champions and or Berserkers in the front line to give you a durable core. And Manfred's a good lord for sure, but the Helm of Discord is just so powerful. That's partially why you don't see Manfred as much. Like if the Blood Dragon Lord didn't have Helm of Discord, he would just never be played. That's like the only reason. But it kind of makes sense. He's like this crazy combat lord, right? He should have something like that. Imagining an army of thick Slans. Yeah, that would be an interesting image for sure. We should ask Sotek. if Lore Master Sotek's around, if you're watching, man, has there ever been a situation in lore in which like Slans actually are forced to fight in like melee combat? And, like there's like a depiction of that? The dreaded Chaos Dwarf meta. Oh my god. I would love this Strigoi Ghoul King. He's not terrible. Yeah, Hadrian, she did. She definitely paid her dues. So it looks like both players are ready, more or less. Let's get this party started. Swarv against Zimmeriks. And here we go. Vampire counts. Vampire counts have the potential for a lot of memeing, for sure. They have some haggard characters, like the Wild Helman Gorst. Yeah. Helman, you know, well, I think Dav and I think Aristodemos was another one I saw. Those two fine gentlemen were using Helman Gorst just as like a Mortis engine with like, you know, he's cheaper than a Mortis engine, right? You just put all your spells in your Necromancer and you just don't care, right? It's like, they can kill Gorst, I don't care. But, you know, Gorst is far less mobile than a Mortis engine, but he's also a slightly smaller target. But yeah, Mortis engines are pretty good for, like, the kite, too. Like, that's why Claw of Nagash is really powerful. But thankfully, Mortis engines don't drain while they're not in combat anymore. That was so stupid when they did that. Oh, my God. Like, because Claw of Nagash would slow you and you just couldn't catch it and it was draining you. And it was like, oh, Anakin, kill me, please. I'm too weak. Yeah, it was terrible, but... Yes. They're too slow to actually move physically, says Darko Man. Lord Croak got ripped to pieces by Chaos Warriors. Huh, interesting. Yeah, I'll have to ask Sotek about that. You know, Sotek should do a series on his channel, like ridiculous lore questions, just like absurd lore questions, like theoreticals, and I think that'd be a really popular series on his channel. All right. For the armies of the undead, you have Vlad von Karstein. Oh, big pop of Vlad coming in hot. It's going to be tough to kill. That's one thing Vlad is really good at. He's very tough to kill. 2 Banshees as well. Banshees are quite good against big single entities. They have really good shanks, consistency, and do also cause terror if there's no magic. They can last quite some time. Blood Knights, Skeleton Spears, a couple Scurvy Dogs to shut down javelins and whatnot, Sternsmen, and a couple groups of Graveguard, and a Mortis engine, including the Claw of Nagash, yeah. That's it. Pretty cool build. I love Footlord builds. They're like my favorite way to play vampires. And now for the forces of Norsca, the current challenger. He's got Miststalkers, a couple Skin Wolves, the premier condom brand of the old world. Can never forget to plug those guys. We do also have a couple Javelins here. Just one Javelin, actually. Berserkers, and in the front, Marauders, Wolfric, and a Deathcaster. Ooh, Deathcaster, a great choice here. The Spirit Leech is going to be one of the few ways to actually kill that Banshee in this army. I mean, yeah, Wolfric can eventually drag one down, but also, you know, on that same coin, though, there's no Burning Head. So the Undead Core is not going to have to worry about a big, nasty Burning Head just like one-shotting their entire army. So yeah, there's a couple Skin Wolves, looks like Miststalkers as well. And yeah, that is it. So the Mortis engine is going to be great here, since there's not too many ways to punish it. The Marauder Hunters with Javelins obviously can do great work here, but the Blood Knights, like as far as the armies go, I think the Blood Knights are going to be very powerful. Can chalk down any number of targets, can defeat the Skin Wolves. Yeah, it's a good army. A little bit narrow. I feel like there's like more to this army that we're just missing. I know there's some Vanguard deployment here in the Hounds and the tree line and stuff, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like that Vampire Count army is so small. Like there's, I guess, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just because triple Graveguard. A lot of times you'll see people bring like 2 Graveguard and then a bunch of zombies, but this army is really, really small. Like it's going to get surrounded hard, but the... What I would probably do if I were the vampires, I would like try and take a fight like here against this terrain and then like force the Norskins into like a weird blob, since they do have a purple sun though. But if the purple sun is activated, he's probably only going to have a couple Spirit Leeches for the Banshees, so he has to make a bit of a hard decision here. And I thought I saw an overcasted Spirit Leech coming in for a second on the Claw of Nagash. Yeah, the Claw of Nagash, I mean, there is Javelins, but if the Vampire Counts are successfully able to get the Javelins with the Hounds and some of the other elements here, I think it'll be tough for Norsca to win this, based on the army composition. Granted, the Condom Wolves are pretty good. You know, they can claw down the Claw of Nagash if they can catch it. You know, it's lightly armored, it's large, it's pretty much in their purview. So can Wolfric. But Wolfric will probably be getting shanked the entire battle by the 2 Banshees. Vlad will probably go after the caster and just help summon and endure in the front line. Graveguard are very good against Norscan troops. They're armored, and they also have a bonus for infantry. And pretty much all the Norscan troops are, you know, lightly armored, firstly. And secondly, are infantry. So, and they lack AP themselves for the most part, unless you bring champs or great weapons, which you don't see terribly often. So the battle's underway here, but, you know, oftentimes Norsca will rely on, like, Sea Fangs and Burning Heads and other elements to kill infantry. And now you can see the forces of Zimmeriks here are going to be preparing for a defensive posture. You need to make sure to stay together, though. With armies like this, you gotta play it high and tight. So in the back here, we do have the Dire Pack and the other Hound units coming out. The Blood Knight play is going to be super important as well. If he throws away the Blood Knights and lets them get swarmed, that could be a huge game-losing play here. Now we have the frontline fighting. It is underway. Fight or Die is activated for the Norskins. And Wulfric's coming in to go deep. Oh, Purple Sun here could be really nasty. Purple Sun, won't you come? And the Purple Sun is a little bit lackluster. No, it's rotating slightly into those Graveguard there, not too much. So now the Blood Knights are going to be going after Wulfric. Curse of Years is activated as well. The Banshees are going to be coming back here, and the Blood Knights will do some decent damage, but the problem with engaging Blood Knights right up the pipe like this is they're going to have some problems getting the surround they want. So using the Blood Knights to kind of shock, collapse the flanks, and isolate Skin Wolves or Famir in open field I think is a little bit better. But nonetheless, the Mortis Engine is draining, and Vlad is anchoring. Of course, Vlad with the Scroll of Leeching on him, and he has also used Master of Beguilement, putting Wulfric down pretty low. A nice Seafang there by Swarv, for sure. But yeah, the Blood Knights need to get busy. There's a lot of Skin Wolves in here. It looks like in the back, he is able to push off the Marauder Hunters with Javelins. But one of the Banshees is relatively low, and it looks like his Zombie Summon is going to be used back here, perhaps. It's going to be used in the back of these Norscan forces. And the Mortis Engine is draining, and also some of the Skin Wolves are terrified here. So the Mortis Engine really needs to be saved. If that Mortis Engine goes, it's pretty much an auto loss, I would say, for the Vampire Counts. I think they'll just lose if it goes too early. The Miststalker is also taking a bit of damage, and the Blood Knights are just shocking here, which is good. You can see they're able to crumble some Marauders, take some pressure off. I would say grab these Blood Knights, pull them up and over here, kill these Skin Wolves, and then ride into the back of this flank here, and you're going to be in a pretty jolly position. Now, the Banshee's doing a really good job. Like I said, Banshees have kind of a uncanny amount of mass, and they're also able to shank down this big Lord here. Wulfric certainly taking a lot of damage, but the Claw of Nagash is in the danger zone. And it looks like here Swarv is opting to use Spirit Leeches on Zimrix's Claw of Nagash, which seems to be pretty good. Now the Blood Knight's coming in for a liberating charge, which is going to be great. And he can pull the Mortis Engine through. Hopefully, for the sake of the Counts, he'll be able to get some invocations. And hopefully, for the sake of the Norskins, they can get something back there to start pressuring it again. Because if that Mortis Engine keeps draining here, it is going to be bad news bears. And also, Wulfric is taking a bit of a pounding from Vlad the Chad, as people like to call him. And yeah, Wulfric is a Curse of Years again, lowering his speed and his melee attack. Pretty good usage of that spell in this very blobby fight. And the Mortis Engine is now draining over here. Berserkers have pretty good leadership. They're a tough one to push off, but the Mortis Engine certainly will be a step in the right direction. Blood Knights in the back, the Knights of Red Keep have been doing really well. That charge was able to free up the Mortis Engine, able to do big damage against Skin Wolves here, and yeah, he's doing a really good job with his Blood Knights at this point, after a little bit of lapse in the beginning. So Wulfric getting bullied hard. The Mortis Engine's coming in, but yeah, he's got to make sure the Mortis Engine doesn't die. That's like the biggest thing. I think Vlad needs to drop some zombie summons right here to try and target the advancing Famir. Or just use an Invo. Yeah, that's good as well. Spirit Leech going down on the Claw of Nagash. Pull the Claw in open field. Force him to chase it with Skin Wolves and then countercharge with Blood Knights, and then you prosper. Now, at this point, even if the Claw of Nagash does fall, I think the Vampires have some pretty good teeth in the form of the double Banshee and Vlad. They're going to be tough to kill, but he does need to keep this alive, I think. It's pretty important. Zombie Summon was used to tarp it here, and you can see Terror Routes are going down on Skin Wolves. The Banshees are doing a lot of damage as well. And the Bounce Fire is still pretty darn even. Wulfric is, on the danger zone. Master of Beguilement from Vlad, putting him down to 3 melee attack. But the Blood Knights are starting to go down as well. So killing the Blood Knights definitely frees up a lot of the monsters here, but Banshees are quite good against monsters as well. You can see the AP attacks from the Banshees have been killing the Miststalkers, have also been shanking Wulfric. He's getting danger low, and the Mortis Engine is still in really, really good shape. Now, the problem with the Vampires, though, is if they need to kind of stagger summon zombies, basically, to make sure they can kind of kite around and do their thing. We need zombies. Summon the zombies. Looks like there are 52. I would imagine Vlad still has like 3 more summons at least. I haven't seen too many, and Vlad in combat is quite the anchor piece. The Shaman Sorcerer of Death is still alive here for Swarv, so there could be some Spirit Leeches, I would imagine, but Terror Routes are going to become a pretty big issue. If something breaks enough, it can shatter, right? The Skin Wolves here have 10 models, 13 models here. A lot of them are finally reaching their healing caps, but this is kind of the last legs here of this Mortis Engine, as it's down to 853, but every ounce of life it can drain from the nearby opponents is huge. 793 here. All these units are being drained here by the Mortis Engine, and the Banshee and Vlad just fighting to the bitter end here, just trying to claw wherever they can. This turned out to be a pretty good battle, very, very close. Wulfric may be able to come in if the Mortis Engine gets taken out, and if he could just like cycle charge and maybe pick off Vlad or push him out. It's tricky though. Mortis Engine's going to be going down here for sure. Wulfric comes in with the Steel Tusk and finishes that bad boy off, and now you got to deal with the Banshees and Vlad though. 3 extremely durable characters. Now, the Undead might not have a lot of Winds of Magic simply because they used a lot of Curse of Years. They were using that throughout the whole battle, so the Winds of Magic situation might not be great, but this is still very winnable for both sides. It really is going to depend on Wulfric's charges. If he's able to get enough damage on some of the Banshees and Vlad and things like that, he might be able to do it. And of course, Norscan troops, when they're enraged, do get a little bit of a leadership bonus, which is quite nice for them. And it looks like Norsca might be pulling back as Vlad and company do try and move forward to go after Wulfric. And Wulfric actually did take about 300 damage with that charge in there. The Banshees still going. Werewolves are getting routed off, guys. We've seen this a lot in mass terror routes. You know, routes are contagious. Fear is contagious. And you can see the Miststalkers here might rout off themselves. They are immune to psychology, though, because they do, of course, cause terror themselves. So they can't be routed. But, yeah, I don't know. The Miststalkers are pretty big here. They do magic damage. They're one of the few units that can actually hurt the Banshees well. Wolfric coming in for another cycle charge. This battle's like dead even. I don't know about the situation of Spirit Leeches, but here you can see the Master of Beguilement is activated once again. And Wolfric's melee attack is currently 0, which is pretty insane. Really, really good value on that. But aside from Wolfric, I think the other good target... Oh man, Wolfric's breaking! He gets shanked a couple times by those angry ladies in there. But Spirit Leech going down is really big as well. It definitely keeps Norsca in the game. Werewolves charging in. I think that Vlad and his friends... Oh, and Gaze of Nagash going down, and it blasts Wolfric in the back. And does that break him? Wolfric is broken with the Gaze of Nagash. What year is it? You never see those spells. Curse of Years, Gaze of Nagash. Zimmerik's getting quite wild with his magic. Now, as far as this fight goes, Vlad might be able to solo this. It's hard to say. If the Miststalkers break, I think that might be game. But the Miststalkers are doing really good steady magic damage to some of these troops in here. And Banshees, of course, are now crumbling. So they're going to be taking incremental damage. I do not think the Undead have the Winds of Magic for another Invocation or maybe another Summon. But Vlad isn't known for his Winds of Magic. Like, he's not like Manfred, for example. But Manfred would have been crumped already by Wolfric for sure. Vlad is really, really tanky. Plus, he does also have the Von Karstein ring and Blood Drinker, so he has a lot of healing. But Vlad is now at his healing cap. One of the Banshees is crumbling down. The Werewolves doing their thing. The other Banshee's still fighting strong. But yeah, the Miststalkers are proving to be MVPs for sure. And I would imagine Swarv still has some Winds of Magic left, maybe? Like one more Spirit Leech? One more Spirit Leech would probably end the game, to be honest. One Banshee does fall, being clubbed by the Miststalkers and their magic damage, and also being beaten on by the Marauders. But Vlad von Karstein, he holds strong, but without the Banshees, there's no terror routes, which means he's going to have to like bunker bust all these Skinwolves by himself. Now, if Vlad is saving a zombie summon in his back pocket, that could actually get the vampires back in the game. The problem is the Banshee's being surrounded and isolated and has no buffering, so it's not able to kind of shank at its free will here. Looks like he's going after Marauder Spearmen here, maybe after the Miststalkers a little bit, which are down to 1,000 HP. Does Vlad have a zombie summon? I think if he can get the zombie summon off before the Banshee goes down or crumbles down, maybe he'll have a chance here. But it looks like Swarv is going to be able to dethrone the king. Short-lived reign, but certainly a good one. Zimmerik's playing great games, and of course, who doesn't love seeing Vlad von Karstein? But yeah, Swarv with Wolfric lurking in the shadows here. Banshee here is going down. And there's a horde of angry werewolves. The zombie summon coming, but it might be too little too late. Because that's going to be huge. Like, a lot of these very tired, beat-up troops are going to route to that. And does it stabilize the Banshee? The Banshee's still at negative 35. Zombie summon is routing off some Skinwolves here, it looks like. And yeah, it's just going to be like little poking amounts of damage here. Miststalkers are at 963, not taking too much damage. The Banshee, is it going to be able to stabilize? I don't think so. 304, negative 30 leadership. And a mass rout going down from the Norskins. You can see here a lot of the Marauder Spearmen, and Skinwolves actually shattering, which is quite substantial. I mean, is Vlad going to be able to carry this? I don't think so. Yeah, the Banshee's down. Vlad is now going to be going after, I would imagine, the Shaman Sorcerer, but there's werewolves clawing him in the face. Trying to condom slap him, but I'm sure he's not going to take that. Vlad has about 2.5, 2.3. The Shaman Sorcerer able to get a nice blow on the flank there. Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage. And the Zombie Summon is gone now. There's obviously a lot of powerful Norskins. And I think that Swarv knows now that he can come in for the Death Thrust and try and finish off Vlad. Here it comes. The big mammoth. No, he's just teasing. Reminds me of the head-to-head I played with Spartacus with the Sirtha Ek. Just coming back and kind of offering and then pulling back. Vlad has about 1900 HP. I wonder if he has the Von Karstein ring. Oh my god, look how like beat up this whole army is. This was such a close game. Really long one too, about 11 minutes long. 125, and down goes Vlad the Chad to the horde of Norskins. Well played to Swarv. It was a scrappy game. He didn't have too many true answers for those Banshees, and it really showed there at the end, but he still was able to scrap it out by performing very well elsewhere. The Blood Knights getting trapped, I think, was the big turning point. Yeah. And now, guys, we have Swarv as the current King of the Hill. And now we have Grombrindal. Let me see what he said. So Undertaker is here. And for the map here, put them on the Ashen Hall so they can fall into the earth. Everybody would love that. Could have won an Essence of Chaos. A true scrap. And you guys know Gromby is a dwarf player, so this is certainly a place where we can see some dwarves. We go and tag Undertaker in the Discord. Oh, yeah. Here we go. The undead have finally been slain. The finale of the Twilight series. That's pretty funny, dude. And it has to make me think that if he used so much Winds of Magic on the Curse of Years plus the Gaze of Nagash, if that Winds of Magic had been saved for Invocations and Raise Dead, could the game have gone differently? I think so. Like, those spells are just so much better than... I mean, he did a good job with those spells, using them, but I always feel like those spells just, like, kind of gimp you a little bit. Yeah, which is really unfortunate. But Vampires is just like, oh, it's so good. So we have Swarv against Undertaker. I believe they're both from Poland. And it is time for the Duel of Duels. Now, if Swarv wins, he continues on, and same with Grombrindle. This is technically the last players on the actual list. And then the first player, if he's still here, will be Flying Taco. I believe he is. I don't know. He's appearing offline. Oh, is he here? We'll see. We will see, my friends. So it is going to be potentially Gromby on the Dwarves. They're speaking Polish, I think. I think he's picking the Dwarfs. I think you guys are going to get your dwarf fix here in this final game. All right, perfect. So everything looks good. And Flying Taco, are you still here? Are you watching the stream? Because you're up next. But if obviously, you know, it's been a while, so I don't know if you're still here. All right, perfect. So they're discussing their picks and bans right now. We're on the Troll Country, which is a small to mid-sized map. Certainly, you can still play Dwarven Artillery, especially like Organ Guns and Flame Cannons are not bad here. So Swarv is going to pick Chaos, Norsca, and Beastmen. Chaos, Norsca, Beastmen. So he really likes to play those Chaos factions. Grombrindle's going to pick Dwarves, and he's banning... I would probably say a Beastmen ban. Although he's been beating Beastmen pretty consistently, so I guess he's going to ban Chaos. He's banning Chaos! Oh man. Grombrindle explaining the pick and ban system. I don't understand either. I know a couple of the words, but yeah. I just have to see what factions they pick and go from there. And again, guys, thank you all for joining today. We're on the tail end of the stream. Please do drop a like if you guys are enjoying the content. Helps me out. It's annoying to ask for, but I do appreciate it. Also, side note, is it weird for streamers, gamers to go by your screen name? Not for me, Aiden, because my actual name is Turin. It's my middle name. So, like, for me, it's not, like, super out of character. But yeah, I would imagine, like, sometimes when you go into, like, a Discord channel and someone has a really ridiculous name, it's like, you know, it can be funny to call them that, but yeah. So it's going to be Beastmen versus Dwarves, which we've seen Gromby win, but we've also seen him lose it. It's a really, in my opinion, hard matchup for the Dwarves. But we'll see if Swarv has done his homework on Gromby's build and if he's able to adapt. I will be right back, my friends. I'm going to grab some something from the kitchen. All right, I'm back, my friends. I think the mic is not muted. All right. Looks like Gromby is ready. And Swarv is going to be making his tweaks. Troll Country is the map. We got some translators in chat, which is good. Yeah, Polish is definitely a very tough language to learn. It's just like it's so different than you know, like the language I speak. That it can be tricky. Does this mean that Sparty's real name is Friar Italian Spartacus Tuck? Oh my god. No, it's not. His name's Ryan. Yeah. I live in California, yeah, at the moment. Lady Turin and I will probably be... we were actually planning on moving to like Ventura or maybe some other state, but you know, with the whole apocalypse coming, it kind of puts a damper on everything. So we'll probably be here for the foreseeable future because she has a nice job that allows her to work from home pretty much full time and make a good living, and then I'm able to do this from home as well. So, yep, that's that. We're doing it. All right, King of the Hill list is going. Players are just about ready. Curious what he'll bring for Beastman. I think Gromby will do something similar to what he usually does. He'll just bring a ton of Longbeards with great weapons and you know, have his defensive position there, using the character to support missiles to help them beat Bestigors in combat, and then from there just kind of endure. But we'll see. Maybe he'll switch it up. He probably has a couple builds. I played Gromby actually on the King of the Hill stream the other day, Aerocrostics, which was really fun. Michael Isaac, thank you so much for the 20 Canadian buckaroos. Arriving late after my workday, contribution to help fund the quarantine hoarding. Thank you, man. Really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate it, Michael Isaac. Hopefully your workday wasn't too bad. And are you still going into the office, Michael? Or are you kind of working from home? Has it really affected you? Great internet for cheap in the Netherlands, huh? Well, today hasn't been too bad. What I did today is I lowered my bitrate down, like my the maximum bitrate, and I found that it's not having as many issues because it's not like I don't know if it's what was happening, but before it seemed like the bitrate would try and go up, and then I don't know if like my ISP was like throttling and pushing it down while I was streaming, and it was like my encoder was trying to like go back up to the bitrate I had it set at, but I lowered it in general, and it seems to be pretty steady today, which is a good sign. I mean, it's a slight quality, you know, lowering of quality, but it's pretty, like, it's hard to notice, really, as far as I can tell. What's up, Aroctus? You have a Age of Empires guy in your graphic there? And here we are, my friends. Not the last game of the stream, but certainly towards it. Swarv is currently the King of the Hill, but quite a mountain to climb. So we'll see if he's able to. Certainly a good player. Good, nice little Norscan showcase last game. Yeah, I feel like we don't see the goose as much, like goose play from the vampire counts. The goose play is kind of from my anecdotal, I always feel like it's kind of an unfun way to play. It's just like having to cycle charge a goose all day and trying to like goon things. It's like, yeah, I'm all for gooning when I play Skaven, but like, I don't know, something about the gooses is like, I just don't enjoy using Terrorgeists. I really don't. I guess I'm just not great at it either. That's probably part of it. All right, guys. So for the army of the Beastmen, it's going to be a very straightforward bull rush. So it's going to be Bestigors, Harpies. Looks like he does have the Centaurs with great weapons as well. And for his ground force, he has a Gorbel to obviously deal with Felix and push him away, a Beastcaster, and Morkur the Shadowgift. So like very straightforward here. No Cygor to try and bunker bust. It's just going to be a straight up bull rush. So two of the Minotaurs were regular, I believe, or shielded. Let's go and double check. Yeah, regular, because they get the bonus for his infantry, and also the Butchers of Kalkengard. So these guys are pretty self-explanatory. Yeah, it's just a bull rush build. Just get in there, rush, play it simple, have fun. Now for the forces of the Jawi, we have Longbeards in the front line, 2 guns in the back, a Lord, a standard Dwarf Lord, more Longbeards with great weapons, double cannons, I believe? Yeah, 2 cannons and a bunch of Slayers. Honestly, I feel like this army is pretty well equipped to deal with the Minotaur rush. If the 2 great cannons focus down Minotaurs, they can certainly do huge damage, and if the Minotaurs do get through the front line, they're going to be met by the wrath of a bunch of angry Slayers. It's a pretty cool build. I like that Gromby went super wide. Like, a standard Dwarf Lord is not going to be that different than, like, you know, something like Grombrindle in this matchup, and he costs, like, what, 800 less, give or take, if you strip him down, if not more. Really allows you to bring, like, an extra group of Slayers or something like that, which can make a big difference. Of course, Longbeards will lose to Bestigors, but with a little bit of a Thunder support, they can do some serious work. The cannons, you could also put them a little bit further back. A little bit back here, but Centaurs with Great Opens will be coming in, as well as the Harpies, so we'll see how Gromby reacts to that pressure. But yeah, this is a classic match here. The Beastmen just bum rushing with a bunch of AP and hoping they can crump the Dwarven line before the artillery and the guns get to them. So we will see. Manticores will be getting summoned as well. The two cannons immediately set their sights on Gorbles, it looks like. So the Gorble just gets pounded with a couple cannon shots, but he doesn't get knocked over. That's quite a feat for Gorble. So now we'll see where the cannons switch. It is a small map too, though, so cannons aren't going to get as much value as they would in a big open field map, but at least they start shooting right away. You know what's on the table. So the cannons haven't shot again. Here comes the second volley. Where is it going? The Thunders are going to be going after Gorble, it looks like. Yep, he's going to take some peppering shots here. A couple making contact, and the cannons are now going after Gorble, and there you go. That's the Gorble we all know and love, the one that just gets ping-ponged by pretty much everything in the game. So the Thunders are now going to be switching on to the Minotaurs. Minotaurs are pretty good health so far. You can see some of the focus fire is going onto the Bray Shaman. Longbeards will defeat Ungors pretty easily in combat, but of course Minotaurs are the X factor. Harpies jumping onto the back line, getting onto the Thunders here, and the Minotaurs have now surged into the front, with a flank coming in from the Centaurs with Great Opens at the back. And oh man, Gorble just getting shreked by the cannons and the fire. So man, losing Gorble that early is certainly a very tough situation to say the least. So now Grandpa Gromby coming in here, sending in the Slayers to try and help out this morass of filthy beastmen. You can see a pretty big investment here. Swarv really committing a lot, and honestly a lot of this stuff will probably get killed by the Slayers and just break off the battlefield, which is a little bit scary. So, of course, the Dwarves, like onions, do have reserves. You can see here that the Grumbling Guard are going to be emerging from the back line to try and help out, as the Manticore summon from Swarv is going to be sent in after the Lord. And the Lord's pretty tanky. He's got high melee defense, good armor. Should be able to endure that rather well. But for the most part, a lot of the gunline units are shut down. Thunders here are shut down, and the other Thunders are shut down, but at a better cost for the Dwarves, because here you can see Swarv lost Centaurs, he lost Harpies, and he also probably took massive damage on some of the Minotaurs here. So, in the end, I would say the Dwarves came out ahead on that trade, and that is the classic kind of trap. A lot of people commit a lot to kill a cannon, and then the Dwarves outvalue you at that point using like Slayers and other defensive pieces. If you look at the bounce power, it's pretty darn even, and considering the Beastmen have probably 2 spawn summons on the battlefield at this point, or at least 1 and a Manticore summon, that's a really good situation for the Dawi. The Lord and the Dragonback Slayers should be able to kill these Minotaurs no problem, and in the front line, the Longbeards are holding, but having some tough fights, but the cannon's back online, which is actually really substantial. Here, the spawn summon is going to be disappearing here in a quick moment, it looks like, or just actually being killed outright because it only has 1 model left. Longbeard's doing really well. Morker, as well as the Bray Shaman, are a little bit surrounded, and the Manticore summon has about 15 seconds left on the battlefield before it does dissipate. And now you can see the proud Jawi, the Dragonback Slayers, pushing back the minions of the Bray Herd as those Minotaurs are pushed off. Here up in the high ground, these 2 Longbeards should be able to beat down these Bestigors in a long, grindy fight, considering the numbers advantage they have. And the Minotaurs here are, wavering. I mean, across the board, it seems like Grombrindle pulling ahead. I mean, Beastmen just crumbling like paper when their summons disappear here. Another spawn summon will buy them some time, but it's really just a matter of time, as the Dwarven Slayers are quite angry this time, and the Minotaurs are being cut to shreds. I mean, trampling some of these Slayers, but the Slayers are persistent folk. They got karate kicks, they got axes, they got the works for sure, and you can see this 1 Minotaur probably going to be dragged down here, I would imagine. Taking a couple Slayers with him, but yeah, that's not going to be great, as the Dwarven gunline is back online. The Manticore summon is active, so now we have the second Manticore summon and the second spawn summon active, but when those disappear, it is pretty much going to be a mass collapse here for the Beastmen, as most of their natural threats are gone. The Minotaurs are all but gone. There's a couple Bestigors who are, arguably doing pretty well for themselves. You can see here grinding it out, but in this case, Gromby is not going to be taking any of the Beastmen's treachery here. Up on the high ground, you have the Lord and the Slayers just peeling off some of the Ungors, as the gunline is now back online. Both of the Thunders are going to be able to shoot, easily peeling off these Bestigors if they want to, or the Dwarves can simply just fight them in combat. They have Grumbling Guard, they have the numbers advantage, and the Dwarf Lord will probably come in and karate chop this Bray Shaman no problem. As far as combat goes, Morker is tough to kill, but really there's just no stopping power left in the Beastmen army aside from some very beat up Bestigors, and that ain't going to be enough, boss. Very well played by Gromby, able to secure his position, keep those Slayers hunting down the good targets, forcing Swarv into very tough engagements in which the Slayers can really outvalue his opponent. And I think that's going to be all she wrote. Players probably saying GG. And here you can see the Bestigors are shaken. The gunline shooting. Both cannons are somehow still online at this point in the game. And the last of the Beastmen forces probably will be getting slapped with army losses soon enough. It's going to take some time, as of course it always does with Morker the Shadow Cave. You can see here these guys are broken off. And Swarv, of course, being quite the sport there, is going to be dropping and not making us watch Morker get beat on for 20 minutes. So Gromby is going to be the king of the hill. Kazuk! The Dwarfs, they arrive. So that's going to be Gromby. Grombrindle the White Dwarf. All right, so next we have Flying Taco, if he's still here. I don't know if he is. Shoot him a direct message. A lot of people sit offline on Steam. So if he's not here, we can go to the next person on the reserve list, which is Pugnabone, if he is here. So now Grombrindle will play until he loses. Yes. GG, grudge gone. Yeah, I like that. His commitment to dwarfs deserves a grudge of its own. Wait, how does that work? It's opposite. Yeah, the Gorble getting karate chopped early was pretty rough. Like, because that's like, 1,500 gold you're losing, more or less. So Gromby awaits his next opponent, banishing the foul herds of the Beastmen. The Reeking Mire. Oh my god, the Reeking Mire is such a jankety map. I remember that one. Alright, we're going to find a map here for our potentially last game. We'll see how it goes. We'll do the Red Desert. Red Desert, nah, it's kind of a weird one. I always feel like one army has a huge advantage in that map. We could do the Crossroads. Kelp and Coal Dust is a good one. We'll do that. I don't know what they're saying. Fortunately, I can't read that. Gojira, a lot of games, man. It's been a great stream. It's been really good. People staying pretty late. Even the cannon crew beat most melee units for the dwarves. I wouldn't say that, but yeah, they did well. They're harder to kill than most cannon crews. There's a lot of dwarf mains out there. Can Taco beat the king? Taco is the first reserve. So he ends stream if he wins. Yeah, so Taco is the reservist. So he comes in. If he wins and beats Grombrindle, then the stream is over. Otherwise, like, it'll literally just go like 8 hours and it'll never end. Dawi are relatively popular. Multiplayer, not as much. More so as kind of a fan perspective. So yeah, that's how it works. Basically, the first person on the reserve list, their job is just to defeat the king and end the stream. Look at Taco. Oh, I love this. Flying Taco's name is Please Don't, and it has Palpatine's face. God, I love prequel memes. They're so good. Yeah, he's got Palpatine saying, like, the exact face when he's saying, please don't. Good luck, have fun. So Gromby here will do his 3. Then Taco will ban 1 and pick. Three Wood Elf players disliked? Oh, is it because of the dwarves? No. Lack of kiting, you say? Well, thanks, guys, for sticking around. I know it's getting late for some of you, but we'll keep you entertained as long as we can. So we'll see what the matchup is. It looks like Taco's sitting on Lizardmen, perhaps an inkling that he wants to play the Children of the Old Ones. And yeah, Gromby's gonna probably try and get dwarves again. Kelp and Coal Dust is a pretty good map for the Dawi, actually. Has a lot of like little nooks and alcoves you can kind of hide your troops in and bunker up. So Gromby, thinking about it, probably going to be like dwarves, Norsca, vampirates, and beastmen. Oh, wow. Dwarves, vampirates, and beastmen. Okay. So we'll see what Taco wants to pick and ban here. I feel like Taco's pretty confident against dwarves. Although, I don't know. It depends on what he wants to play. Honestly, he could ban dwarves and like pick beastmen himself. And beastmen against vampirates is doable, and beastmen against beastmen is obviously something he's probably very comfortable in. So, or at least, would be competent in. Please don't, Anakin. I'm too weak. Dawi Last Blood. So good. All right, so he bans vampirates and picks dwarves. Oh my god. Look at this. Flying Taco banning vampirates and picking dwarves. Oh man, why would you ban vampirates though? Dwarves are so good against Vampire Coast. I don't know. Yeah, maybe he just doesn't like that matchup. Oh no. Oh god, no. We have a dwarf mirror. Oh god, no. Why? So it begins. Oh my god, guys. We have a dwarf mirror matchup to end this stream potentially. Grombrindle's so dedicated to his cause that he won't even switch for a mirror match. Oh my god, why? No. I didn't know Flying Taco plays dwarves. I guess he's just I like the name is Please Don't, and that's like exactly what I'm saying. Oh my god. How are they going to play this? It's artillery wars? Like rushes? I'm really curious, actually. Oh my god. I guess they're fighting over a mine. Yeah, that would make sense. A mine dispute, Kelgar says. It's a grudge off. Dream War, just go do it. You got time, dude. Just, depends on how long it takes, but no stress. Samurai Warrior knows. He knows this is a painful one. Dawi versus Dawi Czar. Someday, perhaps, but not now. Maybe Flying Taco could play Chaos and bring only Hell Cannons and then just charge the Chaos Dwarves into melee fighting. And it would be like a terrible Chaos Dwarf army. That would be really funny, actually. In Game 1 of Warhammer, Warhammer Total War 1, there was actually a really cool Chaos Dwarf mod that gave them like a full army. It was really cool. It like used the faces of the Chaos Dwarf Hell Cannon crews and then like gave them like red armor. It was really, really neat, actually. Oh my god, if they both bring Gotrek and Felix and like Thorgrim builds, I'm just gonna weep. I will seriously weep. Oh my god, please don't. Anakin, I'm too weak to cast this. Come back in 3 years to see the end of this game. And yeah, I know, now it's like, this map, I'm especially regretting it. I almost just want to put them on an open field. Oh, okay, Dreamwar, yeah, so you have to choose, dude. You have to choose. Although, honestly, 15 minutes, the battle will probably start in about 7 or 8 minutes. Maybe 5 minutes now, actually, because he's ready. So, yeah, you wouldn't make it, dude. You would miss the battle. You can always rewind, though. I have rewinding enabled on my streams, so... Anakin, I'm getting hungry. I've wronged myself. I am just so sad about this. As punishment, I should put them on just a huge open field map instead of this accursed one here. This map's good, but like for dwarves, it can be a little bit turtly. But I don't know. They're both dwarves, and they both have artillery, so there's no advantage really. It's just like the map is pretty symmetrical, actually. Oh man, let's stretch it out. Runelord versus Runelord, 2 runesmiths on both sides. Oh god, no. I think it's gonna be the game's starting. I think I don't even know. Like, I feel like hammers maybe. Like you just go in with probably Longards with Grey Opens with like a Thunder line just advancing is pretty good. But again, artillery is good. Like grudge throwers are good. Cannons not so much, in my opinion, unless you want to snipe their artillery and then cannons become good. So it's just like it hurts my brain thinking about like all the builds. It hurts my brain. Kelp and Cold Dust is here. Looks like a Beastman raid, perhaps in the distance. These 2 dwarves are, I don't know, maybe the dwarves are fighting over the city. They're like, it's freshly, although that definitely looks like Beastman desecration here in this little hamlet. And you can see like some sort of chaos. Treachery is afoot. Perhaps there's a mine here and the dwarves are fighting over the scraps, which is totally fair play. Dwarves definitely don't forgive. They don't forget, so even the smallest of grudges will last generations and years. And Michael Isaac. Oh my god, arriving late. This poor Michael. This is the first one you're subject to. A dwarf versus dwarf mirror. I think this is actually better though than Vampire on Vampire. Vampire Count on Vampire Count is like the worst, most boring matchup to watch because like they're just grind in melee. Like there's like it's just a disgusting blob. Yeah. Well, at least dwarf fans are going to get a win here. For those of you guys that love the dwarves, this can only go one way. So here they are loading into the map. And so it begins, the great grudgeoning of our time. Like, and there's no sub-faction either, so they look so similar. All right, so for the forces here of Grombrindle, he's got a Thunderer firing line. So 4 Thunders, 4 Rangers, and the rest of his army is basically just Dwarf Warriors with Grey Weapons. That's it. And looks like it's going to be a Dwarf Lord. So he opted to go like super wide. Like his army is super wide, super infantry heavy. Just very simple, very straightforward here. So now for the forces of Flying Taco, he has a very different army. He has an organ gun in the back. Oh my god, organ gun, double master engineer. Belagar, Skolder Guard, a Thunderer firing line, miners in the front with Dwarf Warriors with Grey Open. So his army's much smaller, but he does have the Master Engineers and a Goblobber. So this is like an arty build versus like a rush build here. And of course, in the back, you can see there is going to be a Vanguard deployment from the Rangers from Flying Taco. Oh my god, the Double Master Engineers are kind of cool here because they have good AP and melee with their big old wrenches and also with their pistol shots or their rifle shots. So they can do some work fending things off. The organ gun definitely should be put over here, like back here, because it cuts off this whole angle and like forces Grombrindle into a choke. I think that Taco definitely needs to do that. I mean, having it here isn't terrible either because it kind of forces the dwarves to choose which artillery piece they want to shut down. But honestly, I feel like Taco's artillery line is going to be really powerful here. The Master Engineer is very expensive for sure. Those bad boys cost a lot. But basically, Taco made up for the cost by bringing his lovely miners there. But yeah, Gromby's army is much more headstrong. Like, he could just march and pretty much run over everything it engages. So the artillery is going to have to pay huge dues here on this map. Oh my god, the Dwarf Mirror match. I feel like we're playing Shogun or something. Just a million Yari Ashigaru just going fisticuffs with their Haggard Spears for 45 minutes. My favorite build back in Shogun 2 multiplayer, I used to love using Nagi Nada Samurai defensive position. So I would have like a Nagi Nada Samurai wall with a couple supporting Yari Ashigaru. And then just have like, you know, my missile weaponry behind them. Yeah, very fun stuff. Because I always felt like Nagi Nada Samurai and Shogun were really good against like everything. Like they could handle cav, they could handle infantry because they're so durable. Like, yeah, pretty cool stuff. Anyways, the battle's underway here. Miners with blasting charges, no blasting charges actually. And the Master Engineer is now going to be opening up with a couple pot shots into the Rangers here, but they're going to be taking a lot of firepower. He's definitely going to want some help. So you can see here some of these miners are going to be coming to help him. But nonetheless, they're getting some good shots. They don't have extra powder. Oh no, that's really unfortunate here for the Goblobber. Taking that damage, he's going to need this Goblobber to win the game, so this damage is rough. In the meantime, Organ Gun is shooting in, and the Goblobber as well, but I feel like Gromby's army is just going to move through this force here. Granted, Taco does have some layers of defense, and pretty much the entire Dwarven army for both players is, there's no shields, so the Thunders will be very cost-effective. And the Organ Gun's just like, I don't know, not doing too much, really. You would think it would do a lot more, but yeah, this pressure here is quite nasty. Now in the back, we have Flying Taco coming in with his Rangers, and the Goblobber is in a bit of trouble here, unfortunately. Master Engineer's getting some good pot shots. Those Rangers are going down, but the Goblobber should honestly just scoot back at this point. And man, if the Organ Gun was over here, it would be getting so much more value. Like here, it's going to get collapsed on really quick. Granted, a nice kill box here. The Dwarven Thunder line here for Flying Taco, able to unleash a salvo of fire here into these Dwarf Warriors. And Belagar Ironhammer trying his best to peel off some of these guys, but he's kind of exposed here and could potentially take a lot of damage. Skolder Guard, another X Factor here. They do have great AP themselves, but they're also hitting the trees a lot, which is really not great for them. But now the Goblobber's back online, shooting into the Rangers here, or the looks to be the Grumbling Guard. And in the back, Flying Taco's Haggard Vanguard of Rangers is going to be shooting into the back of these Rangers. So Rangers on top of Rangers, just absolute anarchy. So the Master Engineer is still in good shape. Thunder Line doing a pretty good job holding this hill position. The miners here, unfortunately for Taco, will be crumped by the glorious Dwarf Warriors of Gromby. And now you can see the Master Engineer getting into combat himself. And the Dwarf Warriors shall be engaging against Grombrindle's Lord. Now, the Skolder Guard are not getting too much value because they're so obstructed by the tree line here. They seem to be not making the best contact, and now the Organ Gun is compromised. As far as kills go, it has 50 kills, which isn't bad, but now, yeah, it's in range of all these missile pieces. So I would imagine it itself is going to be going down, but crazy trading back and forth. Honestly, it's a little bit hard to tell what's actually like happening because like on a cursory glance, everything looks so similar. But basically, Taco entrenched in a very defensive position, able to get his Thunders here and hold Skolder Guard, and these Thunders here all holding their position. But now this is where things get a little bit crazy. Taco's going to have to drop the Organ Gun and start running, and then use the crossfire here from the Thunders to peel off the chasing Dwarf Warriors because, yeah, losing the Organ Gun here is really unfortunate. That thing is very, very expensive. So as far as kills go, it got 78, which isn't bad, but it could still get a lot more if it had been positioned over here. But again, you never know where your opponent's going to deploy, so it is what it is. Now, the Rangers here for Gromby proven to be a huge asset. They're actually hammering down the Goblobber, and it looks like Gromby has given a move order here to these Rangers to actually move into melee combat and try and shut down the Goblobber, which is really, really good. And Gromby's superior numbers, I think, are slowly overwhelming Flying Taco's position. The Longbeards, the Dwarf Warriors outvaluing the Miners and not taking too much damage from the gun line. And on top of that, Gromby does have a very powerful gun line himself. Good luck, have fun being said by both players. Belagar is, the king of 8 peaks, and he's taken a lot of crossfire. He is silver shielded, so he's pretty good against missile fire. As good as he can get. Taco with a little bit of a defensive posture here. He definitely needs to free up this Organ Gun again, or else he's probably going to lose the game. If you could get these Thunders, turn around and shoot at these Dwarf Warriors, that would be incredibly valuable. But Gromby, Probably going to be able to get around here using his Rangers and finishing off the Goblobber. Yeah, really nice play there. That Ranger Vanguard was very clutch. And you can see the Goblobber, he probably knew his opponent would want to like deploy artillery up on this high ground position, and the Ranger Vanguard was the way to counter it. But yeah, the Goblobber is down for the count. It's not going to do too much more. Broken off here. Balance of Power is still dead even. You have to remember that the Master Engineers are not slouches in combat. They're pretty powerful, actually. 280 weapon strength, 120 armor with good AP values across the board. So pretty good here in the mirror. And Flying Taco still does have this defensive pocket. A nice last samurai from the Dwarf Warriors, just getting scolder guarded and blasted by these guys. And they might actually break here. They're probably wavering, but no, they do get into combat. Dwarves, of course, are very tenacious folk. And is he able to get his crew back? Okay, so the Organ Gun crew has come back for a moment, but they're going to get chased down. And over here you can see that these Thunders for Flying Taco are now compromised. And that makes for a pretty scary situation. Now, the Master Engineer might actually lose this. Yeah, he probably will, actually. These are a pretty healthy group of warriors with good AP, so his 120 armor isn't going to save him. So I think Gromby is slowly pulling ahead. The Master Engineer, of course, being caught here is really unfortunate. And Taco, what does he have? I mean, Taco has this pretty scary force over here. He has the Thunders, he has a Scolder Guard, all of which can do big damage. And Belagar is still going deep as well. We have to respect the Belagar. Now, over here, we have the Scolder Guard advancing into a hail of fire here, but it looks like they're trying to get in range for Grombrindle's Thunders, but the crossfire is going to be very, very nasty. In the meantime, Flying Taco's Master Engineer trying to snipe the Lord, it looks like, which isn't a bad idea, I suppose. Definitely gives Belagar a lot of stopping power, but the Scolder Guard probably want to run back to the tree line. I think this whole situation out here in open field for them is going to end very, very poorly. Now, it looks like the Goblobber crew did come back somehow. Some of the Dwarf Warriors here doing their thing, and now Flying Taco. This is the right play here. Get the Master Engineer, run to the safety of your Rangers, and yeah, just try and get away from that engagement. Because the Master Engineer has a lot of sniping left in him and could do a lot of work. This Master Engineer, pretty good on ammo, still shooting in. Flying Taco's tree position is slowly being overwhelmed. And here, of course, the Scolder Guard basically just taken apart by the gun line, it looks like. Yeah, they're very, very beat up. And also there's a Dwarf Lord there. I think sending them out was a little bit of a mistake. Granted, I don't think that's the straw that broke the camel's back. I feel like the organ gun being out of position was really what did it. Because that organ gun with proper positioning, I mean, not proper, but with, you know, not even better really, but just different positioning, could have been up here and could have accrued huge value over the course of the game instead of being shut down in the first like 5 minutes. So this Thunder having a bit of a messy trade here. Belagar, the King of 8 Peaks, is still going pretty hard for the Taco Man. Might be able to break off the Grumbling Guard here. They have 16 leadership, which is, by Dwarf standards, that's going to be hard to break, although they are wavering. We'll see if King Belagar can do it. The mighty Oathstone popped. Missile line for Taco still has some teeth. You can see back here, he is shooting into the Thunders. I'm really surprised we didn't see Felix here. I feel like Felix would have been very, very good in the Dwarven matchup. Over here, we have the Master Engineer who's on the run, but now he's taking a bit of Thunder fire, but he's actually better in combat here. Might as well just have him fight these Rangers and obstruct those Thunders from shooting. The other Master Engineer trying to make his way across and create some sort of value, but Taco's forces are being kind of pushed into the corner here as Belagar himself taking a lot of damage, and it looks like Gromby's missile line is... This is almost like a 40k game, like the really good center field dominance here by the Thunders, and there's no artillery to punish it. Taco, though, has done a really good job utilizing the tree line back here and really just trying to hold that position. The Dwarf Lord here, 16 leadership on him. You know, honestly, Taco might be able to finish him off. But yeah, there's so many great weapon warriors just all over these Thunders. I don't know if they're going to be able to come back. Taco, though, with a couple volleys, probably going to finish off this Dwarf Lord. Looks like he's opting to switch targets now, realizing it's not terribly important. Scolder Guard have come back with 2 models as well. Master Engineer, one of them is broken. The other one might as well run for the tree line and try and bunker up here. But the Dwarf Warriors with great weapons will be able to finish them all off, for sure. I think Taco also did the Vanguard for the Rangers back there in the tree line, knowing that he could perhaps sneak up on some artillery positions, just like Grombrindle did to him. But Gromby did not bring any artillery. He just had a full just march on force and just fight, and did not have any kind of schemes or trickery. So the Guns of Taco making their last stand here, running dangerously low on ammo. It looks like they're out now, so they're going to have to fight these great weapons in melee combat. Belagar basically being pulled apart here, and I think that is GG from here on out. Well played, GG. Quite the battle indeed. The Master Engineers were a cool idea. Oh, maybe just having like one of them. Although honestly, they're not bad. Really, I just think Taco needed to utilize the terrain a little bit more. Like, had his whole army deployed on this hill, and he just like screened and had his artillery like in the far back. I think he could have done a little bit better for sure. But even still, it wasn't a bad effort, you know. And I understand the philosophy of having your artillery spread out like that to like force the dwarves to struggle to kill them both. So Belagar here, he's shaken, but the mighty Oathstone keeping him standing strong. But now the dwarven gun line is going to give him the ceremonial send off back to 8 Peaks. I'm sure after he gets incapacitated here, the other dwarves will be like carrying him back to 8 Peaks, be like, all right, just drink some beer, calm down. You're good, man. And then of course he'll never forget, and there will be another battle in 5 years. That's just how the dwarves roll. And here, my friends, is the end of one of the Dwarven armies, as Belegar's forces are taken down by the mighty Thunder line. Down you go, Belegar. 126. And there you have it. Wild times we live in, my friends. So Grombrindle, perhaps able to come back here in this King of the Hill. Let's go ahead and update his wins. Gromby is now 2. And now up next we have Pug Nabone. So Pug, you're up if you're still awake. I'm getting hungry. I'm so weak. Just about to hit 4 hours, which is pretty normal for our King of the Hills. These ones usually go pretty deep. So well played to Gromby there. To the Iron Sand Desert for our next map. Grombrindle on his run. He's got 2 wins. Definitely doing the Dwarfs proud. No, please, no more Dawi matchups. Please, no. Anakin, I'm too weak. I'm actually really hungry too, so I'm just like, end it! End it! Oh my god. Double Master Engineer. That was actually a really fun game. Yeah. That did feel like Empire Total War a little bit, didn't it? We should all say rematch. No, stop. Oh, connection to Steam was lost. Oh no. Let me see if I can rehost. Well, Steam may have crashed here. Okay, quick battles and leaderboards are down. So we'll give it at like 2 minutes. King, there is a chance. I mean, if Grombrindle can win, but if he loses, it's only Grombrindle that can defeat your streak. And he's only has 2, and you have like 8, right? So it's going to be really, probably very tough. It should solve its problems here in a second. So let's go ahead and go here and then go back. Still nothing yet. Let's go ahead and refresh the list and see if any games have appeared. We'll see how long Steam is down for. If Steam is down for the count, then we might just have to stop. The players go all Bane on Turin now. I will break you. No, please don't. King of the Dead probably sabotaged it. He sabotaged Steam. He just like flew to their headquarters in his undead spaceship and it should come back. You can usually just check it by starting. You go to new campaign and continue, and then you just like load back in, and it'll. I'll try restarting though. Okay, let's try restarting here. King, if it does get to that point, yes, but it probably won't. All right, so I'm trying to restart the game. So in the meantime, we'll just hang out in the thumbnail. Yeah, the Tuesday maintenance on Steam, yeah. Oh, did we? Well, let's see. Let's see if it's passed. Sometimes it only takes a couple minutes. We'll fire it back up, and if that's the case, then that'll have to be that for today, unfortunately. Steam was unable to sync your files? What? Yeah, okay. All right. I restarted Warhammer. I think Steam is just croaking, guys. It might take a couple minutes. We'll give it a couple minutes here. See if I can fire up Warhammer again. I see a lot of people playing Warhammer 2, but it doesn't look like anyone's doing multiplayer. Yeah. Still down for the count, guys, so we're going to hang out. If Steam fails us, as we just have to declare Gromby the winner. Why are they skin wolves and not trolls? What are you referring to, King? I'm not sure. The Dawi mirror was so grudge-inducing that it created the server crash. Oh, that's pretty funny. Oh, yeah, probably did. So I have some intelligence coming in from the mod saying that it usually lasts 5 to 10 minutes. We're just going to have to go play something else, perhaps. Hopefully not. Come on. I know you want it, Warhammer 2. Give the people what they demand. All right, so I'm going to set a timer. I'm setting a timer for 5 minutes, and if it's back in 5 minutes, we can go. If not, we'll probably just call the stream. Right when Turin gets hungry, Warhammer crashes. Yes. I'm using my Psyker abilities. Yeah, it's they usually do maintenance on Tuesdays, but well, you guys like the thumbnail? Oh yeah. Well, the Skin Wolves are like the challengers. They're coming to like take the crown from Throg. That was the whole idea on the thumbnail. And Throg's like trying to like hold them back. Silence, King. Silence. All right. Let's see. Keep trying here. Yeah, it's still pretty quiet. Come on, give it to us. Give it to us. Lich109, thank you for another donation I missed during the game. For five Canadian bucks. He says, this game is rigged. Dwarves have a 100% win rate in this matchup. It is. It is rigged. I might too jump back on Blood Bowl someday. I do want to. I enjoy the game. It's just I have to really ration my efforts here. Like the games I'm playing with my hand, it's like, yeah. Okay. Seems like no luck yet. Oh, something just came back. Do you guys believe in miracles? Come on. I know you want to. I just saw like some of the tooltip things pop up again, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. What's our timer on? 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Again, there are methods of creating streams that can't die. Some might consider them unnatural. I did see it, Lich109. Yeah, the rigged dwarf game. You're very true. Dwarves have a great win rate here today. I mean, they've done pretty well for themselves. All right, let's see. Come on. Come on, you know you want to. They're coming. Looking pretty grim. This might be like a longer maintenance because of the server nonsense that's going on here. Anyone have advice for a long-time Total War campaign player looking to get into online scene? Yeah, I would honestly recommend joining the Discord channel if you could, and just talk to people in there and just play games with folks. It's a really good environment. There's a lot of people who will jump into chat with you and play, and it's much better than trying to learn on ladder in my experience. Granted, ladder is still a good practice, but all right, so let's try it here. I'll keep trying to fire it up. Still nothing at the moment, my friends. It looks like it's still down for the count. Yeah, Steam is having some issues. Ursidamo says, my Steam is working. Wait, cancel that. Cyber says he's in. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Put your back into it, Steam. This may be the end of the road. Regardless, at least if it is the end, we've ended the stream on a glorious note with Grombrindle's epic Dwarf vs. Dwarf mirror match. Still have another minute on the timer here. People should have got notifications today, yeah. They should have. So let's go ahead and get, while we're waiting here, guys, for anyone who wants to play more multiplayer, let me go ahead and get you a list. All right, pop for this. So here's a link to the Discord. And if you guys want to play, I would recommend that. So yeah, we'll probably call it for now, guys. So a Grombrindle, still, you win the hearts and minds of the people with your glorious dwarf games, and you end on a victory. So there's nothing wrong with that per se. And on that note, congratulations to King of the Dead, who is going to be the winner today. King of the Dead, the tyrants of the land, coming in with the Drowned and the Tomb Kings and just running shop for a long period of games. Also, so that is the Discord link. If you guys want to join and play multiplayer, it is a great place. There's a lot of friendly people. Just shoot the messages. There's a section called Looking to Practice where you can find games, and that's that. All right, lads. Thank you so much for joining today. Misha, we both got to drop links. It's a team effort here. I didn't see that. What the heck? My link wasn't good enough all of a sudden. Did you drop a link as well? I didn't see it. Let me scroll up. Oh, yes, I do see it now. Yes. It's a team effort. We did it. All right, guys. Congratulations to King of the Dead. That is going to be it for the, what is that? What is that? Double sound. There was like a double sound coming in. That was weird. I don't know what that was. Oh, it was the timer going off. Okay. I think that was just the timer beeping. All right. That was pretty loud. All right, guys. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you to the mods, of course. Always got to thank you guys first for all the hard efforts you do in slaying these foul Slaanesh bots, these filthy beasts invading our den, our cozy Warhammer den. And also thank you guys so much for some very generous donations from Lich109, Michael Isaac, Skills, 3SS, Allegard, Richard Wirtz with the fat erect 200, Patrick Gannon, Bubba's Big Blast, Adam V, Garland Green, McKenzie, Adam V again, KPS Polis, Eric Salvette, and then we also had one on Streamlabs. I don't want to miss that. Let me pull that bad boy up, and we will get the show on the road. Yes, it is loading. And that was from Gallahan in the very beginning. So Gallahan, thank you so much. All right, guys. Farewell. Thank you for joining, and we'll see you on the other side. Take care.